talk right now.
Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. We've got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we'll get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you may go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Space Fams, beautiful to see you here on this Wednesday evening midweek report, coming in hot. Prepare yourselves. But first, some shoutouts. Oh, and Noep, Trevor Borins, and Hermit Horologist 123 in the YouTube chat. Sweet Chewy, close fourth. B-Cat, also here. Young Chris. Sean Lawrence Garns. The Great New Deal. Lucy Rossi. Ducky. On Twitch. Anyways, as I mentioned, lots to talk about here tonight. Boy, oh boy. Elections results from yesterday. The fight within the Democratic Party and the midterms, which are very quickly ramping up. And amidst all this, Donald Trump seemingly losing support from Republicans faster and faster. We'll be talking about all of that and much, much more, like things like people like Natalie Harp and her strange relationship with the president. Of course, the environmental collapse continues to get worse. I'll be talking about all of the latest happenings there. Space news. And of course, the soldiers revolting in the Middle East. All that and more. Tonight's show. Well, I guess we better start in that familiar place. The United States.
All right, Victoria. Now, the heat and some storms tomorrow could affect turnout for the primary election, and that's on top of what's already some lackluster turnout.
Wish 2 News political reporter Greg Fox is live at election headquarters in Seminole County. Greg, election workers will be ready no matter what happens.
That's right, and we got a good look at that today as the preps were going on all day inside the headquarters here, and of course here at the Supervisor of Elections office in Seminole County. You can still see the cars coming into the parking lot and people going in and out to drop off their mail ballots. And what we're seeing in voting numbers so far across the state is that nearly 2 million people just didn't want to wait until Election Day to cast ballots. Inside elections offices across the state and here in Seminole County, poll workers spent the day picking up supplies to staff their precincts Tuesday.
Oh, yeah. So, in Florida this week, we of course had the primary elections. People going in to vote day of. But most people voting by mail or early voting.
Well,
total turnout was really bad.
Over 800.
Honestly, in Florida, not great. Now, this was the total turnout for early and mail-in voting, 14.2%. And then less than this number, 1.3 million, right? So you had 1.9 million total voting here by mail or by early vote in Florida, including, I would point out, the president. That's right. The president voted by mail from D.C. in the Florida election as well. But only 1.3 million turning up in person, which is a very subdued total, right? If 1.9 million is 14%, you got to assume that 1.3 is something like under 10%. So, I mean, you're talking about less than 25% turnout, not even a third in Florida. This is just horrible. And I think that, to some degree, is why we saw losses. Not the only reason, but losses in the 25th, 23rd, Elijah Manley, Oliver Larkin. Oh shit, what happened? Did I restart my computer? God damn it, did I close this window? I'll bring this up in a second. I'm just gonna keep going through the clips. This will come up again. But one person who did win their election with a galactic endorsement, and a bunch of other ones, in fact. I'm certainly not going to take credit for this, but Angie Nixon here in Florida taking it down in the Senate, who will be facing up against Republican incumbent ghoul Ashley Moody.
I mean, this woman is dangerous.
Oh wait, you know what?
And gentlemen.
No, I take it back. I take it back. She's not. Well, she's an incumbent, but not in this race. I take that back. I almost forgot. Ashley's in the House. This is, I think, is this Marco Rubio's old seat? I can't remember whose seat this is that they're actually taking over for. I think it's little Marco.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen,
But it seems late for that. Although that's right. The governor, who did he put in place of Marco? I can't even remember now. Point is, special election for the Senate happening, I believe it was for Marco Rubio's seat, on the same day as the rest of the primaries. Angie Nixon, Ashley Moody facing off. Here's CBS Miami. Everybody's talking about this win. CBS Miami 14 hours ago.
Are in from Florida's primary election, and we now know who will run for Senate, governor, and the House of Representatives come this November.
Yeah, so we do want to start with Progressive State Representative Angie Nixon, won the Democratic nomination for the U.S. Senate, so you see it right here, defeating moderate Democrat Alex Vidman.
That's right, and Nixon will now face Senator Ashley Moody, who won the Republican nomination last night, and both are vying to fill this seat left open by Secretary of State Marco Rubio. You see here, she won with 80% of the vote, so a dominating win here. CBS News Miami's Morgan Viner is your reporter. She's joining us live in Plantation this morning at the Broward Democratic Party headquarters with a closer look at this big upset, Morgan.
Good morning, guys. This is a classic upset. Alex Vidman was the more moderate candidate, was chosen by Democratic leaders, and had a significant cash advantage. Alex Vidman is a National Security Council whistleblower who testified against President.
And she is not kidding about that significant cash advantage. That thing was, it may have been one of the biggest disparities in spending in any of these races that we've seen actual upsets. Whoopsies, I didn't mean to do that. That would have been bad. But this is honestly, like, when I heard the numbers at the end of all this, I could not believe just how outspent Angie Nixon was and how little that seemed to deter people in voting for. It's incredible. 16-1. Just think about that number for a second. 16-1. And what's crazy is, I mean, and I'm not talking about spending. We're talking about money raised, actually. Money raised, but although the Vindman campaign spent most of their war chest, while Angie Nixon raised 1/16 of what they did and spent like a tiny fraction of it. So she'll be going into the Senate race with her campaign coffers full. It's crazy. It's crazy. Well, it's not full. She didn't raise nearly as much as Vindman does. But like, do you see what I'm talking about here? Like, so much money is being spent in some of these losses on these moderate races, like for these moderate candidates. And they're still losing. Angie barely ran ads, from what I understand. They barely did any spending at all, and just went around knocking on doors and calling people and just talking to people in like a human being, and that somehow resonated with the voters. It's very shocking.
Trump in his first impeachment trial, but Angie Nixon swept Vindman in the majority of Florida counties, including Broward and Miami-Dade counties. She's a member of the Democratic Socialists of America and ran on progressive policies like Medicare for all, free child care, paid family and sick leave, and a national rent freeze. This win marks the latest example of an insurgent Democrat pulling off a victory in the primary over.
Hell yeah. Yeah! Hell yeah. I mean, this was a great win. The more I think about it, the more that I'm pleased by this victory. The fact is, some of this money, it's turning out to be toxic. Right? Like, at least in the primaries, some of this money is just not delivering. You know, this race, 14-1. Did I say 14 or 16? I forget what it is. Either way, it's insane. Either way, it almost doesn't matter at that point. The difference between 14 and 16-1, what is that? 7%? It's nothing. Like, holy shit. Oh, it's crazy. It's actually less than that, I think. It's less than that. Oh, God, it's crazy. It is crazy that she managed to, like... The more I think about it, the more I'm just like, dude, that money just was toxic. It did not get Alex even close to getting across the finish line. I mean, I just want to look at the numbers again. Because it wasn't even close. It wasn't even close. Unlike in some of the other races we have seen, it wasn't even close. She beat him by over 150,000 votes, 13%. I mean, that was a, hands down victory for Angie. She shut it down. But honestly, Alex Vindman has no personality and no policies, and he's just an anti-Trumper. And I knew this wouldn't work, and it didn't. And it's incredible how. Because actually, I didn't know how much was getting spent in the campaign. That was something that I had missed until after the fact. But that is such a crazy number to have succeeded through. Like, I just assumed she was gonna run through because she is a human that was doing human things, whereas Alex Vindman was just like some dude who was running completely on being an anti-Trumper. And that did not play out the way the moderates thought it was going to. You know what? Hold on. I'm going to let Angie speak. I forgot this was an actual clip of her talking. I think it is.
More moderate opponent with a significant cash advantage.
Oh, it's not.
Now Nixon will.
Oh, well, I thought it was for a second. You bastard. It looked like it. They just left it there for her talking. It looked like it. Okay, I got one more clip. CNN 13 hours ago for more on this Democratic Socialist upset in Florida.
The progressive wing of the Democratic Party is showing it's still got momentum, pulling off a...
Not that big. Look, 150,000 votes in a low turnout primary where you're outspent 16-1 or whatever it is. That's pretty huge win. That's pretty massive. Unless you're talking about something else.
Surprise primary win in Florida. Democratic Socialist Angie Nixon upset establishment.
Who is Oliver Larkin? Wow, that makes me sad. Although, if you're not in Florida, not a big deal. But, I mean, we've been talking about Oliver and a number of other different candidates like Elijah Manley and, who else were we talking about in Florida? Again, Brittany Robinson, where's some of the other good ones in there? Robert People. I mean, Oliver was getting the most attention, though, which is why it's so shocking to me that you didn't know who he was. But Oliver was going up against Jared Moskowitz in the redrawn Florida 25th. Where basically Jared Moskowitz and Debbie Wasserman Schultz were like switching districts, essentially. From 23rd to 25th and 25th to 23rd, Debbie Wasserman was running into the 23rd district against Elijah Manley. That also didn't go. I'm sorry, not 23rd. 25th and 20th. 25th and 20th. Why do I keep saying 23rd? 25th and 20th. But unfortunately, both of those guys, even with the backing of like independent media, didn't manage to get it across the finish line. Two of the worst Florida Democratic incumbents you could ask for, getting another 2 years, most likely. I don't see how a Republican's going to win these seats right now, considering all the numbers I'm looking at. I think we're going to see some interesting upsets in some places.
Favorite Alex
What in the fuck?
Vindman in the state's Democratic Senate primary. Vindman was a key witness during President Trump's first impeachment and raised, get this, more than 16 times as much money as Nixon. State Rep Angie Nixon joins me now. Representative, welcome back to the show. Congratulations on your win. Your opponent, as I mentioned, had more money, had the backing of the Democratic establishment. What message do you think your win now sends?
Well, for sure. Thank you for having me. And I want to be clear. We knew that we were going to win. Our campaign knew that we were going to win because we put in the work and because we went out and we centered people and the issues that concerned them and that they cared about. The fact was that folks are upset because Donald Trump and unelected Ashley Moody only care more about ensuring that their campaign donors and corporations are getting richer and richer. And meanwhile, everyday people are working harder than ever and still struggling just to stay afloat. And so we were able to resonate with people also because I have a proven track record of standing up and being a fighter. And again, as I stated earlier with you today, it's not about people's labels for me.
Yeah.
I'm a single mom. I was a single mom for, 12 years. I'm a mother now. I'm an organizer. I'm a community organizer. But more importantly, it's about the needs of the people. And what people need is they need housing, right?
Exactly. I love Angie. And honestly, she's beaming over here. You can tell she's happy to have won this race. I'm happy for her to have won this race. What was I gonna say? There was something I just wanted to say just now, and I cannot remember what I was... fucking hell. I hate when I do this. I hate when I forget what I'm thinking of. Oh, right. So while we're talking about Florida, we are going to be talking about other things that happened in Florida as well. A number of different races. And it will also be linking into Trump's losing of Republicans. But it's not just Florida. That'll be Trump losing Republicans will be a theme of almost the whole night, it seems like. He is really floundering right now in a way that he has not for the entire term. Like he is now scraping the bottom of the barrel on the numbers, and it's playing out. It's playing out in some of these elections. I'm just gonna put a little head on these CNN clip. They wind up playing this Ashley Moody, this clip of Ashley Moody, the Republican who's running in the general.
Be able to
Oh,
live
I didn't go far enough.
without struggling or anything like that.
You know, we did talk just last night, actually, anticipation of this moment. And you say that you reject labels. Republicans, though, they already want to paint one right on you. They are leaning into attacking you for being a Democratic socialist. Republican Senator Ashley Moody said this.
Angie Nixon, who will be my opponent in November, and her comrades want to destroy this country and everything that it is built on. I am not exaggerating. I believe that America is the greatest country on earth. And
3 claps. Oh. You see what I mean? Like the energy in the Republican Party is evaporating. Even in a state like Florida. Florida's Trump country.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
And a statement like that gets like 3 unenthusiastic claps. America's a great... I think America is great. It gets 3 claps. Oh my god. It's all falling so flat right now.
folks that want to destabilize this country, I think we all need to stand on that line.
Anti-American, destabilizing, destroying the country. What's your plan to combat that?
How rude.
Well, first of all, I look forward to Ashley Moody calling me senator in November. And secondly, Ashley Moody actually used 10 million of our dollars that were supposed to go towards the most medically needy kids in our state to divert that funding and to defeat ballot initiatives that the citizens placed on the ballot. And so Ashley Moody doesn't care about anything but herself. We continue to see her net worth increase. Meanwhile, Floridians across our state, their net worth is going down. They have absolutely nothing in their savings account. She won't even hold town hall meetings unless they're Republicans. I am someone who's willing to go out and talk to everyone, even if they don't believe how I believe ideologically, because I want to represent all Floridians here in the state of Florida. Many people who have called and reached out to Ashley Moody's office for help, you know who they call? Because she doesn't return their call?
Who?
They call me.
Oh, God. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait for this election. She's going to slay her. Oh, you know who, when people call Ashley Moody and they don't get any help, they call me. Oh, get decimated. That's a great talking point. That's a great talking point right there. But that's what you can do when you have a track record. You're already a state assembly person. Or I'm sorry, no, she wasn't state assembly. She's a house member. I can't. Okay, why is my brain breaking on Angie right now? Oh, I have too many people's track records stuck. And she is a member of the House. No, the Florida House. So it is a state. She's a state assembly. Okay, I was right. Right. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Anyway, let's hear what the talking heads have to say about all of this. Little Abby Phillips roundtable action.
Angie Nixon, the Florida state rep, she wins this race for the nomination for the Senate, raising over only $1 million compared to Alexander Vindman.
It is 16 to 1.
Time
I couldn't remember whether it was 14 or 16 to 1. That number is crazy. Oh my God. It is 16 to 1. This is like, oh my God, it's like Riz evaporation, like money mogged, like she's like, I don't need that 16 million. Oh, get slapped.
Name because of his role in the impeachment hearings against Donald Trump, who raised $16 million. And I have to wonder if what this speaks to is, I take your point on the socialism piece of this, but what this really speaks to is the limits right now among Democrats in being just strictly anti-Trump, and that being your sort of political personality. One of the things the DSA is doing is talking about kitchen table issues, economics, and they're doing it in a way that rubs some people the wrong way, but that's what they're talking about.
Yeah, but also remember, too, this is a two-person race, and African-American women are really the base of the Democratic Party, and African-American women want...
I love the look on Abby Phillips's face as this guy is telling her that African-American women are the base of the party. Oh.
And African-American women are really the base of the Democratic Party, and African-American woman won. She's a native Floridian. Vindman, I don't think, was as connected to the state as she was. And so, I think that makes up for a lot. And so I think it's hard.
Don't you see? I don't know who this fucking guy is with the pink pocket square and this ridiculous getup here. I don't know, but he gives me crazy fucking vibes. But the fact that he just wants to attribute it only to that feels reductive, just to suggest it's only the vote of black women that got Angie Nixon across the finish line. Seems vaguely reductive and maybe a little racist, but she did get a huge portion of the black vote in Florida, but that's clearly not the only reason why she won, right? It was a plurality, right? It was not just it was a majority, actually. I take it back. It was more than a plurality. It was a majority of the vote. Right? It was everybody in the state of Florida voting in every precinct, across ethnic identities, and she, she took it down. I just didn't appreciate that take from this guy. Like, it was like, oh, that's why she won. She only won because of black women. The fact is I listened to a lot of this. I'm trying to remember where they come out and make the claim that she's not going to be able to win in the fucking general. Oh, by the way, Jesus, that's huge. Really, 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 really appreciate this. We need to make huge moves right now, and this is definitely moving us in the right direction. Another anonymous dono from SR. You've changed your name. Okay. SR. Get over hump day. Yes. Let's get through hump day, everybody. Thank you, SR. Sweet dono here. 50 bones. That's a full galactic content goal right there. So we're going to have a very early... Yes, very, very, very early galactic confetti party. Enjoy, everybody. No galactic content goal today. But don't forget, Space fans, we really need your help. We need it we've been needing it all month. We got less than 2 weeks to complete the financing of the galactic content goal. Be like SR. Consider contributing on Cash App, PayPal. or by becoming a Galactic Patreon member. We got, and you know, since we continue to grow, we only need like a third of people to donate like $1. If 1/3 of Galactic subscribers on YouTube donated $1, if you add in Twitch, it's even less. We would basically get there at this point. So do consider contributing. Keep the Galactic News Network alive. Every day this thing ticks down, the more I get a little more stressed. Anyway. Thank you for the dono. Also, thank you for the jewels on YouTube. More than Dinky Cap. Cthulhu. Is that treat for Leica? Is that a Leica treat? I'll count it. I'll count it. We're gonna listen to a little bit more of this so that I can pull up these other numbers.
Seeing tonight, there is a lot of narrative around progressive versus moderate, but I think what's really important is the Democratic electorate is looking for candidates that are willing to take the fight in Congress to actually legislate. Cycle after cycle, voters have been very frustrated with the fact that they send people to Congress who end up being more interested in tenure than legislating and actual problem solving. And that's kind of the contrast you're seeing across the country. And unfortunately, for some of the more centrist Democrats that are running, progressives are doing a really good job of filling that.
I mean, her platform includes a national job registry and inflation-adjusted wages and free child care and nationalizing the health insurance industry.
I hear you. I don't support the DSA.
Popular is one thing. It's popular to say that.
I love how some of these people lose their mind when they hear like common sense policies. I don't support that. I don't support any of that stuff. like it's crazy. The centrist knee-jerk reaction to some of this shit. It's like, oh my god, a jobs guarantee?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
This is radical. Whoopsies. Whoa, whoopsies. Didn't mean to do that. They just lose their fucking minds.
Not Medicare for All is popular.
I mean,
People
look,
don't like to lose their insurance.
I think we will find out, right, how the DSA candidates fare in all of these different places. I think it's definitely going to be state by state, district by district, all of that. But I don't think we know for sure.
Let's talk about Angie Nixon, because she pulled no punches, minced no words. Ashley, do you think that she has a shot in a state like Florida?
Can I say no? I mean,
You can say no if you're completely ignoring the fact that there is a huge number of people that didn't vote in this primary. A group of people who are getting more and more anti-Trump by the day. And that is independents. Of which there are 4.4 million. Right? So I just want to point this out. Just go here. Go here. So, like I said earlier, the Florida turnout was less than 25%. Terrible. I would point that out first. People are really, like, disengaged. But as the general picks up, they will engage. I can guarantee you, especially because of the political climate right now, people will engage. And Florida has 4.4 million independent voters. It's one of the biggest, it's 30% of the registered voters in Florida. It's one of the biggest electorate bodies in the state. It's just non-party affiliated voters. And these are closed primaries here in Florida, right? So what you have is a massive number of people who we know by the numbers hate Donald Trump and the Republican Party at this point, right? The independent voters are more likely to vote Democrat in this general election than they are Republican right now. We've just so many statistics we have seen, like Harry Emden and all these other people trot out, and it's quite clear that independents have abandoned Trump, the Republican Party, and none of them got to vote in this election, I'd point out. So she's absolutely got a shot. Right, I looked at the number of votes here. Right, you got 1.25 for Democrats. I think it was, I can't remember now. I did the math earlier. I think it's close to 1.65 for Republicans. Right, so if you just go by the number of votes in either one, in the Republican Party there were 400,000 more votes than for the Democratic Party in the special Florida primary for the Senate. But there are 4.4 million independents here. 10% of registered independent voters are what make up the difference between the Republican turnout and the Democratic turnout in Florida. And by my math, that could be real bad for somebody like Ashley Moody as Republicans and Trump's numbers continue to plummet. Let's not forget the holidays are coming up. Back to school is coming. All these things are all happening simultaneously right now. While inflation is up, gas prices are up, and all these other fucking things are going on. So all these centrist skeptics who think they're so fucking daring for claiming that, Angie Nixon can't win are a bunch of losers. These people just don't like winning. They don't want to win. They can't even come up with the arguments for why she can and should win. They're kinda useless. There it is. Okay, now, let's talk about another Democratic primary here in Florida that went not our way, unfortunately, in the governor's race. Now, of course, this is a different dynamic. It's not a federal election. It won't affect the Senate makeup, the House makeup, or any of these things. But it will affect Floridians. And unfortunately, you got... I hate to say this to you, Florida, but you got one Republican running up against another Republican. And I'm not just like, it's not like a rhetorical thing I'm trying to do here. There's a literal Republican running in the Republican general, right? Ran and won in the primary, now in the general. And then you got a fake Democrat who used to be a Republican, was elected to 2 terms in the Florida, to the House of Representatives as a Florida Republican, and is now pretending to be a Democrat, running in Florida for the governorship, and is literally out here saying the most Republican shit I can imagine on NBC earlier today. Here is David Jolly. It was a guy who I was really hoping we could replace with Dana Foster, but she unfortunately lost in this primary.
As we mentioned last night, elections set the table for some key races to watch this November, including in Florida, where Congressman Byron Donalds will go up against former Congressman David Jolly in the state's gubernatorial race. The two already taking aim at each other in their victory speeches last night. Listen.
David Jolly is a career political insider, a Washington lobbyist casting checks for special interests, and an MSNBC commentator who was part of the very revolving door he claims he'd clean up. David Jolly represents everything that folks hate about Washington, D.C. Liberal David Jolly is the change that Florida cannot afford.
I mean, let's be real. One of the things that people hate most about D.C. right now is the president. And Byron here got the endorsement from the president.
To the highest bidder. And the special interests across the state have been happy to play ball, folks. Let me tell you something. Byron Donalds might be for sale, but Gwen Graham and David Jolly never are.
And joining me now is the Democratic nominee for governor in Florida, former Congressman David Jolly. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Good to be with you. Thank you, Kristen.
Well, congratulations on your primary win. Let's talk about the stakes. Florida, as you know, has not had a Democratic governor since 1999. Democrats lost the last gubernatorial race by nearly 20 points. Why do you think you can flip this seat, and what do you have to do to accomplish that?
That was in the Al Gore 2000 election, wasn't it? That they lost the governorship. The hanging Chad disaster of 2000.
Because 2026 isn't 2022. In 2022, voters wanted to continue on the current direction, but in 26, voters are screaming for change. Look, people are worried about the economy that's gripping them so hard that they're not sure about whether they can stay in their house, afford their rent, get health care, or where to educate their kids.
Yeah, and what's fascinating about this guy is he is genuinely a Republican. I listened to this whole thing. He just got done right there, like, diagnosing the problem. Brace yourself for his solutions, Florida.
And you see in 26 voters asking for change. It's a very different environment, to be honest, that has presented the opportunity for a candidate like myself to run on the basics: housing, healthcare, and education. The economy should work. The free market capitalism is a good thing, but government's got to step in and help out in some critical areas. That should stay out of your life, stay out of your bedroom. Old school Republican libertarianism. Look, voters are telling.
Okay, do you see what I'm saying here, Space Fams? The Democratic candidate for governor is out here saying the solution to healthcare and housing is free market capitalism and old school Republican libertarianism. I couldn't believe it when I heard it. It was so bad. I could not. Like, I'm just like, holy shit. Oh, Florida, good luck with that one. Seriously. Good Lord. This guy is terrible. Just terrible. What Florida needs is more free markets. Free markets are the thing that are failing Florida right now. I really feel bad for Florida on the governor, like the statewide basis, because when it comes to the governor, you really, I'm not gonna lie, even though I'm mostly blue no matter who right now, mostly because I think it's exactly where we need to be on the federal level races. When it comes to these state races, like, you guys are gonna have to make, in some of these cases, you're gonna have to make your own decisions, because there's no fucking way you're getting me to support this guy. There's no way. Like, I can't imagine a more ridiculous thing to say, especially considering where everything is at, to come out and be like, actually, free market libertarianism. Dude, you're running in the wrong party. Wasn't there a riot? The Brooks brothers. Oh yes, the Brooks brothers. Let's not drag ourselves back into that right now. But I just want to skip ahead a little bit in this interview. I'm afraid we're not quite done with David. Where does Kristen ask him this question? Is it here? I think it's here.
I'm certainly willing to draw that contrast to Byron Donalds or Ashley Moody this cycle.
Do you plan to campaign with Angie Nixon?
Let's see how the next several months unfold. I will tell you this. I really mean
so
this.
That's not a yes. That's not a yes, Congressman?
Listen, we have already...
Do you plan to campaign with Angie Nixon, the senator, or the potentially future senator, the democratically elected general candidate in the Democratic Party? Will you be campaigning with her? And his answer is, we'll see what happens over the next few months. The next few months is the time to campaign, you piece of shit. What are you talking about? This guy is a lunatic.
Campaign together.
We'll see what happens between now and election day. What?
Would you jump up? But
Listen,
now that we're in the general, hold on, now that we're in the general election, Do you plan to campaign with Angie Nixon?
Exactly. Thank you.
I imagine she and I will certainly be at campaign events together. I'm the Democratic nominee for governor. She's the Democratic nominee for Senate. But I want to be very clear about this. There are areas where we're going to agree. There are areas where we are really going to disagree. Most of those areas might be on foreign policy, where her views on Israel are very different than mine. And that's a different constituency that we each will attract or not. That's fine. The important thing is that we're honest with voters. Because you know what? Byron Donalds isn't honest with voters. The leading, most successful socialist in the country right now is Donald Trump, who has taken the federal government into financial positions with Intel, Nvidia, Nippon, and all these other companies. I'm at least willing to call out socialism on the left and the right. Byron Donalds...
So this is who you got, Florida. The guy who's willing to call out socialism on the left and the right. The guy who is so vehemently pro-capitalist that it hurts. Holy fuck. David Jolly. Good fucking luck. Good luck, Florida. I'm so sorry. I wish we could have done better. I wanted Dana Foster, okay? She had a good platform. She had a fairly good platform. This guy is a fucking lunatic. He's calling out socialism on the left and the right. I'll call out the president and I'll call out Angie Nixon. I don't care. The guy is terrible. But does he have pie charts? Jesus Christ. Is that a Bob Dole reference? The 90s.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Oh, it was an innocent time for this galactic being. How things have changed. Okay. Now, before we gotta do a quick look here at this. This is fascinating. Fascinating. We've been sort of tracking this since we've been so focused on all the primary elections. We can't help but be paying attention a little bit to the Republican primary elections. And according to this, Trump has now lost in 10 different races. More than 2020 and 2024 combined. A man who has seen himself as a Republican kingmaker for over a decade is now losing elections as we head into the general, which really bodes badly for him for multiple reasons, and Republicans, which we will get into in a second. Which I'm super thrilled about. This all sort of happening now, like in the last couple of races, like this and last week and the week before it. It's really amped up. Tennessee. Was it Ohio? I can't remember. No, not Ohio. Ohio's early. Actually, it may have been some of the Ohio races that he lost early on. But then it was Tennessee and now Florida losing 2. He also lost one in Wyoming. Nearly 300,000 people turned out to vote Tuesday in Republican primaries in Wyoming and 2 congressional districts in Florida where President Donald Trump endorsed one of the candidates, but just 28% of them voted for the candidate that he told them to. Marking a particularly difficult night for Trump-endorsed candidates. That's been a long time coming, as GOP voters have increasingly shrugged off the advice of and grown somewhat frustrated with the results from a president who's looking more like a lame duck. Oh, God. Yes, indeed. This is what's happening right now. As we are seeing Trump turning into a lame duck president, his popularity has imploded beyond any other modern president. However, what this means, as the generals come around, is that for nearly 80% of the Republican races that have happened in the last 6 months, or however long it's been now. It's a little less than that. But in this primary election season, most of these seats have gone to Trump-endorsed candidates in like 80+% of these races. there's been all these upsets that he has logged, right? He's won more races than he's lost. That's the thing that I think says a lot about what the vibes are going to be as we head into the general. Because you can't undo now, right? It's too late for that now, right? All that winning that he was doing earlier, you can't undo that now. And now you got a field filled with Trump loyalists and bootlickers, and now those guys are losing elections left and right. In the last couple weeks, we've seen it in multiple places, and it bodes badly for him. You can see here in District 7, Corey Mills losing by 13 points to Ryan Elijah. Corey was the Trump-backed candidate. And even if this third candidate hadn't ran, he wouldn't have gotten over the finish line. Same thing for in District 19, where the Trump-backed candidate Catalina Lauf lost by 7 points to Jim Schwartzel. Yeah, Trump, and this is a Trump country. This is where this is Trump's main address, right? Like, he is a Florida resident. He may own property all over the place, but he is a Florida resident. This is where the president comes from. I mean, for the love of God, Palm Beach changed the name of their airport to President Donald Trump International Airport. And now he is losing in his home state. I think that says a lot about where the Republican Party is at. Because once again, it's not the independent voters that are voting these people out in Florida, right? Or not voting for these Trump candidates in Florida. Because they can't. It's closed primaries in Florida. Which means that the Republican base now is not just independents that have lost their faith in the president, the Trump voting independents. No, those guys have been gone for months. No, it's the Republicans now who are fucking sick of it. And that I find fascinating. But we can't let the Republicans pretend like their party is anything other than the Trump loyalist party. And it's going to be very easy because 80-90% of these candidates are. You can just basically paint them all with a broad brush, no matter how hard they try. They do the same thing with us, too. That's the point, right? It's going to be very easy to do it because they're in power right now, and Trump is failing everybody. Speaking of Trump-backed candidates, let's go to South Carolina, where one woman is looking to take over for her late brother, Darlene Graham. Was here in, I believe this is a special primary debate where she made some fascinating comments. She is, of course, the Trump-backed candidate right now who has been put in office in replacement for Lindsay in the interim until they can get some election stuff happening here. Actually, wait. Oh, yeah, no, this is the special GOP primary runoff. Right, so this is the debate ahead of the special primary GOP primary runoff in South Carolina. Let's see what Darlene had to say. You know, she like, you know, you got to assume, you know, her brother, her late brother, Lindsey Graham, was a senator. You know, she's, you know, and I don't know very much about her, but you would think the sister of a senator would be fairly up on, you know, the issues, domestic and abroad.
National security question as well. Senator, are Taiwan and the South China Sea national security issues for the United States? If so, why?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Are Taiwan and the South China Sea national security issues for the United States? And if so, why or how?
I'm just going to be honest here. I'm not on national security. I'm not that informed on national security, so. But I do support the military. My brother.
Oh, that pause is so long. Oh, Oh, I should have gotten a cricket in there. It was too slow. I was too busy laughing. I was too busy laughing to get the cricket in there. What can I say? I'm not perfect. But for a senator of the United, or a potential future candidate for the Senate to say something like, I don't really know much about foreign stuff, that's not great. That's not all that confidence inducing. I can't imagine South Carolina is all that impressed by that answer either. I don't really know much about foreign policy, but I love the troops. Okay. Is that did you have anything else of substance on that, or no? I mean, these are who Republicans are putting up, claiming that these are the people we need in office. We got to fight. Those are the people you need to fight against supposed socialism and communism. Just complete morons who can't even just formulate basic sentences on foreign policy. I love the troops. Does that answer your question about Taiwan? No? Oh, well, my brother used to be senator. I mean, this is like the most, like, honestly, I don't think she's gonna win. Like, because of this, it's gonna be obvious, I think, to a lot of people that this is a nepotism pick. Oh, and that'll sort of seal the coffin, I think, on the numbers on the Trump losses. I mean, I don't know what day this primary is happening, but that's not good. There's not much time left. You know, I don't know how much longer they're planning to hold off on this primary, but can't be much time. Speaking of socialists, let's talk about the derangement in the Republican and Democratic parties. It's known as HPD. Hassan Piker derangement. I guess HPDS. Or PDS? PDS. Piker derangement syndrome.
Hassan Parker. Hassan Parker. A communist.
As you know, maybe you're not aware of this, but Abdul El-Sayed won the Michigan primary.
Haven't heard any coverage of that.
Fun fact, which I did not know, it turns out that he's Muslim. What? And this also I found surprising. Like 80% of the people in this country wants to cut off aid to Israel. But apparently there is nothing more relevant to our politics today than the fact that Abdul El-Sayed wants to cut off aid to Israel, and Hassan Piker helped with his campaign.
No.
Let's go through the list of some of the things that are not as important. Climate change. We're completely effed.
Climate
Donald
and
Trump's
everything are the same word.
The Republican assault on all of the agencies of our government, which is actively creating a significant cohort in this country that has diarrhea. They can't get far from their toilets now. We're going to have more smoke on the East Coast in a day or two, I think, from fires in Alberta. They're pulling down signs of from literally from the New Deal era, marking the country's history. The government's doing this. Actual history, not veneration for people.
It's horrifying. I know this is layered in a lot of sarcasm, but Sam is absolutely right. Like, the fact that they are so focused on Hassan Piker and not the issues of these elections, like, that affect, I don't know, regular people. Like, it's got to be rubbing a bunch of people, not just us, the leftists, if you will, the wrong way. Right? Like, it is redonkulous that they would more rather talk about Hassan Piker than healthcare, housing, and foreign policy, and any of the other sort of relevant things available of the huge the array of topics one could approach as a journalist.
Abdul El-Sayed agreeing with 80% of the American public.
And better roads and bridges, and better health care here in America.
You're saying you would not support sending aid to Israel, which was attacked by Hamas, but you have also said that you would support sending military aid to Ukraine, which was, of course, attacked and invaded by Russia. Where do you draw the line there?
Pause it for a second.
Wow.
Russia, Hamas. What's different between those two things?
So many things,
Russia?
actually. Like, there's actually so many things we don't have time for it. One's a nation state recognized by every government and body on the planet. That's a multi-trillion-dollar economy. The other one, an occupied territory with no perceivable economy at all at this point. There's just so many things we could go down.
Well, in Ukraine, you're talking about attacks from a leader of a neighboring sovereign country who clearly violated international law in attempting to breach the sovereignty of the Ukrainian public. That is conditional on that circumstance. We have been offering unconditional foreign military aid to Israel, independent of the circumstances, for years and years and years. And might I say, it's not just Israel, it's also Egypt, it's also Jordan, it's also Saudi Arabia. That's the difference. It's about the conditions. So when we're talking about taking on Putin and his violation of international law, I do believe we have a responsibility to uphold international law and therefore to support Ukraine in its efforts.
I mean, the amount of restraint associated with that response, you could see it in his face, like, oh my God. They're just going to wear me down by...
Seriously, like his face is almost like statuesque. No emotion, just sort of responding to this ridiculous claim that they are so deeply obsessed with. But it's every channel. It's NBC, it's ABC, it's CNN, MS Now, Fox News. Oh, Fox is, I mean, Hassan has become a literal daily, hourly segment on Fox News. It's just crazy. It really is.
This is the big story. El-Sayed won, and Hassan Piker is alive.
Hassan Piker.
Another person who's been made an issue is Hassan Piker, who obviously...
The passivity of this. You're making it the issue right now, John.
It's amazing. Listen, this level of frustration that you're going to feel is exactly what every single day was in the aughts. It's all like, somehow this is a big deal.
Right.
I have no idea, but it's a...
It is crazy making. It really is. Oh God! Everywhere we turn, have you condemned Hassan Piker yet? How many times must we hear this sentence? It's the new "Have you condemned Hamas?" Why won't you condemn Hassan? Why won't you condemn Hassan, who loves 9/11 and voted for Hamas in 2004 when he was 8 years old or something, or whatever? No, he's older than I can't do them. I'm trying to do the math right now. It's like 10 and 11 years old or something. Oh yeah. Why haven't you condemned Hassan, who is basically Hamas, as everybody knows?
Because they were identifying as a cat. Come on! Or whatever all of the bat crap crazy stuff that this guy has been talking.
Far more conversation about Kamala not doing Rogan.
Exactly.
You're almost there.
How dare you not?
You're almost there, J-Bo, but you got to switch it. It's no longer condom hummus, right? It's Condom Hassan. But you probably spell it with 2 S's because that's more racist. Like, you know what I mean? like, make sure to misspell his name with 2 S's. Condom Hassan. Because, you know, it's like vaguely Islamophobic, right? The extra S is scary to white people.
Joe Rogan show. That was it. Go ahead.
Another person who's been made an issue is Hassan Piker, who obviously endorsed Abdul Sayed in Michigan. You've been on his live stream, you know, at least a few times. He's somebody who said, you know, that America deserved 9/11. Now he backed off from that.
Yes, yes, he's apologized.
But he said a lot of...
Pause it for a second. Let's talk about this America deserved 9/11.
Yes.
I don't think anybody or anything deserves anything. But the idea of blowback, we had Chalmers Johnson on the program 20 some odd years ago to talk about this. The idea of blowback is a rather uncontroversial one. And the idea that what you do in a region, every reaction has an equal counter reaction or whatever it is. What I've lost. What is it? The opposite. Equal and opposite.
Yeah, Sam's absolutely right. You know, and this is just sense that Sam is spitting here. While everybody is running around with their hairs on fire over the 9/11 comments of Hassan, this is literally the point that Hassan was making and has been making and put in a very, very simplistic way by Sam here. It's the concept of imperial blowback is not radical, okay? You bomb a country, you murder some civilians, some other civilians get upset about that, and it's possible something bad happens as a result of it, right? Like, this is not radical. And it just referencing it isn't condoning it, but it's just a recognition of the facts. These people just want to keep playing this game. And it's ridiculous.
It's blowback.
Very dangerous conversation for a morning show to even get this close to, frankly.
What's that?
That blowback could exist. Like,
oh, yeah. The idea that our implications, if we, I don't know, kill people in Afghanistan or in Iraq, or if we topple governments in Iran, that somehow we could suffer some consequences from it.
Consequences.
Exactly. The concept of consequences, not that radical. It's a real thing. Yeah, it's really even, I don't think it's that difficult of a philosophical concept for people to grasp, honestly. I think a lot of people understand the basic concept of consequences. Oh, God. When will the Hassan derangement syndrome come to an end? I don't know. I don't know.
And have you not in any way distanced yourself from Hassan Piker? Those are the two most important questions facing this country right now.
Yeah.
Understand that. Understand that. As a
I'm a master snowflake. In what way? What? What are you talking about? I've literally never blocked you. I can see all of your messages. If you were blocked, you wouldn't even be able to chat on the channel. You are libeling me, sir. I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate that one bit.
Matter. Let's play number 10. In a just world, Tim Eugene Scott. You know what I'm talking about, right? Tim Eugene Scott. Tim Eugene.
What about him?
Tim Eugene.
I didn't know that was his name.
Tim Eugene?
Tim Eugene Scott?
Yeah. You didn't know? You didn't know Tim Scott's middle name was Eugene? That's weird.
After...
Where have you been?
After somebody specific?
your early attack ads against him, you're using his full name in these attack ads, which has gotten some attention. Abdul Rahman Mohammed El Sayed. He goes by Abdul El Sayed. Are you trying to say, hint, hint to voters, he's Muslim?
Not at all. What we're only saying to voters is a simple thing. He says he's the most dangerous candidate you can find. He's right. We should trust his words, not ours.
But why not just use his name, Abdul El Sayed, which he goes by?
Well, listen, I go by Timothy Eugene, and so I get called that all the time. Here's what I know for that question. It's about what he stands for. And we're going to focus and bring attention to the fact that not only is he sympathetic for Hamas, not only does he run around with Hassan Piker, someone who said that Americans deserve 9/11, he should be held account for exactly where he stands and what he's for.
So, if you missed that, Tim Scott.
Everybody knows Timothy Eugene Scott. By the way, I searched Timothy Eugene on Google. It came up with somebody else, not Tim Scott, as some other dude, which was fascinating. Doesn't seem like he's very well known for that. Of course, you see me, I'm his brother. You're talking about Luck Dragon 2112. Look, pal, I don't know what to tell you. I don't really do any of the banning around here. It's mostly the mods. I'm not going to try and blame the mods. I'm assuming that your brother did something to bother the mods or otherwise the chat, which led to some sort of punishment. If they're banned, I feel like it's got to have been something pretty bad, but maybe one day we'll come up with a way for people to appeal their bans. But usually people just get timed out, so it must have been pretty bad. I'm just assuming. It's fascinating. Very upset. Being repressed in chat. Oh, God. I'm being repressed. Oh, poor Luck Dragon. I assume with the last, with the second word being dragon, you're a TYT viewer.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Yes, he's being repressed. And I've clearly been unfair. Somehow. Even though I literally have never timed out or banned Luck Dragon myself. It was somebody else. It's just, wow. Speaking of being outraged over nonsense, let's go here to the New York Post. To the thing that right-wingers are most freaking out about lately, vis-a-vis Abdul, and his not being Muslim. No.
Which is why we need money out of politics, money in your pocket, and Medicare for all.
Here's the mail, it never fails, it makes me wanna wag my tail. When it comes, I wanna wail. Mail!
Yes, that's right. Early on in the campaign, apparently, I believe this is an early, the resurfaced video of Abdul El Sayed, the now Democratic nominee for Senate in Michigan, doing a Blue's Clues impression, and Republicans are furious.
Thanks, mailbox. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. I wonder who it's from. Oh, it looks like my ballot. Brought to me by my Secretary of State. And with it, I can participate in democracy.
Oh.
The first day that I can turn this in is June 25th, but it has to be postmarked by July 21st.
Yes, indeed. This is, I thought, a very creative way to speak to voters.
Which
Oh, damn. All the negative comments are getting... they're all getting... They're all getting ratioed. That's not helping. I was gonna go. There were some very... Yes. Oh, yeah. There were some very unhinged comments here on the New York Post video. Can't unwatch that. Bozo the clown. Idiocracy didn't go far enough. Protect your children. Oh, dancing boy El Sayed. Speaks perfectly to the childlike mentality of the left. God, everybody is so upset about it. Oh, how dare he. Oh, how dare he be creative with the political ad. It is heinous and disgusting. Is the red chair a communist? A communist. Abdul's little red chair. I think it's a sign. The little red chair is actually an homage to the little red book of Mao and the communist revolution. It's coming. They're coming for your Bibles. They're coming for your churches. Okay. Continuing on with the Abdul El Sayed derangement syndrome. Next up is Kyle Klinsky. Talk about everybody's efforts on sabotaging the Democratic nominee for the Senate.
All right, y'all, we got to talk about this, but they are going to try to sabotage Abdul El Sayed. Now, we know it's a fact. The right is going to get dirty. They're going to go low. They already have. You know, they're trying to say he's an extremist, he's a terrorist, 9/11, 9/11, 9/11. It's all like the most low IQ slop bullshit nonsense you've ever heard in your life. But Democratic leaders are low-key, secretly trying to shiv Abdul in the side, okay? And that's unacceptable because publicly they're going, oh, yeah, nah, Abdul, we love Abdul, bro, totally, bro. But, you know, people like Chuck Schumer are like, maybe we can win the Senate without getting Michigan. I'm not kidding. Ready? So look at this. According to the Washington Post, Chuck Schumer says Democrats don't necessarily need to win Michigan to flip control of the U.S. Senate. Quote, a path to winning back the Senate clearly goes through Michigan, but we have a whole bunch of different paths.
What is that?
Schumer
Jesus
said.
Christ.
Robinson points.
It is such a dumb... What a dumb fucking sentence. What does that mean? We have a bunch of different paths? Why these guys... What? Seriously, though, what happened to the blue no matter who shit? Oh, yeah. I mean, they basically make it sound like he's expendable. Like this race isn't important. Like winning the seat's not a big deal. You know, if you get a guy in there who's, you know, anti-Israel. I mean, Chuck, we need to get Chuck out. Like, and at this point, we need people to start, like, signing petitions in Congress and, like, well, not, like in the Senate to take this guy down as leader, because he cannot be leader anymore. This guy, he's done. He's been done. And it's just getting worse and worse as the general goes on. What happened to all the fucking blue no matter who screaming that these people did over the last 10 plus years, more than that, decades of it, really.
But we have a whole bunch of different paths, Schumer said. Okay. Nathan J. Robinson points out, I never want to hear the phrase, vote blue no matter who, again. And he cites this. Abdul El Sayed's victory in Michigan's Democratic primary has complicated Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer's plans to help Democrats retake the Senate in November.
No. But here, I actually take the exact opposite, which is why I left this in here. Like, I take the exact opposite position of Nathan. I love Nathan. Don't get me wrong. I think he's got a lot of great thoughts going around in that brain of his. But I take the exact opposite position. Like, this, I believe that this is the time to throw it in their faces. Not to claim you're sick of this statement, but to throw it back in their face, because we've been all hearing this for so long that we are the ones who should be screaming it, right? Like, the hypocrisy thing, not, like, you know what I mean? Like, it needs to be reversed onto them, not for us just to point it out, right? And then just, you know, do you see what I'm saying here? Like, I really think that we need to be the ones screaming blue no matter who, now that they're playing these kinds of fucking games. Right, it's nonsense. The fact that he can say these kinds of things, we got a bunch of different paths to the fucking. It's one path. It's one path. Through winning as many seats as possible. And it's not just that. The fact is I'm sick of these people talking in these sort of automatically what's the word? I can't, god damn it. Conciliatory sort of frameworks, right? It's like, oh, all we need is 51. No, I want 60. Trump is at historic lows right now, and if these fucking dinosaurs would get off their fucking asses and do something right now, we could maybe get there. You know, we can get crazy. Right? Like, we really can. Trump is at historic lows, and you got 90% of the people running in the general election who are all Trump loyalist bootlickers. We should be shooting for 60. Whether or not we can get there, I don't care. I mean, like, I do care. It would be important on so many levels, right? When you think about it, if you have any actual consideration or any concern to take Trump out of power, right? But they don't. They don't. They're automatically conceding in all these places because they refuse to do what needs to be done. They refuse to endorse the people that they need to. And rather than fighting it in the party, they should be embracing the energy in the party. And if they stay this way, the primaries are over. Okay? I mean, they're not quite over. I take that back. Massachusetts is still in there. You got New Hampshire, Delaware. It's like 8 races or something. Okay? The primaries are over. This is not the attitude of winners. Okay? This is not the attitude of winners. When you're looking at the field right now, it should be extreme confidence being exuded by Democrats. And yet they sound like they're ready to lose. It's deeply disturbing. Exactly. Suck it up and fight. Exactly. Suck it up and fight. It's general time. The primary fights are over. No more bickering. You guys have been telling us blue no matter who for decades. And now you're like all of a sudden like, oh, but what about this Muslim guy who says he wants to stop funding Israel? Not okay. Too late. That argument didn't play in the primary. So shut the fuck up and get on board. Blue no matter who. None of this wishy-washy nonsense. He literally said at the beginning of Trump's term that he was not going to stop fighting. He would not rest and he would not fight until Trump's agenda was defeated. Oh, this is the time, the midterms, and he's laying on his back. Just waiting for somebody to save him or something. I don't know.
You know, the Democratic leader, Chuck Schumer. So Washington Post has an article that outlines this. And I must say, I read through the whole article. It's literally like, it's a lot of concern trolling. It's a lot of like, Abdul better fall in line. Abdul better, you know, start saying the right things when it comes to Israel. Like, what are we talking about here? Don't be an extremist. You know, you better reel it in a little bit. It's almost like a warning, like, hey, you need to get a little more pro-Israel, or we're going to do like even more hit jobs on you. That's what it sounds like. And also there's like, you know, big money Zionist Democrat donors who have already abandoned because of Abdul, and they talk about that. But it's a lot of concern trolling. And
you know, absolutely. It's because they have interests they are trying to serve right now that aren't the American people. As a result, they are just fighting this shit tooth and nail. We have to drag them. We have to drag them. We have to out scream and out yell them. Blue no matter who. Like, seriously. Like, this is, if we want to compare it to the Tea Party moment, right? Even though it's a very reductive comparison, there was a lot of yelling back then. It might be time for us to start yelling. Not gonna lie. Because these guys they have their hands off of the wheel right now, and we are heading into the general election. And as somebody who's been talking about these primary elections all year, we didn't do that just to fucking screw it all up as we come into the general, okay? We're not just going to give up. Not going to allow these guys to just give up, you know? Like, they're the ones with all the resources and all these other things. They shouldn't be sitting around picking and choosing which Democrats to help based upon, you know, some sort of desire to hamper back an ideological change happening within the electorate. I think that's deeply undemocratic when you think about it. It's very frustrating. Chuck Schumer just wants a rotating villain. Exactly. But that is the problem. We can't play that game. Playing that game gets us the Trump administration that we have right now. The fascist, the fascism. That one. Absolutely right, though. Thank you, Columbia Regan. Thank you for the sweet, sweet super chat. Appreciate you. All right, we're not done yet, though. The former DNC, not head, but a former DNC official went on to Fox News. Let's see what he had to say. Over here with, oh God, what's her name? Oh my God, my brain just broke. Oh, she got a weird ass, I cannot think of her first name right now. Oh, Harper. I think it's Harper.
Quote, DSA candidates don't represent my party. Jose Aristimuño, a former deputy national press secretary for the Democratic Party, told Fox News anchor Harris Faulkner on Monday that he hopes Abdul El-Sayed loses his bid for the U.S. Senate in Michigan come November, despite being a Democrat. So notice, Fox News is vacuuming up all of these Zionist asshole Democrats. We're basically, going to Fox News to tell them what they want to hear. Believe you me, when the Democratic Party correctly gets taken over by people who are anti-genocide, these people are all going to become Republicans. They are all going to become Republicans. Wajahat Ali says, glad they're not hiding it. Would rather lose than give a progressive a chance. And El-Sayed isn't DSA. That's correct. He's not in DSA. He just has policies that are, loosely affiliated with them. Some of the biggest ones like Medicare for All, for example. And by the way, Wajahat Ali's coming on Crystal Kyle and Friends this week, so sign up. But it's just insane. All right, now how about this one? Ready? Quote, I can never support Abdul El-Sayed because I remember 9/11. What the fuck are we talking about? So who's this? A C-SPAN caller who voted for Haley Stevens as former Biden staffer, Michael...
That is a deeply deranged statement. I could never support Abdul El-Sayed because 9/11. Because 9/11. Because Muslims did 9/11. Like, that's how people see it. They blame all Muslims. It's fascinating, white people do crimes all the time, right? Like, white Christians do crimes all the time, terrorism and whatever else. But, the entire white populace is never painted with that brush, right? Like, white people get to do crimes, and they're doing them individually. While everybody else, you do a crime and you're representing the ethnicity, right, that you may be, right? That is basically where it's at. It's like, oh, I remember 9/11 that one time, so how could I vote for a Muslim?
So, why he appears to be working to elect Republicans now, and LaRosa responds by launching into an unhinged anti-Muslim tirade about 9/11. So first of all, this guy, he worked for, like, Jill Biden. Like, why the fuck should anybody care what you have to say? You were like an aide to the wife of the president. Like, he's doing...
You say that a must-win state like Michigan has an unfit candidate in El-Sayed for Senate. And I can see you saying that maybe in the run-up. I didn't vote for Saeed. I voted for Stevens. And it's okay. You could have promoted her as well. But now that we're down to the general, and are you trying to get Democrats not to vote for him? You can have your own personal views, which is fine, if you don't like El-Sayed and others. But as a Democratic strategist coming on a national program, I think that's totally unacceptable. And I think that you're doing a disservice.
Fuck yeah.
Let me just say...
Fuck yeah, dude. I mean, that caller deserves a medal, okay? This is exactly what I'm talking about. We need to get loud. We need to start yelling at these people and saying blue no matter who. You guys have been telling this for this long, and you're coming on as a Democratic strategist and playing these fucking games and telling us to not vote for the Democratic candidate in the Senate? Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Get out of here. Get out of here. We're done. We're done. Like I said, get the elephants out of the tent, right? We're in a circus tent. Okay? And they're calling people like us clowns. But you know what? You can fit a hell of a lot of clowns in one car. but not that many elephants in one tent. And we got way too many of these fake-ass Democrat Republicans running around here pretending to care, pretending to be part of all of this when they are not. They should not be in the tent. And I am sick of people like that. The caller is 100% right. Like I said, deserves a medal. Columbia Regan, also another super chat. And Crotchy with a galactic message highlight. Congratulations on getting remonetized. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Appreciate that very much. Unk alert for 440 joules. Oh no. Who's just got an unk alert? Who was that for? Was that me? Was I doing unk-like things? Just a reminder to everyone, I appreciate all those donations, but we still got to complete the galactic deficit, and your money goes furthest right now, galactically speaking, in places like Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. We still got to pay these bills before the end of the month comes up. Every dollar counts. If 1/3, this is a great statistic, if 1/3 of galactic subscribers on YouTube donated a single dollar between now and the end of the month, that would solve it. It's really all it would take. 1 in 3 viewers. Single dollar. Earth dollar. People can call you Unk. People call me Unk because I've been an uncle since I was 10 years old. I was an accident baby. I have siblings that are like twice my age now at this point. Or not quite. But they were much, much older than me. And I've been an uncle since I was like in the single digits. It's weird. So I've always had Unk-like vibes at a young age because I had to be the the grown-up. I had to be a role model for slightly younger children. Queer Society, thank you for the well wishes on Twitch. I hope you've had a good day as well. All right, now to the man with his own derangement syndrome now. Hassan Piker. Talk about some other races. Now, of course, this guy is almost certainly going straight to the House of Representatives. Chris Robb, who took it down in Pennsylvania's, what was it? 20th? No. 3rd. Why did I think it was the 20th? In Pennsylvania's 3rd, Chris Robb here on Face the Nation. Making a lot of strong points.
But when he says that socialism is a failed experiment, what's your response to that?
He cooked here, by the way.
Well, I imagine he supports Social Security. In a purely capitalistic free market system, we would have no Social Security. We would have no Medicare. We would have no Medicaid. We would have no public education. We would have no interstate highway system. We would not have firefighters. These things are things that are brought to us by different views that have molded us into the nation we are today. It's not one thing. This is not a purely capitalistic society. There's capitalism in China, in Finland, everywhere. Like, this is something that we have to understand is a mixture.
Yeah, Chris Robb was cooking over here on CBS. He had quite the talking points here. He really shut it down. He's like, look, America is not just capitalist. It's not just free markets. If it was, it would be even worse than it is right now. And it's absolutely freaking right. Our history includes all sorts of different programs and ways of governance, regulations, and or lack thereof. It's a tapestry.
is an evolution. Pure capitalism has never worked. Communism is not something that we've seen effectively work.
This part was really interesting. He doesn't say communism has never worked. He says communism is not something that we've seen effectively work, leaving the door open.
What are we doing to make sure that we are moving in the right direction, though? That we are transforming this nation so that it can take care of.
Is that even true, though? Like, what was not effective about the USSR? I mean, there was plenty of excesses, plenty of failures, deep state-induced paranoia. Like, you have to be a little bit more balanced about this stuff, okay? It's just, I don't know. I'm not like Mr. It was a degenerated worker state or anything, but, like, I think it's important to acknowledge what some of the failures of collectivization were, especially given the limitations at the time.
Yeah, I mean, Hassan is absolutely right. Like, you can't just stand communism, you know, without at least being like open to some of the, at least discussing the criticisms of its implementation. In some cases, it has had issues. Of course, the United States has done a hell of a lot to try and ensure that to be the case across the world, which is another aspect of this that we can't ignore, right? But it's disingenuous, and I think people read it as such to not at least be capable of criticizing it. But it's that criticism that makes the criticism of the capitalist system that I think like, how do you say this? Like when you are making these criticisms of the capitalist status quo in the United States, like, and you know, making these sorts of suggestions, like, you have to be able to at least say that in some cases it hasn't worked, and be able to look at why it hasn't worked, and be like, look, this is going to be better than that because we've already thought this through, right? Like, and that's the thing. Like, otherwise people are gonna be like, oh, well, have you thought about this at all, or what? Like, for instance, like, I've personally criticized, like, the Cultural Revolution part of, you know, of Mao and all this stuff on a number of occasions, right? Because I think that is the part that honestly gets the most, like, like, fervent criticism oftentimes, but, like, then ignored. And it's just like, oh, that was just a result. Or, like, it's like, the claim is that that was the result of, like, collectivism, but it's not. That was an ideological choice, a rejection of the West, and a number of other things that basically, I mean, China has completely, like, gotten rid of now at this point, right? Like, they've recognized that there's failures with some of that stuff.
Our first trillionaire, and we still have veterans who are unhoused.
You know, our news poll out this morning shows that most Democrats have a positive view of socialism, but among all Americans overall, just 35% do. You've made the argument here so far, but I'm curious, what do you do to try to win over skeptics, the 2/3 of the country?
You just pissed off the ultras in the chat? No, I don't think ultras give a shit. No.
Who doesn't think this is a good
No,
idea?
not the ultras.
Well, I wasn't running for socialism. I was running for the people of the 3rd Congressional District who want a fighter. And that's something that is more important than the labels that are used in polls, because the poll didn't define socialism. The poll didn't define capitalism. The poll didn't define free market system or free enterprise. It didn't do those. It polled on how people responded to labels that have been put into the ether without any context, historical, any analysis. And I think once you define these things, people can make more informed decisions.
It's always funny when...
Blam. I think I would have missed this one. I tend to skip a lot of, like, CBS stuff, but thanks to Hassan, I did wind up watching this Chris Robb interview, and it was remarkable. He crushed it. I mean, we could watch the whole thing, but we're not going to right now. But I mean, he just goes into it. I mean, he goes into the history, and he just smashes it. Makes it all sound very reasonable to a wide audience on CBS. I mean, that's big. That's Face the Nation. That's a lot. That's millions of eyes. Now to another race, one where the galactically approved DSA-backed candidate didn't win. One which has been talked about a lot recently. That is of last week in Wisconsin. Francesca Hong running for governor. There's actually been a fair amount of contentiousness I think within the sort of leftist space over all of this, including regarding endorsements. And I honestly, I think people have heard what my take is on this, but I think it's actually shifted slightly after listening to more people talk about this. But at least my take was originally, when we first talked about this sort of crushing loss in this state election in Wisconsin, half a point. I mean, it just, it just rubbed me the wrong way. I was upset. I was looking around at the state of play, looking at other races that we had won, and then who had endorsed in those races, and who had chose not to endorse Francesca. And I was just doing the math of it all and saying, one of these endorsements, two of these endorsements, at most, would have all been all she would have needed to get over the finish line. But one thing I've realized to some degree while like over the last week, sort of poring over it, is that I may have been missing some aspect of this. And I think I may have alluded to this at one point, but it is a statewide race. It's not a federal race, right? It's not in Congress. So there is a different dynamic here. And it's just, I think it's easy to look at it and be like, half a point. Could one of these endorsements have gotten over the finish line? And the answer is yes. But there's so many different factors in here. Not just the state-federal distinction, but also the fact that she was also polling crazy. Right, this was one of the only, sure there had been one, vis-a-vis Abdul in the week before it, but, this was one of these polling results versus real-world results where there was just such a huge gulf between the two of them. It is for me, I started thinking, well, why would anybody have felt like she needed the endorsement when she was up 20 points? But granted, there was a lot of maneuvering that happened by the establishment, which I think absolutely led to this. Anyway, though, let's get into it, starting here, Bituation Room.
And what do you make of this, the idea that the lack of an AOC Bernie endorsement in the Francesca Hong, Wisconsin gubernatorial race, could have made a difference, because I think you're seeing that a lot, and I think there's a good argument to be made on kind of both sides. Bernie Sanders saying that, look, they only have so much capacity. AOC famously, on the Sunday show saying that, she's not endorsing really in other races, mostly focused on New York and the Congress, and kind of that's about it. What are your thoughts, since that was such a razor thin race?
Well, I think governor's races are even more acceptable for AOC and Bernie to not weigh in on. I think there are other instances where I wish that she would weigh in, but it seems like she is kind of confining herself more to New York. It's interesting that she and Zoran Mamdani are in New York's elections had a coordinated strategy that was so obvious to me from the outset, but finally there was a Politico write-up about it that explained what they were doing so people can actually digest it. But they were, Zoran endorsed Brad Lander, and then two DSA candidates, Brad Lander plus obviously Daria Liza Avila Chevalier in New York 13 were challenging incumbents, and then Claire Valdez was in an open seat but taking on Velasquez's protege, essentially, in Reynoso. That was also would have been first of all, Velasquez was I think the first Puerto Rican woman to serve in Congress and was AOC's.
Anyway, I'll try and sum up what I think Emma's take was here, but she doesn't blame Bernie. She doesn't blame AOC for not endorsing here. Basically is taking the stance that, you know, it first off, it's their choice, but also that it was a calculation focusing on federal races rather than state races. And I can honestly, like I was saying, I can honestly, to some degree, understand that calculation. Although I just want everybody to go balls to the wall, these primaries. I wanted everybody to, I guess, really in post because they're basically done. But, you know, I guess, like, I had certain expectations going into this, but there was no coordination between me and any of these people. And you know, it's a political calculation that is being made that I might not agree with, but I understand, right? Like, I understand the calculation. I would have preferred a different one, but you do have to consider political capital. Whoops.
Put her over the top, but I will say that the people saying that, oh, it's actually AOC and Bernie endorsements that make the difference, not DSA, they're getting it all wrong.
Yeah.
DSA elevated her floor to the point where she almost pulled this off.
Yeah.
Yes,
for
AOC
sure.
endorsements could have put it over the top, but they didn't. And she needed more legitimacy, but the electability arguments really, really hurt her at the end. And this is a rare instance where I can see the argument from some of the more establishment Democrats on that front, just because of some of her past rhetoric, even though I would have loved if she won that primary.
I mean, yeah, I guess I feel you, and I disagree. I'm not someone who's like, Bernie and AOC would have made the difference. I think had she lost by more, I might not be as swayed. The fact that she lost by so little makes me feel, and again, and people who are pissed off at me for supporting Tom Steyer, suck my dick. But like, this is like, I do think that gubernatorial races are deeply important. I think it matters. We are facing, you know, a neoliberal hellhole when Javier Becerra becomes not just an incompetent, but a pro-corporate Democrat here and leader of this state.
Yeah, and the fact is like I'm on the fence about this. The fact is we're all playing, you know, Monday morning quarterback here. Game's over. So, like, honestly, it's not like we can't go back and change any of this. The fact is Francesca is absolutely right. I'm on the fence here, right? Like, I can understand both sides of this completely. Like, I started on the Francesca end here, right? Like, and so if anything, I'm just moved from being just full Francesca here to like the middle of the road on this, because like honestly, both arguments have salience to me. Like, but like, it's just like right now we can't go back and solve it. We can't go back, but she's absolutely right. On a statewide basis, it is important. It's a different part of our government, but it's a necessary and intrinsic part, right? Like when you have somebody like a J.B. Pritzker in Illinois, right? Like doing what he's doing, you know, trying to help, you know, in the fighting against ICE and holding ICE accountable and whatever else that he gets into, which is a lot, right? It's helping the state, but also the movement, because it's showing that there are people who can stand up, who can be effective as leaders that are left of center, right? Or like, it's just like, you just need people. Of course, JB's maybe not the best example. I just like pulling up examples of people, but like the point is like having somebody in a statewide executive position is deeply important, right? Because they're the ones who run the state police and like all sorts of other systems within the states that could at some point like be, you know, not just at some point, but are in fact infecting people on a statewide basis, is always within coordination with the federal government, obviously. But it's like, that's that state coordination that can be very important, as well as, you know, just the internal state stuff. Like, you know, like Francesca's saying, for places like California now, where they're going to have Becerra, who sucks. The fact is, we just gotta keep trying to push as much as possible, not let any individual loss cause us to lose hope. You know, it's a process. Democracy, literally a process, takes time. And when it comes to movements like this, we can't expect to just win overnight. Now, without some massive societal shift that, you know, or like, you know what I mean? Like some sort of like huge moment of impetus, like you're not going to see just overnight changes, you know, without like mass involvement. And we still don't have, that's the last piece of it to some degree, in my opinion. We still have a huge portion of the populace that are disaffected, disenchanted, and or removed, self-removed from the process. We have to somehow engage and make democracy relevant and meaningful to. This will be the last of the Francesca Hong autopsies, perhaps ever.
Francesca Hong loses by half a point. What do you tell us what went on there?
Sure. Francesca Hong, who I think probably your listeners are pretty familiar with, is a state representative from Madison, very progressive, a member of Democratic Socialists of America, and she's been really kind of the dynamic progressive legislator for a number of years. She got into the governor's race as a real outsider. The thinking was that, you know, she would raise the flag and maybe, you know, mount an interesting ideas-based campaign. What happened was twofold. She worked harder than anybody else and did a really remarkable campaign at the grassroots in every corner of the state. Small towns, farm country, big cities, you know, urban neighborhoods, built this amazing coalition and started to take off. Even then, the party leadership didn't take her very seriously. And then something amazing happened. All of the prominent contenders in the race ran into some kind of trouble or another. The sitting lieutenant governor, who was sort of, you know, pretty much the insider choice, ran into huge financial problems, had to quit her race. The former lieutenant governor ran into troubles, had to quit his race. The head of economic development for the state, who was supposedly going to have a lot of support from business, had to quit her race. And suddenly you ended up in a situation a few weeks ago where A, Francesca Hong had a great campaign going, really strong grassroots campaign, and B, she, you know, her opponents had sort of stumbled all over the place.
Yeah, and this is the part of this that I think is like why I'm on the fence, willing to give to both sides on this one. Those who are willing to give, you know, room for Bernie and the AOC on who they decide to endorse, and those who feel slighted by this. Like, because here's the thing, like, really, like, she seemed to have this in the bag. We were all talking about it like she had it in the bag. Like, really, I mean, I going into this, like, almost missed how this sort of, like, insidious re-entry into the race from David Crowley, right? Like, I almost completely missed that because we were so caught up in how well she'd been doing and how all of her opponents were dropping out of the race. And it was just, it felt like it was another Michigan, right? You know, Mallory McMorrow dropping out, like, right? Like these, it was the same series of events that had led to Abdul winning, right? Where it just felt like this is happening. Like, there's no reason to even worry about it, right? And like, yes, I do think that a Bernie endorsement probably would have gotten her over the finish line, that extra 0.5%. But 3 weeks before it, she was polling at 20 points ahead of everybody else. We thought everything was good, locked.
And so it started to look like she really had a significant chance to win this thing. And at that point, the governor of the state, Tony Evers, who is a relatively center-left governor, he's very well liked, but he was retiring, Democratic governor, suddenly said, I'm pulling one of the candidates who withdrew from the race, Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley, back into the race. I'm going to tell him, hey, if you get back in the race, I'll endorse you and campaign with you. They did that barely 2 weeks ago, less than that. And then they hit the trail, and Evers really campaigned incredibly hard for Crowley.
Yeah. And is this aspect of it, like listening to this, like I really, like today, I really wanted to talk about this because, it's more than a week since this happened. And we've all had more time to think about this. And it was this one, I think, that was the most revealing. It was, John Nichols on Sam's on Majority Report over here, sort of laying out what had happened in the last few weeks of the race. That I think for people like me who are covering more national and global stories, like even though I was so deeply focused, even though I'm a person who was like really focused on the primary elections, had completely missed it because there's all these other things we're talking about. And since I'm not in Wisconsin, I'm not on the ground, I'm not like watching, I'm like, there's certain things I'm just missing. Like, I'm not, I think it's possible that, I think it's totally fair to assume that a lot of people sort of weren't aware of what was happening on the ground for like 2 weeks or whatever it was. That's not a long period of time, like to pick up on some sort of thing happening. If you're not in the state, you're not watching, Wisconsin local news like a hawk, you might completely miss something like that. I did. I know I did. Speaking of races, lost races of old, I think we should go here. CBS News. And talk about the 2016 election. And a new book out by, which I found fascinating, basically like a centrist Democrat, titled How Democrats Screwed Bernie. That's right, this new book apparently details how the party establishment tanked Bernie Sanders in 2016, a man who clearly should have been president, rather than the douchebag that we have now. Last 12 years could have been very different. Major Garrett. Doing more journalism. he's the last. I've been saying this. It's been getting it's like hitting a fever pitch now. Major Garrett is like he's the last journalist left at CBS. I can't believe Barry hasn't taken this show out yet.
Welcome back. In a new book, the chief strategist for Bernie Sanders' 2016 presidential campaign argues the party establishment conspired to prevent Sanders from capturing the nomination. The title sort of gives it away. How the Democrats Screwed Bernie. I spoke to its author, Tad Devine, earlier today, and here's some of our conversation. Tad, I promise we'll get to the book in a second, but in the here and now, what is happening in the Democratic Party? Is it an identity crisis? Is it a hard left versus regular left?
I'm staying
schism?
in the race. I don't think there is a schism like that. I think what's happening is people are very frustrated right now, and they want someone who starts to talk to them about the issues of their lives. The issue is they can't afford anything. There's no opportunity. Yeah, everything's crushing down on them. They've got a government that's dysfunctional, and there are very powerful voices out there that are talking about new ideas and new plans to, make things work better again. I don't think the Democratic Party is nearly as divided as people think it is. I think, and what's happening.
Okay, hold on. We don't need this whole thing. Like I said, this guy is something of a centrist. But I found it fascinating that a centrist Democrat like this guy, sort of neoliberal individual, wrote this book about the Democratic, how the DNC screwed Bernie. I just found this to be fascinating and so validating. It's like, oh, even the neolibs are accepting that this was completely undemocratic thing that happened 10 years ago.
You know, as the evidence mounted, you know, in terms of these allegations against him, it became clear to people that this is something that, you know, probably is more likely to be true than not true.
So there is an establishment versus non-establishment dynamic going on,
Sure
and that's
there
one
is.
of your gripes in your book.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm
So
not
talk
saying
to-
the establishment doesn't exist.
Right.
Yeah.
So talk to me about
Yeah.
that and what that is, what that thing is actually about. The Democratic establishment. What does that mean to you? Why does it send the party in erroneous ways, and why does it need to be toppled?
Well, listen, I used 2016 as a case study of what happened. And that establishment then really controlled the party and the way it picked our nominee for president. And it imposed a set of rules that made it almost impossible for someone who wasn't part of the establishment to be the
Who
nominee.
wasn't Hillary Clinton?
That's right. Basically, they had decided Hillary Clinton was going to be the nominee before anyone voted. And not only did they have a set of rules that favored her, they also did things like, for example, make the Democratic National Committee, you know, a partner of one of the campaigns. I mean, and you know, and this stuff isn't just.
I just want to hear that one more time.
That favored her enormously. They also did things like, for example, make the Democratic National.
No, wait,
that
sorry,
favored
slightly further back.
For someone who wasn't part of the establishment to be the
Who wasn't
nominee.
Hillary Clinton?
That's right. Basically, they had decided Hillary Clinton was going to be the nominee before anyone voted. And not only did they have a set of rules.
The DNC decided that Hillary Clinton was going to be the nominee before anyone voted. That's deeply undemocratic. This is literally what we were saying back then, and have said. The cries have grown quieter and quieter over the years, I feel like, as this fades in the distant memory, but I felt like drawing this all back up again because we won. We did it. We did it. It was true. We were always right. They literally stole the election. I gotta read this book. It seems like there's been a lot of polling errors lately. Yeah, I agree. Yes, of course. Yes, I agree. Of course. I do agree. There's been a bunch of polling errors. I mean, that's just factual. And, well, it's not quite what you said. Sorry. The message just kind of... Yeah, oh, right. Yeah. It's interesting how these polling errors have been working. I don't want to assume any nefariousness, but... could be. I think what's more likely is the late push of this re-entered candidate and the obsession over her goddamn Thanksgiving comment that went all over the internet. That, like, it's just so ridiculous. It's not, she wasn't campaigning on ending Thanksgiving. It's something she said years ago, and they were just like, people just lost their shit. And it's just, God, people are just too simple, you know? like I hate to say it, people are just too simple sometimes. Like they gotta look past these sorts of nonsensical things. First off, a governor can't cancel Thanksgiving. Okay, she's not running for president. You know, she's not running for Senate. She's a governor. It's a federal holiday. The governor can't cancel a federal holiday. It's just literally not in their power to do that. It doesn't make any sense, but I do actually think that affected people. I hate that, but like they were literally, from what I understand, like the Democratic, David Crowley and Mike Rogers or whoever, I can't remember, was not Mike Rogers, the other guy, Evers. They were apparently repeating that. Like it was Fox News who I think first got a hold of the Thanksgiving thing, but then they started running with it. It's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
Debbie Washman Schultz is a jerk. I know. That's why I'm so sad about Oliver Larkin losing. Not Oliver. Elijah. Wait. Wait, who was up? Yeah, Elijah. About Elijah losing, both of them, honestly, Elijah and Oliver. Jared Moskowitz is almost as bad as Debbie, but honestly, Debbie's involvement in the 2016 election and the stealing of it for Hillary, I'll never forgive her for that. And it's this that like proved it to me that I was actually right. I was like, oh, yep, called it. As somebody who was at those Bernie rallies, who voted for the man, I was just like, yeah, no, that's wrong. We watched just an unprecedented amount of energy get put behind a candidate, and then the Democratic establishment forced down our throats a woman who could not fill a high school gymnasium. Literally. All right. Do I do this clip too? How are we doing on time? 2 hours in. We already completed the galactic content goal, which is a beautiful thing. By the way, thank you for the 2 bones on Cash App. Did I eat already? Because you need to eat. I do. I did-ish. I ate a half a bagel. So, doing pretty good when you think about it. A whole half a bagel, it's like a feast. But yeah. Thank you for the 2 bones. This is what I'm saying. A couple bucks at a time from a third of our viewers. Less than a third. If it was $2 at a time, it would be a sixth. What is that? 350? Something like that. But like if it's $1 per person, 700 people out of the thousands that watch the stream, supposedly. Follow and or subscribe on Twitch and or YouTube. It's unfortunate that we don't get the money immediately from Twitch and our overlords over at YouTube. I don't know what do you figure they do with the money while they hold on to it for over a month? While they're collecting it, they're very generously collecting it, aggregating it for us, accumulating it. It was to pay out weeks after the month is over. It's just a weird system that I don't appreciate very much. I feel like doesn't do much, but probably at one time. Like I made the claim long ago that this system must have arisen from like some CEO or like some higher up going, you know what we should do to increase revenue this quarter? We should hold on to all the earnings for our creators over at YouTube. There'll be like billions of dollars. It's gonna make the earnings report look super sick. And so for one quarter, like they probably had really good numbers. And then everything, they just, you know what I mean? That then changed nothing for the rest of eternity, but made one quarter look good for YouTube. It shitified everything for everyone who creates and does attempts to earn a living here, but made things better for YouTube for one quarter, one time. I'll bet. That's just my guess. I could be wrong, but like a bunch of cash on hand all of a sudden looks good to investors. It just, I'm just saying. All right, let's go here to Zateo. Really quickly. Because Maddie talked to Bernie Sanders this week.
Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong, who had been leading in the polls, lost narrowly in Wisconsin's Democratic gubernatorial primary. Still,
I forgot. There's multiple topics in this, and one of them includes Francesca Hong. I lied. That's my bad. I'm not perfect.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I've made mistakes. But this is actually the last Francesca Hong video ever. Well, not ever, but till next election cycle.
He would argue that the seeds for this clear leftist revival that we're seeing here in the US right now were planted back in 2016 by Senator Bernie Sanders when he first ran for president. And the senator from Vermont joins me now to discuss these election results. Senator Sanders, thank you for joining me. I've been interviewing you, I checked, on and off for nearly a decade now.
That's a brag. That's a brag. You can't lie. Nobody, don't even try me. You know it's a brag. You know, like, Betty's like, he's an OG. So much green in the chat. It's lovely to see. It's a sea of green in the Galactic chat. So many sweet, sweet members. All with their names highlighted. And verdant membiness.
Although it's your first time on Zateo, so welcome. Thank you for joining us. I feel like this is the first time in a decade of interviewing you where I'm interviewing you and it feels like you have won the argument on the big issues at home and abroad. If not with the American public, then certainly with the Democratic Party base. Is that how it feels to you right now?
I think it does, but it's not me winning the argument. It's the American people understanding that you have an economy that is rigged, working people struggling to put food on the table, billionaires getting richer, people saying that's not right. And on top of that, a campaign finance system which is corrupt. Who in their right mind, who believes in democracy, thinks it's appropriate for billionaires to spend unlimited amounts of money?
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I forgot where the part in this clip that I wanted is. And so we're gonna have to go to the next one. It's like 20 minutes, and I was multitasking when I was listening to this earlier, and I cannot for the life of me. And we're not, you know, like we've heard a lot of Bernie. Suffice to say, I think this was vindicating for both him and a lot of Bernie supporters from over the years. This 2016, this book coming out. But also, all these wins that we've been seeing. Now, Mehdi did ask him about the Francesca Hong situation, and he said he was focusing on the federal elections in Congress. But let's move on to other election stuff. Stolen elections. But this next clip is not involving actions of the DNC or of the RNC or of any political party, but of one deranged, delusional influencer who last week, was it last week? I think it actually may have been 2 weeks ago now. When was Minnesota? Someone remind, when was Minnesota's election again? Was it last week? Why can't I remember? Where's my, there it is. Minnesota 11th. It was last week. Yeah. So last week, one deranged individual, a Republican conservative influencer, decided to, well, I'm trying to think, how do you put this? Get as racist as possible with his elections coverage, and really misguided when it all comes down to it. Sounds like he may have committed election crimes while trying to prove that Minnesota does election crimes, specifically for one group of people. You'll be shocked to see how this right-wing idiot decided to try and make his point. Here's CBS News from yesterday.
An undercover video could land a handful of activists in legal trouble. Members of the group, once known as Project Veritas, pretended to be Minnesota voters during the primary. CBS News Minnesota reporter Esme Murphy has.
This guy is a real piece of shit. He's a real piece of work. I mean, what kind of dumbass, gets his boy, dresses him in a burqa, and then, gets the equal and opposite outfit here, and then goes traipsing around Minnesota trying to do election fraud. Like, this guy is a lunatic. These guys need help. Like, serious help.
You have a mental health problem.
In legal trouble. Members of the group, once known as Project Veritas, pretended to be Minnesota voters during the primary. CBS News Minnesota reporter Esme Murphy has more.
The video begins with members of the Florida group now calling themselves the Citizens Justice League in what they call Muslim costumes, using fake accents and claiming to be Minnesota voters.
The Citizens Justice League. Yeah, now what's interesting about that is there is some justice in this story, but I don't think it's the kind of justice that James O'Keefe was expecting.
It's about the vouching program, yeah? If I vouch for them, registered, but they are not registered, that's okay, that's fine. Can I bring 5 more from up to 8 people?
Minnesota's 53-year-old voucher law is intended to help people who just moved here vote. It allows a registered voter to vouch that someone lives where they say they do. The law does not allow people to impersonate real Minnesota voters.
Yeah, so these guys tried to impersonate a real Minnesota voter, as it turns out. And I believe that Minnesota voter eventually found out because of this guy's viral videos. Where does this go? Oh, it's like right after this. Okay, yeah. The shit is this whole thing is just deranged.
The vote, the name is William.
The last name?
Pomerantz.
And does that look correct?
Can you say your name for us?
Will Pomerantz.
Exactly. There is voter fraud. You're right, Paul. There is, in fact, voter fraud, but it's this guy. The one instance of voter fraud in Minnesota was this guy. This lunatic.
Your name is Will Pomerantz.
Yes.
This is the real William Pomerantz, who on Election Day kept getting odd messages.
I actually had a student contact me that had showed me what was online about my identity being misrepresented. So that was pretty much a shock.
The group members did not go ahead with voting illegally.
Kudos to the poll workers. They reported it afterwards, and frankly, I got to vote that evening without a problem. So the voting process in my mind works. So
yeah. So, James O'Keefe over the Citizen Justice Project, or whatever it's called, tried to illegally vote in the name of an actual Minnesota voter, doing a deeply racist impression. I'm okay with people doing impressions of, real people. But, when you're just doing, a vague, you're just I'm doing a fake Muslim guy, and I'm sticking somebody in a burqa and pretending to be Muslim, you go fuck yourself. That's fucked. That's definitely crossing a line. You don't do this. Don't do this. Just the premise of it is deeply deranged. And then the going through with the crimes is, all of these things. He could have honestly gotten away with, not gotten away with it, but, he could have done all this without the fucking, without the burqa, without the outfits and, the accent and all these other fucking things easily, right? He still would have been doing a crime, and he still probably wouldn't have been allowed to go ahead and do it. But, why he felt it necessary to do that is beyond me. The only thing I felt it added was, what is clearly, clickbait for racist right-wingers, right? It's oh, look, and I actually went, I think it was to his video of this, which I think is still up. But he's claiming it as a victory, even though he might be going to jail, right? They're investigating this guy now for attempted voter fraud, and he might go to jail. At least I think may very well have to face a day in court, multiple days in court potentially. This is a fairly serious crime that he's committed here. And it's all gone sideways for him. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that would happen. Oh, God, conservative election fraud. People are so misguided. No, but absolutely, Islamophobia, it's monetizable. You know, like this guy, represents a sect of society that have just deeply racist worldviews. And so, like in the comment section of this guy's video where he's claiming to have brought justice to Minnesota, all these people that are like, look, this is proof. Oh my God. Oh my God, they're just giving votes to Muslims in Minnesota. Stop the steal. Speaking of crimes.
Illegal.
Let's go to New York Federal Court. CTV News. And this one is crazy. We talked about this when it first happened last week, and I moved on very quickly from it without assessing what it was that was actually going on beyond the surface of what it was that I really did not delve all that deep into this story. It seemed like this was the end of it. And it very well may be, but in a way that's different than I was thinking. Because apparently, the plea in New York Federal Court last week of Luigi Mangione, now convicted killer of CEO of United Healthcare Brian Thompson, may have apparently avoided facing state charges as a result of double jeopardy. Here is CTV News 5 days ago.
All right, and back to breaking news coming out of a courtroom in New York City today, a high-profile murder case in which a top U.S. health executive, Brian Thompson, was gunned down outside of his hotel in the Big Apple. Man at the center of the trial, Luigi Mangione, today he admitted to a judge that, yes, he did kill Thompson, saying to the court simply, quote, "I shot Mr. Thompson." The shooting happened.
He did. He did do that. But we must delve deeper into the situation. Because, at least according to the experts, this plea deal may have in fact been evidence of the federal government's complete incompetence. It's just shocking. I was told we were going to get unbridled, unprecedented merit and competence under the Trump administration. We were going to get rid of the DEI, right? We were going to get rid of all the DEI, and that was going to solve it. All the government incompetence would be gone immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And yet...
She's a former federal prosecutor and president of the West Coast Trial Lawyers. Nyama, thanks for taking time for us today. Your thoughts on this breaking news?
Well, it's not surprising. It's been reported for a couple days now, but I think this will go down as a botched prosecution by the Department of Justice, and this is why. Normally, here in the United States, there's nothing prohibiting parallel state and federal prosecutions. It doesn't violate the double jeopardy clause of the U.S. Constitution. And there have been examples of this recently, Derek Chauvin for the murder of George Floyd, or going back to the officers that beat Rodney King in Los Angeles, where I'm sitting right now. But New York is unique. There is a special New York state law that says that an individual can't be prosecuted in New York state court in a second case arising from the same transaction or occurrence.
Yeah. So what has happened here is Luigi Mangione has apparently pled guilty to a lesser charge, a lesser federal charge, which may now give him the ability to challenge his facing higher state charges And this seems to all have been a result of the federal government, the DOJ, just completely screwing this up and allowing for this plea, a plea that apparently didn't even have a plea agreement attached to it, which is very unusual in the first place, I would point out. Usually a plea, even on, you know, smaller cases than this, would have some kind of agreement, oftentimes some sort of, you know, things attached to it or whatever else. Nothing. They just let this guy plea in open court, not knowing what was going to go down, and allowed this to go forward for these lesser charges, not realizing that they were in the state of New York, where you can't now charge him for more. You can't try him for more crimes. I mean, it's crazy. How did they not know this? It's because they're deeply incompetent, and they only put loyalists. The Trump administration has only put loyalists in these DOJ positions. All of the non-loyalists quit or were ousted from the prosecutor's office. Remember? It happened last year, over a year ago now. There was a mass exodus from the prosecutor's office in the Southern District of New York because they wouldn't bring charges against, God, who was it now? I can't even remember who it was. Oh my God, does anybody how did I forget what this is? Oh, I can't remember. It was some ridiculous trumped up charges against one of Trump's perceived enemies that had no grounds in reality, that wound up getting dismissed. I think it was Alina Habba who wound up being the one to fully screw the pooch on those charges. I just can't remember what the charges are now. But like everybody's gone over at the SDNY. You know, like, and they don't know, there's nobody in there who knows what they're doing. And they just gave Luigi Mangione a massive present. Just a giant present.
Free Luigi!
It's crazy. It is crazy. He will be getting jail time. That's right, Paul. But it will be significantly reduced if the arguments being levied by the defense are upheld on this double jeopardy defense in the state of New York. And it very well may be. It's not 100% clear what will happen, but the fact that that's even possible is pretty ludicrous when you think about it. Like they came into this, remember, they came into this asking for capital punishment, right? They came into this, you know, asking for the most severe punishment under our system, right? And all these other things, and now he might get off on life with parole. You know, 25 years with, you know, eventually seeing freedom. He's a young man, you know, as long as he stays on the right side of, you know, whatever, in jail, acts, you know, behaves well, he will probably see, if this defense holds up, he will probably see the outside. Okay, speaking of crimes, I forgot about this one for a second. We needed this today. We need this one. It's already been a crazy week. Let's go to Oklahoma, to a McDonald's of all places. The same place that, well, the same establishment, I guess you call, well, how do you, the same corporate parking lot Luigi Mangione was arrested in was another scene involving a very high-profile public official. Here's New York Post from yesterday.
I came up, I just got McDonald's.
737. You can have me on the missing child call.
Be done.
I get that, but I'm asking how you got to this McDonald's.
Well, just by I just drove here.
Now, this guy who just admitted to having driven to this McDonald's for a late night snack. It appears to be about 10:50 in the evening on August 14th, 2026. Just admitted to driving, who appears to be fairly intoxicated, is an individual by the name of Benjamin Lepak. Lepak? I don't know exactly how you say his name. Oh my god, they took his photo down on Wikipedia. This used to have a photo. I should upload a photo right now. I should upload a photo of this. There's no photo. We should upload this photo. Hold on. I'm screenshotting this. Look, I can have fun. Can't I have fun too? Can't I think I'm a Wikipedia editor. I think I can't remember if I'm still a Wikipedia editor or not. But I gotta try and I was approved as a Wikipedia editor a while back. And I really want to add that photo. I'm just not signed in. I can't remember what account. Oh, God. Oh, what account? Which email address is associated with Wikipedia? Screw it. I'll do it later. Point is, wait, hold on. Let me bring this back. Benjamin Lepak is the Secretary of State of the state of Oklahoma. And he got himself into a bit of a situation here with the police at a local McDonald's. On a real tough time.
Planning on driving back?
No. Look, guys. You want me to drive anywhere?
Okay. You got an ID on you? Can I say it real quick?
Yep.
Okay, hold on. We're not gonna watch this whole thing. I'm just gonna skip ahead a little. We already saw him admit that he drove here, and anybody who's ever seen somebody under the influence, it's pretty clear that Mr. Lepak has had a few, certainly more than he claims to have had. He says he had less than one beer. The officers on scene do seem to be a bit skeptical of his claims. This guy with this giant bag of McDonald's in his hand.
The St. John the Baptist. That's where I go to church.
Set your stuff down.
It was
Set your stuff down. Set your stuff down.
Why?
Set your stuff down.
Why though? Why though?
Last time I'm going to tell you, man.
I will.
I let you down? I'm sorry. Look, we gotta keep the show going, okay?
Face that window. You're under arrest.
Look, we gotta keep the show going, okay? I can't remember what email is associated with my Wikipedia account, so I can't sit here putting everything on hold. Don't get upset at me. I'm gonna try after the show. That's why I did the screenshot for later, so I don't forget. It's on my desktop, so I can't forget it. And so, I'll try and get in there when I can. It's an opportunity. I'm not just gonna let it go. Don't worry. Okay. Anyways, there's your government, Oklahoma. Your great Republican government. Yes, that's right. Ben Lepak is a Republican. He's a Republican. He was just at a church. He was just doing church stuff. He was just, according to him, he was just doing church stuff. Okay. Just got into the tabernacle, or whatever they call the place where they keep the wine. Staying on crimes. Moving on to this guy, who had a strange run-in with the Secret Service after an Instagram DM exchange.
A what now?
Yeah, it's a very strange situation that's actually getting a lot of attention on the interwebs. WAVY TV 10. Monday.
Welcome back. Are the feds in your DMs?
I get it.
From Isle of Wight County thinks so. After the
I get it. I get it. I get it. WAVY. Wavy, you see, with the 10, and he got a little wave. Oh, the jokes.
You are not funny.
Oh, God. Oh, boy. I am dying. The wordplay with the logo is killing me.
Service showed up to his door.
And the whole interaction was caught on camera and is spreading on social media. What were they investigating, and why did they visit this person? 10 on your side's Nick Broadway joins us with what we found out. Nick?
Aisha, Tom, Austin Connell owns a concrete business and posts about politics on social media. Earlier this year, one of his newer followers from Florida reached out to him on Instagram. They had friendly conversations. They even exchanged numbers at one.
I love that description. I would have just said a full-time concrete guy, part-time shit poster. Most days you can find him setting a concrete block for a foundation. But most evenings you can find him shitposting online about politics and such.
Then the Secret Service came knocking.
He was only a follower for a few weeks, but he reached out to me because I talk a lot about corruption in the government and all that, and just how it's just not the way it used to be.
Connell does not remember this follower saying anything extreme. Their conversation seemed pretty normal.
Messaged me and was just talking about how we should rally or do a protest or whatever, and he was telling me his own political opinions and beliefs and what. Hey, bro.
How much you want to bet this guy's a disaffected Trumpist?
And he was telling me his own.
Am I the only one who gets the vibe? I mean, I could be totally wrong, but I just get the sense, like the way he talks about certain things. Yeah, certain cues, but like he, like it's fascinating. This guy got a visit from the Secret Service over DMs, Instagram DMs.
Political opinions and beliefs and whatnot. Hey, bro, you seem like you like to shoot guns and do American, stuff. So, hey, why don't we, hang out and shoot guns and, drink a beer.
At one point, they exchanged numbers.
I only talked to this guy on the phone 2 times my entire life. Once was before Secret Service was there and once was after Secret Service was there. He was like, yeah, they're probably going to come see you too because they brought up your name.
Sure enough, officers with Secret Service and Isle of Wight County showed up earlier this month.
Trying to act all friendly and trying to get me to come outside and hang out with them. I chose not to simply because I just don't think they're trustworthy.
Situation. So the gentleman that you were going back and forth with online, obviously he raised a lot of concerns for us.
Pretty much harped on that, they protect Netanyahu. Sure. And he was also pretty much just trying to paint a picture of this guy in Florida being this horrible, guy.
He's almost speaking like he knows you.
They mentioned the other guy posting something about Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu during his visit to the U.S. Secret Service does protect foreign leaders when they're on U.S. soil.
I'm simply going to say that I don't know him. Okay. You're just simply an Instagram follower.
They asked Connell if he knew any of the other person's followers, if he knew anything about him, and asked if he believes in the Second Amendment. The officers made it clear they're not investigating Connell.
What is this then? What do you call this? It is a fascinating shakedown over here. Windows side shakedown from the feds. Oh God. 2 guys bonding over America and guns? Gets a visit from the Secret Service? Is this America?
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
I mean, you heard him say it, right? Like they found a common love of America and guns, and somehow that compiled with criticism for Benjamin Netanyahu led to the Secret Service showing up at multiple residences. Apparently, this is just the one that went viral. I mean, wow. Wow. I feel like it's stories like this that are if anything, going to continue to undermine the president's support. Because that guy, I mean, am I wrong? A dude, a dude like that, who finds friends via love of America and guns, sounds like a Trump voter, right? Am I the only one that hears that? Like, an America lover getting a visit from the Secret Service? Oh, God, the federal apparatus is being turned inwards on the white nationalists and such. I mean, I could be wrong. I shouldn't accuse him of being a white nationalist, but he seemed at least like a Republican. At the very least, like a former Trump voter. It's unfair for me to characterize him in that way. I wouldn't want to be slanderous. Try to be as accurate with my words as I can be when describing these sorts of situations with real people. He had Cuban links, though. That's a good point. But I don't know. Like, I don't feel like... I'm not saying that leftists don't love America, but they don't. I don't know if that's the identifying reason why any of us would any of us would point to as for why we became friends for things. I don't know. I could be wrong. I did notice the chain. Don't think I didn't pick up on that. But he was also wearing a Remington hat and divorced dad glasses. It was a myriad of different factors. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to rush to any. I shouldn't be rushing to too many conclusions on this guy. But I do, at the very least, think he's at least a one-time Trump voter. Cuban links plus white equals Matt. Is that a scientific fact? I've never heard that one. I'll have to ponder that.
It's science.
Speaking of science, tech-infused cameras have, of course, taken over our streets, watching us at all times. Just like apparently they are in our Instagram DMs. And there's been an uptick in vandalism incidents of flock cameras recently, which have been contributing to a debate over privacy in public places. Here's WRAL from 15 hours ago.
Automated license plate readers are gaining popularity nationwide. Companies like Flock and Axon leading the way.
Definitely not a big fan of flock cameras. I think they kind of like, I don't know, they're very like Orwellian, kind of like 1984.
The ALPRs are meant to be another public safety tool for law enforcement, but not everyone sees it that way. Lincoln PD is investigating a series of flock camera damage since the start of the year. Just recently, 2 more near the Lincoln airport were vandalized.
I think they usually do more harm than good. I'm not opposed to people taking them down, but it's vandalism, obviously. I'm not like gonna stop anybody if I would see something like that. Yeah.
And what's your worry with them?
I think it's just the kind of the system that they're hooked up to, like all the AI that's like connected to it, making decisions for people. I don't like that.
The city of Lincoln says right now there are no plans to take them down.
However, there are a lot of municipalities that have, in fact, been taking these things down, canceling contracts with Flock, and otherwise having a lot of views. I've been seeing a lot of town halls over these Flock cameras. And it is this, just like with the AI data centers, seems to be something of a bipartisan issue. Oh, now we're gonna deep dive 90s rap. I'll just say this. a lean back. Okay, how do we get here? From Cuban links to Fat Joe and Big Bun. Okay. Look, I can clearly see the 6 degrees of separation. How you got there. Makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense, chat. Not here to criticize. Just here to comment. That's my job. Speaking of comments, Trump had some comments about flock cameras in the Oval Office. Very brief response to a question from a reporter earlier today, I think. Nope, sorry, Monday.
There's a lot of debate right now about these license plate scanners that are going up across the country. They're called flock cameras. People are worried that the police might misuse them. Have you heard of them?
Yep.
What's your stance?
Well, it's being studied right now. You know, you have pros and cons, right? It's being studied right now. We'll have an answer sort of as to our views on it over the next couple of
We're looking at it. It's being looked into. It's not actually we're looking into it. It's being looked into. It's being studied. Who's studying it though? That's my question. Who's studying? Who's doing the studying is the question I'm asking. Just an innocent question. Because it's been the tech oligarchs mostly who've been studying themselves. And us studying them. Is the federal government doing? Maybe? Sort of vague, very quick comment from the president. Honestly, it's stuff like the flock cameras that he absolutely supports, but is struggling to come up with cohesive messaging on because the Republican base, right? Like, this is one of the few bipartisan issues in the country. But, like, you know, like the flock cameras, everybody hates them. Everybody, Democrats and Republicans hate them. I had more clips we could have gone through, but I decided to leave them out of the list. But, like, people are, like, very united on this issue in local communities, it would seem. And it does not seem to be along party lines in any sort of way. You see dudes in MAGA hats, and I'm trying to think of the reverse of that. I think I saw a MAGA hat and like somebody wearing a tutu at the same rally. Actually, now that I'm thinking back to it today, but it's just like, you know, like it's a very unifying issue, and so he's just trying to stay quiet on it because he's been the one to usher in this kind of stuff. Whether there's the flock cameras or the AI data centers, all of these things have been ushered in really under him. He greenlit the AI data center rush. He said, bring your trillions of dollars to build your data centers that will bring no jobs. He literally held like half a dozen press conferences about it at the beginning of last year. It's like the only economic activity the U.S. has been engaged in is just building data centers that we don't need. We already had enough. I think we've like more than tripled in new data center construction, the existing. It may be more than that, actually. I don't know the number. It's ridiculous. Like, it's gotten way out of hand that we just need to stop it. It's all to serve the purposes of the AI overlords. Same thing for the flock cameras, so that they can just continue to monitor us at all times. Now, of course, they keep running around with claims that those flock cameras reduce crimes. But it's not the only way to solve crimes. And a crime-ridden hellhole, at least according to the president, has apparently reached a record low murder rate, precipitously dropping faster, twice the national average. the great Maryland city of Baltimore. That's right. Trump's #1 most talked about crime having place is actually crushing it. Let's talk about it. NBC News for Monday.
We're back now with a striking reality out of Baltimore, a city that's faced repeated criticism from President Trump and from others over its high rate of crime, but now it's making headlines for the exact opposite. Baltimore had its lowest number of homicides through the first 6 months of the year, with just 60. That's down from 68 homicides over the same period last year, 88 the year before, and 142 back in the first half of 2023. That's a decrease even outpaced the national decline from 2019 to 2026.
Look at that, more than double the decrease in the nationwide average. Meanwhile, the president, of course, throughout all of this time, while the murder rate has been dropping, has been criticizing Baltimore at every turn for being crime-ridden, unredeemable. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit. Is this the spot that I wanted?
As we were getting ready for this interview, my team says that as city council president, you slashed the police budget by $22 million. But after you were elected mayor, you actually increased that same budget by $28 million. What did you learn and why did you change?
So it's not a change. I think this is something when folks have to get into the details. I didn't slash the budget by $22 million. I found $22 million in their budget that not even the sitting police commissioner, who will become my police commissioner at the time, knew what the money went to. No one will allow any organization to operate like that. And in fact, what I did was in units that we didn't really need to help us meet our consent decree reforms by putting people back into patrol cars so they could police their communities. And when you talk about the increase, that increase essentially is just salaries rising because of our new contracts and us giving officers more money and benefits. But this was...
Wow. Mayor of Baltimore, Brandon Scott, saying that the $22 million supposed defunding of the police was actually just good governance. Efficiency. Money, wasted money that wasn't going to it, to solving crimes. And couldn't be accounted for. The increase was paying officers more. And coming to an agreement with the police union. Oh, God. They're defunding the police.
Never for us a defund the police quote per se. This was how can we right size and have a both and approach. We have now been able to make historic investments into CVI, over $50 million into CVI for us, versus also making sure that we're supporting our police department, while we also have made records of investment into our school system and recreation and parks with $200 million in capital.
You've heard this, but I want to play it for our viewers. This is President Trump talking about your city last year.
I'm not walking in Baltimore right now. Baltimore is a hellhole. Baltimore is a horrible, horrible deathbed. It's a deathbed.
What's your
message? It's a horrible deathbed.
My message is what it always has been. We don't need the president here, but he should understand that Baltimore is the city that is leading this country's reduction in violence, and we don't have the National Guard.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of the National... Perfect segue. Thank you, Brandon. Speaking of the National Guard. You know, the president has mobilized the National Guard to the streets of Washington, D.C., a city not far from Baltimore. quick train ride. It's like... It's crazy. I mean, they're still on the streets, and yet there's no evidence that they've really stopped any crime. And millions, tens of, who knows exactly how much money is being spent to have them patrolling the streets. But according to the latest report, they've done nothing to prevent crimes.
Almost every day when I get off the subway, there's a group of National Guards standing around. Every day when I go home on the subway, there's another group of National Guards standing around. And when I walk to the subway, I pass another group. So really curious, like, what are they doing? We used the court records, and it's like 40 some odd thousand pages of court records to try to answer, like, what are they doing to fight crime? And the answer truly is not much. We found maybe 100 incidents where they had either detained somebody or had helped the police detain somebody. There was an incident where they stopped someone who had stolen a slice of pizza, or someone who had drank an A&W root beer at a 7-Eleven without paying for it.
We're starting very strongly with DC, and we're going to clean it up real quick.
Yeah, shock of shocks. The mobilization, the deployment of the National Guard to Washington, D.C. has done nothing. Absolutely nothing. To bring safety, bring down crime in D.C. These guys are not arresting violent criminals, if any criminals at all. Pizza grabbers and A&W root beer drinkers. Horrible. Where is it?
Violent crime.
Speaking of crime, Republicans who aren't Trump are continuing to not help solve crime. People like Texas Governor Greg Abbott. AKA Hot Wheels.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Here's an article from the Texas Tribune regarding this latest lack of crime solving help that Texas Governor Greg Abbott has been getting into. Because Greg Abbott is preventing the extradition of an ICE agent from Texas to Minnesota who's been accused of murdering, well, not murdering, but shooting a man. I believe through a door, if I'm not mistaken. A federal judge on Wednesday ordered Governor Greg Abbott to respond to a Minnesota lawsuit seeking to extradite a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officer accused of shooting a Venezuelan man in Minneapolis earlier this year before he was released from Texas custody. The order comes a day after Minnesota leaders sued Abbott to force the extradition of 52-year-old Christian Castro, who faces 4 counts of second-degree assault and 1 count of falsely reporting a crime, having also been accused of lying about the circumstances leading up to the shooting. Abbott's refusal to extradite Castro is unconstitutional and violates federal law and Texas law, Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison said in a statement. "Quote unquote, I will not stand for that, so I'm taking Abbott to court." Where is the, they don't detail it. Damn it, this is the wrong article. Son of a bitch, I couldn't remember which one it was. The point is, I believe this ICE officer shot a guy through a door without a warrant and then fled the state of Minnesota to Texas, where he was hoping that he would not be extradited. Now you have Minnesota suing Greg Abbott and having a judge ordering Abbott to release this prisoner to the state of Minnesota, but he is still fighting back.
I don't trust Tim Walz on anything, let alone something like this. Well, listen, while they're making demands, I got a demand of my own, and that is, it's time for Minnesota to step up and repay the United States of America and Americans for all the fraud that they've committed in their state under federal.
So yeah, here's Greg Abbott's reasoning for violating federal and state law. It's because he doesn't trust the governor of Minnesota. Aw, well, I'm afraid, unfortunately for Greg Abbott, there's no constitutional clause that says, well, if you don't trust the governor of the state that you're supposed to be giving a prisoner to, then actually do whatever. It doesn't exist in the Constitution, as it turns out. Nope, just the law that says that both federally and on a Texas state law basis that says that Greg Abbott here has to, no matter how little he may trust Tim Walz. Doesn't matter. Doesn't fucking matter your feelings. Facts over feelings. I know it's a crazy concept. Crazy, unheard of concept no one's ever perceived of. Did I report on the bricks and minifig settlement? Was there a new? Was there is there a? Honestly, I think what's his name? Whatever that kid's name is. I think he's got it covered. I want to say. I think. What's that kid's name? I can't. The young guy who originally started this whole thing. I can't remember. I think they've got it covered though. I don't think I need to cover that again. That was a Sunday Fun Day one time only discussion. Hopefully justice has been had there, I guess. Lego justice is not top of my priority. It's more as other things I'm more focused on, I think. I'm not saying that Lego justice is completely unimportant. It just, I haven't yet. If there is some sort of new development in that case, I have not yet discussed it. Reckless young Greg. Right. Yes, that guy. That Greg guy. Reckless Ben. Thank you. Benless Wreck. Okay. Well, we're talking about ICE crimes. A crime was seemingly committed here on private property in Texas by ICE earlier this week. Video coming out. New York Post with the clip from 13 hours ago.
Hey, ¿qué están haciendo aquí?
So the guy holding the camera and speaking right now in Spanish, he goes back and forth between Spanish and English, is, I believe, the one of the property owners here where this construction is being done. And he starts asking these ICE agents for a number of things, like identification and warrants, and to get the fuck off the property.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Esta es propiedad privada, no pueden estar aquí. Sálganse. Pa' afuera. Hey, get out of here. Get the out of here. Esta es propiedad privada. You can't be here. Hey! Hey, stop. Get out of here. Get out of here. Hey! Hey, get the out of here. This is private property. Hey,
doesn't matter. He's running.
Get
back.
This is
Move
private.
back.
Get out
It
of here.
doesn't matter. He's running.
This is
Did you hear that
private
moron just
This
now?
is private property. Get the fuck out of here.
Back up.
Get the out of here.
It does not matter.
Get the fuck out of here. This is...
He said, did you hear what he said? He said he was running. These guys are dressed like it's fucking, Baghdad, Afghanistan, like whatever. Like it's like Iraq or Afghanistan or something. And somebody's running. They think that's probable cause to tackle a guy on private property. It's illegal to run on private property now in America?
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
What about like little kids? What if your kids, or like your friends' kids, or your families, like your nephews, your nieces, your cousins get tackled in a yard? Is that cool with you too? Like, or is it just because these guys are Hispanic and had a job site that you think it's justified? Because it's not. It's the same thing. It's the exact same situation. These people's rights are being completely usurped by the federal government that is not acting with any actual authority here. They refuse to give this guy a warrant on his own property. You'll see here.
Oh, it does have to do with private. Why are you on him? Get off of him.
Hey, get off.
Go over there. Get out of the property. Get the out of the property.
Record over there.
Sálganse.
Okay, if you do not step back, you're getting arrested.
Why am I getting arrested? This is my property. Get out of the property.
Get out of the property. Over there.
Get out of the property. This is my
Back up.
property. Hey,
Back
this is
up.
my car. Hey,
Back up.
I live here.
Back up. It doesn't matter.
Where's your warrants? Where's your warrant?
Do not need a
Yes,
warrant.
you do need a warrant.
We do not need a warrant, he says. They're on private property. They absolutely need a fucking warrant. That's a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Unlawful search and seizure and tackling and the rest. That one really pissed me off. These guys are just blatantly violating the Constitution on video. They are just literally, blatantly just out, like they're out and out publicly, like violating it and saying it on camera. All these things. We don't need a warrant. You don't have to leave your private property. Like all those are just straight up crimes. But in the state of Texas, you got a guy like Greg Abbott who refuses to extradite someone who's accused of multiple state crimes to another state for some of the dumbest reasons you could conjure up. Meanwhile, the federal government is continuing to deploy new and or old revamped tactics to remove as many brown people from this country that they don't like. Here's PBS NewsHour from 6 days ago discussing the tactic of denaturalization.
Earlier this month, federal prosecutors moved to strip citizenship from 25 naturalized Americans, accusing them of lying about their pasts and hiding serious crimes. It's called denaturalization, and the Justice Department now calls it one of its top priorities. Justice correspondent Ali Rogan looks at what's behind this dramatic shift in law.
This has got to be one of the most deranged fucking tactics, in my opinion. Denaturalization being touted as the number one goal of the Department of Justice is fucking deranged, in my opinion. It truly is the Department of Injustice. People who are naturalized, they're not just giving out citizenship. People who think that are fucking morons. It is a long, drawn-out process that takes years and requires people to learn so much about our government that most naturalized citizens know more about the functioning of the U.S. government, the Constitution, and U.S. history than your average American. Because it is that stringent. Like, you have to be more American than most Americans to get naturalized. Like, it's honestly kind of unfair when you think about it, because most Americans couldn't pass the naturalization test. People have actually proven this by taking questions from the naturalization test and like doing on the street, like impromptu tests and stuff. But that's the case, right? But the fact that they are trying to go ahead and take those people's citizenship away is fucking wild. It's a disgusting form of racist, systemic injustice being carried out blatantly by the federal government.
Enforcement strategy.
Since President Trump returned to office, the Justice Department has filed more denaturalization complaints than the Biden administration did during its entire 4 years. To help us understand why they're using this tool more, I'm joined by Cassandra Burke-Robertson, a law professor at Case Western Reserve University. Cassandra, thank you so much for being here. I first want to ask you, how does the Trump administration's use of this tool differ from what we've seen from previous administrations over the past few decades?
I think that the Trump administration's use of denaturalization differs in a couple big ways. One of those is that the Trump administration is just filing many, many more cases. Another way that they are differing from previous administrations is that these statements put out by the Trump administration seem to suggest that denaturalization is an end goal all by itself, and that it's in fact part of the administration's immigration priorities.
Yeah, it's disgusting. And in fact, this all culminates in one particular individual who these sick racists want most denaturalized. And I'm afraid that is, of course, the mayor of New York.
Zohran Mamdani.
Any of them strike you as ones prior administrations would have also sought denaturalization for?
There are a few that likely would have been brought under any administration. But the current administration is filing some cases based on facts that happened years ago or decades ago, when other administrations could have reviewed those same facts and decided to file a denaturalization case, but didn't decide to do so.
Could this be further politicized or weaponized? I'm thinking here of New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, himself a naturalized citizen. Some of his critics, including a couple Republican lawmakers, have called for his citizenship to be revoked and for him to be deported. Is he a possible target here?
It's not a realistic proposition in the sense that if they were to try to denaturalize somebody like Zohran Mamdani, he has access to the absolute best attorneys. The constitutional issues would be fully litigated. I think he would lodge a very quick and strong defense.
Okay, there we go. That's all we're going to do, talking about this ridiculous denaturalization situation. But I mean, of course they want to denaturalize Zohran Mamdani. They've been talking about it, revoke his citizenship since they found out about him. They're like, what? A Muslim guy from Africa wants to run for mayor? Get rid of this guy. Like, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like knee-jerk racist Islamophobic reaction. And it's just disturbing that the federal government might consider doing something on the grounds of that. But, you know, it's not just the federal government that's doing racist stuff. Now, back to Texas, where Greg Abbott, governor of Texas, is now threatening funding for international airport at Dallas Fort Worth for Islamic, Muslim-specific washing facilities. Oh, God, what a stupid time to be alive.
A religious accommodation at Bush Intercontinental Airport is now at the center of a dispute with Governor Greg Abbott. The governor questioning whether a washing station used by Muslims before prayer gives special treatment to one religion, and he's ordered a review that could impact airport funding.
KPRC2's Rochelle Turner explains what the facility is and why some in Houston's Muslim community say it matters.
This is the article we have on clicktohouston.com. Governor Greg Abbott is threatening airport funding over Islamic washing facilities called ablutions. But what is an ablution? I found this image on Getty, and I spoke to a human rights attorney, Maria Kari, who's also active in Houston's Muslim community.
Okay, so, I mean, it's pretty clear this is just a deeply Islamophobic decision being made here by Greg Abbott. The fact is, I mean, there are international travelers as well as Muslim Americans who are going through these airports all the time, and that, you know, not having, you know, separate washing facilities make it difficult for them to practice their religion, because it's specific to the Quran that before the 5 prayers a day comes the 5 ablutions, and they need special stations for that. It's really not that crazy. It's just an extra sink. It's just literally an extra sink, and Greg Abbott wants to claim that this is quote-unquote special treatment in a state that literally, I mean, are you kidding me? Like, Texas is putting the Bible in schools. Texas is putting the 10 Commandments in schools, in public schools, and they want to claim that having ablution facilities in airports is a special treatment based on religion. It's fascinating. It's a fascinating hypocrisy. I'm sorry. I meant to play this clip, the rest of this clip. That's my bad. I'm too busy being upset about Greg Abbott.
Religion. Kari says she doesn't see it as a special treatment.
Having a wash basin that's at a lower height than a standard sink is not exclusionary. It's just accommodation. It's a sink with a tap, so anybody can use it.
She says for Muslim travelers, especially those on long international trips, access to a washing area can make it easier to practice their faith while traveling. And she says this debate is about more than a sink itself.
This is not about plumbing. It's about who gets to feel welcome in Texas.
That's exactly right. And Greg Abbott doesn't want Muslims to feel welcome in Texas. That's the very basis of this. I mean, she what's it called? Distilled that right down to the very heart of this objection that Greg Abbott has. And this reason for why he's threatening to withhold funds from one of Texas's busiest, if not the busiest airport in all of Texas. He's a psycho madman. He's just like the president. He's just got a little chair that rolls around. He's just, the cruelty is always the point. Not the it's not even called it segregation. It's really just, God, like sort of repressive tactics that he's taking. It's just the repression's the point, right? Like the exclusionary, tactics are in fact the exclusion is the point. The intentional exclusion for something that once again, it's the taps themselves are not exclusive to Muslims, as that woman who was interviewed said. Anybody could use them. But they're there so that Muslims can both wash their hands and their feet, right? And it's kind of hard and probably weird for non-Muslims to see somebody just stick their foot in a sink, Because that's literally what we're talking about here, right? Is people, they need to wash their hands, face, and feet, right? And so the hands and face, no problem on a regular sink. But the feet are... right? Like, just getting your foot up there is a problem. I mean, you see what I'm saying? Like, there's plenty of reasons why that's just clearly going to make it, somewhat, and if you want to know, like, you can, whatever. It's just so fucking stupid. It's very, very stupid. Okay. Well, while we're talking about airports, we should talk about the president's strange airport journey in Turkey that just keeps taking all these strange turns. I'm just trying to keep us all up to date on what we've so far talked about here. But first, it was the president publicly saying to all of us in a press conference that he switched from the light blue old Air Force One to the new, or no, actually reverse, from the old Air Force One. I'm sorry, I'm getting it confused now because there's been all sorts of things that have happened since then. But first it was, Trump sort of hurriedly walking across the tarmac in Turkey from the old airplane to the new airplane. Then we find out like a week later, according to reporting, that there were supposed threats, credible threats, quote unquote, at the time, that his life was under threat from the Iranians or some Iranian-backed group in Turkey or nearby in Iraq or something like that. And then a week later, it turned out that wasn't very credible, and it was coming from Israeli sources that really weren't all that trusted, but that Trump still had done it. Then after that, we found out that apparently, which one came first now? I'm starting to lose track. There's so many different threads to this sweater, to this plain, this Air Force One based sweater. But then I think it was the claim that the reason for why Caroline Leavitt had quit as Mistress of Truth was because he had left her behind on the plane in a secret voyage. I guess they were actually simultaneous, because there was apparently he had secretly left that plane that he had publicly gotten on by getting onto some sort of ill-fitting drinks car for Air Force One and being secretly shuttled back to the new Air Force One to try and throw the potential attackers off of the scent. But apparently, you know, left Caroline behind when he thought he was in danger, enough danger to go through all this trouble, but had brought someone else in her stead. Get us started talking about this particular situation. Let's go here to the majority report from yesterday.
So Iranian media continues to, social media in particular, continues to out propaganda us. I mean, we're giving them so much material, and all this White House seems to be able to do is like tweet out white supremacist coded things on the Department of Homeland Security account and like fascist propaganda with white people with blonde hair and blue eyes. They're really good at trolling Trump here. So we know that Trump, with this this fake Iranian assassination plot, did this little maneuver where he escaped the Air Force One to the Qatari Air Force One in this cart. And so Iran,
reminiscent of the Saddam Hussein in a hole.
Spider hole. Exactly.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
I
except
love this.
it's not the spider hole. This is like a food.
Oh, this thing is this thing is why can you imagine the president being in there? I mean, oh my god. It's ridiculous. Oh my god. I forgot that was AI though, so I gotta skip it. Hopefully I don't get dinged for it. Honestly, they're always giving me shit for this AI stuff. But like, I can just imagine the president now stuck in a taco cart. Now it wasn't quite like it wasn't quite like that, but it is just so funny to think of it like that. It was an actual car, but still, I'm just thinking about like an airport employee just sort of dragging him across the tarmac back hidden underneath a layer of tacos and Diet Coke is maybe one of the funniest things. One of the funniest things of the week.
I'm so happy in here. It's so cozy.
This is my own cart.
I'm announcing a $90 million renovation of of the food cart.
As if his knees could stand that position.
Oh, no way. I mean,
So we have
Not
troops
in the-
jumping overboard and setting laundry rooms on fire, and Trump doing subterfuge in catering carts to change planes surreptitiously and leaving people in danger on the plane that he was supposed to be on. How's this war going?
oh, it's going awesome.
It's going really, really
like,
good.
The absurdity of this didn't really hit me as I was catching up on the news for my vacation. And the Washington Post reported that basically the CIA got this assessment from the Israelis that Iran was trying to assassinate Trump in Turkey.
Yeah, I mean, this whole thing is fucking crazy. Now, of course, we have to remember, in this, I just want to go back really quickly, in this depiction here, you know, like, you have to imagine that it's not just Donald Trump, right? That it's also, what's-her-face? Natalie Harp. Because she reportedly got into the car with him to go back to the new Qatari Air Force One, Air Force Two, whatever we're calling it, Air Force One Prime. I don't know what we're calling Air Force Prime. I like thinking that she flung herself on top of the president from above, almost like a pile driver, like just to make sure that she did not lose her place directly next to him, attached like some kind of leech.
In catering carts to change planes surreptitiously and leaving people in danger on the plane that he was supposed to be on. How's this war going?
Oh, it's going awesome. I just like the absurdity of this didn't really hit me as I was catching up on the news for my vacation, and the Washington Post reported that basically the CIA got this assessment from the Israelis that Iran was trying to assassinate Trump in Turkey. And they said that they had low confidence in it and said that it was like Israeli intelligence.
Yeah. Anyway, he took Natalie. He left behind Caroline. I guess, not a lot of room in that cart, 2 people max, you would think.
You are not funny.
You gotta pick your favorite. And we all know, like I've said before, and it only makes sense. It's Trump's own arc, I think, that proves all this to me. The fact is Caroline is clearly number 2. If she was ever tied for first with Natalie, she's clearly number 2 because she lost, she lost not credibility, but like interest, right? She lost interest and relevance to the president after she dared to have a baby. She had a baby, and like with every other woman close to President Trump, he immediately scorned her and, embraced another woman in a confined space, whether consensual or not.
Illegal.
This one I think was consensual. But, like I've said, just like with all of his wives, the second they have kids, he cheats on them, leaves them. Finds a new one. It is literally Trump. You can't tell me that that's not who that guy is. And even though it's not like, I don't think there was like necessarily a sexual relationship with the president or any of these women we're talking about, but, well, I mean, it's wives. But, like, Caroline or Natalie. But, like, I don't think that's they're blonde white women that look very similar to all of the women that he himself has either married or had other sorts of relations with, and I think that's why he has them around to some degree. And Caroline having a baby, it's got to bring her down a couple of rungs in the cabinet. Because that's a new person. It's a new person. She is unfairly. I'm thinking in the mind of the president right now. But that's a person that Caroline has unfairly brought into this situation. That's taking attention away from him. Like, I'll bet Caroline's like talking about the baby, and like talking to her husband about the baby. Or like talking to her nanny about the baby. Can you imagine being the president and having so many conversations that aren't about you? What?
What? Could you jump up?
He can't handle that. Everything has to be about him. I can't even imagine. But apparently, Natalie has quite a history of jumping into vehicles to stay close with the president. Let's go here to CNN. Talk more about that.
New breaking details about Trump's fiercely loyal personal aide, Natalie Harp. Our Kristen Holmes reporting tonight that Harp is physically close to Trump at all hours of the day. Sources also telling Kristen that Harp once jumped into the trunk of a vehicle in Trump's motorcade when she was told there was not room for her to travel with him to a hearing in a New York City courthouse in 2023. Now, Kristen is just breaking these new details, and she is going to be with me in just a moment. It comes, though, as Trump today is getting hit again by Democrat Jon Ossoff, who has been coming out very aggressively and took his attacks somewhere that no other Democrat has dared to go, bringing up Trump's relationship with Natalie Harp. Not long ago, Senator Ossoff was somebody that very few Americans knew of, but he is trying to change that. This is perhaps part of that strategy. Tonight, he is going viral again, not letting up against Trump.
The draft-dodging crook president.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Who has plunged our nation recklessly into a war he knows not how to end or to win. I've got 2 little girls at home, and I do not want Eva and Lila to grow up in a world defined by the values of Donald J. Trump. You remember the president promised to bring down prices on day one? I would address the president's few remaining supporters to contrast his promises with the results you've been delivered.
Ossoff is in a tough re-election fight in Georgia for the Senate.
Okay, sorry, we don't need this whole thing, but Ossoff has been big time going after the president. And he's been hitting on his relationship with Natalie Harp. Which has been getting a lot of attention. Not just from Democrats, but from Republicans, who apparently are pretty obsessed with this situation. It's kind of... Has anybody seen the South Park? Like, the latest South Park season? Where... Like... Fox, like, they do, like, all these, like, Fox News segments about... Satan being pregnant with... Sorry, spoiler alert. All these fake Fox News segments about Satan being pregnant with the president's baby. Like, I feel like it's the same sort of thing. It's like, oh my god, we have to know what's going on. Is the president and Natalie Harp doing things together? What's going on? And wife... You know, like, because it sort of I think it kind of breaks the brains of a lot of these people to some degree, because they like to think of themselves as godly Christians. And then you have a president literally violating the 10 commandments, you know, on multiple occasions. And then now, I mean, kind of having some kind of weird relationship with the woman just sort of in broad daylight. One of his aides, who he says is more loyal to him than anybody. I can't remember if he included his family or not. But he was like, Natalie is the most loyal on the planet. She's number one.
See, he doesn't want to do the job. He wants to build his ballroom and travel with Natalie on their apparently defenseless flying palace.
And that hit a nerve. When Trump was asked about it, he called Ossoff Pee Wee Herman.
Oh.
The White House aide compared the senator to a feminine theater kid. And
It's still funny the second time around. Oh, he does kinda. I'm not gonna lie. But he's better than the guy Republicans are putting up. When did they start talking about the SUV situation? Is it here? I think it's here.
But Harp's role does matter, because anyone who spends as much time as she does with the commander-in-chief and has an important role as she does, she matters. She's now one of Trump's closest and most trusted personal aides. She writes a lot of his social media posts, which of course have come to define his legacy. The series, The Art of the Surge, showed this happening in real time during the 2024 DNC.
Do not limit access to birth control or IVF. That is a lie.
Well, we trust women.
I trust women also.
Also trust them.
And I will keep women safe.
Of the United.
Look at them together. She's just dictating. He really behaves like an emperor, and she is here for it. It's been her, people like her and Caroline, and a lot of these, but I feel like they've been the most loyal, and they're for this kind of thing. Just repeat what the president has to say. Propaganda brain at all times. Whatever the emperor wants, whatever the king says, I'm here for. Let me dictate for you, sir. Yes, let me tweet. I'm tweeting. And she's just sitting here, just verbatim, writing these tweets for him while he watches the news like a good little minion.
I mean, this woman is
and I will keep women safe.
I'm going to keep the women safe.
Proudly sign it into law.
She won't.
Now, Harp first came on Trump's radar in 2019 when she said that his right to try policy saved her life, as she at the time was battling bone cancer.
I'm not dying from cancer anymore thanks to President Trump. I'm living with cancer.
And then about a year after Trump left the White House, that's when Harp began to work for him at his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. And since then, she has been by his side. She was one of just a few staffers taken in the catering truck with Trump away from Air Force One. Cabinet Secretary stayed behind, but she, along with others, including Dan Scavino, were on that other plane. Now, I'm going to speak with Harp's estranged brother, Preston, in a moment, who is raising concerns about his sister's relationship with the president, his sister he says he loves very much.
Yeah, it turns out Natalie's brother here. And look at those luscious locks on this guy. He's got some fascinating insights into Natalie's upbringing here. Honestly, it is interesting. This is very interesting to me. She is apparently the closest person to the president, perhaps on the planet. One would assume more than Melania, because we're going to talk about it in a second, but she has not been seen for quite a while. Meanwhile, people continue to see Natalie just sort of attached to the president by some sort of umbilical cord apparatus. I mean, she is just always around him, it seems. And knowing more about who this person that's so close to our president, I think is not only illuminating, but important.
But I want to begin with Kristen Holmes out front. She is live at the White House with new breaking details. So, Kristen, what more are you learning about Natalie Harp tonight? I understand you've got a very specific story here that sheds some light on this very important staffer.
Well, it just shows you how much she cares about President Trump and how she wants to be in proximity to him. This was back in 2023.
Oh, shit. By the way,
when President Trump was in court in New York, and he was going down to head to the courthouse, and the motorcade was waiting outside of Trump Tower when staffers realized that there weren't enough seats for Natalie Harp. They hadn't accounted that she would be going down to the courthouse, and she was told that. Now, a screaming match then ensued in the lobby of Trump Tower at that time, with essentially Harp saying that the president had personally asked her to go, and she was so determined to not be left behind that she actually got in the trunk of one of the SUVs that was part of the motorcade and sat there. It's almost like a cargo hold, and that was according to multiple sources and to a photo that I obtained.
That description is just so crazy. She is so determined to stay with the president that she jumped in a cargo hold at one point just to go to a court with Trump. I mean, that is wild. She has some weird, sick fascination with him.
And reviewed that showed the space that she had been in and her sitting there. It was really an extraordinary moment for.
Okay. I wish we had that photo I was begging. I was like, oh, CNN, please give us the photo. They didn't. I don't know why they refused. Oh my God. I just want to see what she looked like huddled, huddled on this, in this freaking cargo hold, in a trunk, in a armored car. I mean, let's not forget, there's way less trunk space in these things, right? Like, they're filled with armor and, like, weaponry and, like, all this other sorts of shit that, like, because they're, like, walking, or not walking, but, like, drivable, like, bases almost, right? Like, they're filled with armor and guns, right? And other sorts of defensive measures to protect the president. So there's way less space in those things. The trunk is the obvious place to put a lot of that. And she just finds a spot. She must have been so cramped up in there. I'm just trying to imagine. I'm just trying to imagine what she looked like. It's probably even more comical than the taco cart. All right, before we go back to CNN with that interview, let's go here to the majority report.
Well, I mean, I'm obsessed with this Natalie Harp thing, but if you want to wait...
Oh, yeah, let's do it. Okay, let's do it.
Okay.
You take the lead. I'm okay.
All right, so I find this story very amusing.
Sorry, before I do this, just want to say thank you to Dark Sparkle. Let's buzz that galactic deficit. So appreciate you. I appreciate you. Every dollar counts. We're making serious progress on the galactic deficit here. We're running out of time. 11 days left. But we can't do it with all of your support. Like I was saying, only 1/3 of subscribers on YouTube need to donate a single dollar. $1. That would get us there. One in 3 space fams. All right, let's see. Yes, back to Majority Report. I split the clips up because they split the clips up. I hate doing like back-to-back CNN clips and things like that, so let's see what the Majority Report's saying about Natalie.
Because it just like mirrors, there's a lot of things that were mirrored in succession, but it definitely mirrors his last mistress, Logan's. Yeah. So Trump is near the end. He needs someone to make him feel alive again, and someone who's close to him, obviously not his wife, who is a big movie star.
A little bit touchy.
Yeah, she's not. She's got other things going on. 30's the perfect age.
That's a quote from Donald Trump.
So this woman, Natalie Harp, was called out by John Ossoff in the speech, and it renewed attention on her. There's been dribs and drabs of information about who this woman is. In 2024, Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan of the New York Times wrote a little bit about her right after the election, talking about how there's this aide that's cropped up who has the most loyalty possible to Trump. They write, a 33-year-old former far-right cable host, Miss Harp is nearly always at Mr. Trump's side. She has written him a series of devotional letters, including one that said, "You're all that matters to me." Once when Trump was playing golf...
Got her priorities right.
Exactly. Once when Mr. Trump was playing golf in Scotland, she ran behind his cart to keep him up to date with positive stories and social media posts.
Working out, maybe you should think about it.
She's got a lot of spunk.
Yeah, cardio to keep it tight.
Didn't have an extra cart?
No, she's got to run behind. Right, exactly. No extra cart, running behind to keep him up to date. She has no official title, but during the campaign, colleagues referred to her as the human printer.
I can just imagine her just like, just like running from tee box to tee box, printing things somehow while running simultaneously and waving Waving documents at the president.
Because she followed Mr. Trump around with a portable printer and battery pack to charge it, and she could hand him information in hard copy as he prefers. Not that you would know anything about that, Sam.
Yeah, sounds familiar.
Everyone's calling Brian the office's Natalie Harp.
Human printer.
And the human printer.
And also, I do write devotional letters every day.
Oh, Brian, thank you for this note, incidentally.
And you also referred to Brian as just like your daughter, much like Trump. Mr. Trump has dismissed concerns about Miss Harp, who he calls sweetie, and treats like a daughter, according to people close to him. Not just any daughter, Ivanka is what I would add. No, definitely not Tiffany.
You're like the one I want to bang.
Perfectly normal.
Exactly.
Perfectly normal.
A little bit
stuff.
more information about her because it's fascinating to me. Miss Harp, a devout Christian, shocker, who grew up in California, first caught the attention of Mr. Trump in 2019 when she appeared on Fox News and credited him with saving her life. She had bone cancer, she said, and legislation that Mr. Trump signed in 2018, the right to try law, saved her by giving her access to experimental treatments. It is unclear what drug she was referring to. I'd be curious about that. A devout Christian.
Experts have said highly unlikely there was any, because the drugs that she took, that people know that she took, were already okayed by the FDA.
So, and then just one more little piece of information that Michael Wolff had in his book. Now, he's a bit of a, a shady gossip, insider journalist, but this rang very true to me. According to Vanity Fair and an expert of All or Nothing, Michael Wolff's new book about the 2024 election, Harp is so wholly committed to Trump that she recently spent a summer living in a golf club locker room just to be close to him. Wolff writes that
this one was one of those things that just completely broke me. A golf club locker room for a summer? How? How do you even do that? I don't even understand it. It's like, it defies all logic. How she even managed to do such a thing is truly a mystery. And that speaks to her just fiendish devotion to the president, like just defying all odds, like living in a fucking locker room. How? Any kind of lock? I can't imagine how you could manage to pull that off and like not get kicked out. That just says just deeply deranged to me. Like some of these behaviors are the behaviors of a seriously problematic, obsessive personality type. You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong. I have some obsessive problems, okay? Like, I've spent 3 years on this thing, right? Like, I'm willing to go to great lengths to make my dreams happen or whatever else, but living in a golf club locker room, which sounds criminal to me. Maybe she came and got somehow got into some kind of arrangement with the golf course, but it doesn't sound legit. Living in you know what I mean? It just doesn't sound legit. And the fact that she did that to get close and stay close to the president is truly next level deranged. Now, Emma alluded to the fact that Natalie grew up in a Christian household. But apparently, when she says Christian, she means Christian. Like all caps Christian. Let's go to that interview. An illuminating interview with her brother here. CNN clip from 11 hours ago.
The brother of top Trump aide Natalie Harp is speaking out front tonight. Preston Harp has been estranged from his sister for a few years, but obviously you can see they grew up together. He's sharing these photos with out front of them together as children, weighing in on the intense attention that Natalie is now getting after Democratic Senator John Ossoff raised questions about her role in this White House. Preston, I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you, and I know you've shared some photos with us of you and your sister Natalie as children. Obviously, there you are, Padres fans. There you are with your parents.
Oh,
and
God.
now your sister is front and center in the news. I mean, front and center as it gets. Did you ever?
Wow, look at the denim parade over here. Look at this. You got dad and son both in full denim. Daughter, like mom with denim jeans and white shirt. I feel like this picture gives off big time cult vibes. Am I the only person? Am I the only person that's like, is this a cult? Is everybody safe right now?
Sister is front and center in the news. I mean, front and center as it gets. Did you ever think you'd see something like this?
No, it really blows my mind.
I mean, you know, your sister, my understanding is, first became known to Trump back in 2019. And at the time, she credited him, Preston, with helping her beat a tragic battle, but one that she incredibly beat with bone cancer. Here's what she said.
This president pushed that forward and possibly saved your life.
He did. As I like to say, I'm not dying from cancer anymore thanks to President Trump. I'm living with cancer. I'm living the quality of life that I always wanted to have, that it took me 4 years to find because I wasn't offered it here. It took President Trump going to Washington to be able to get that for me.
And after that, Preston, she had speaking slots at the Faith and Freedom Conference, at the 2020 RNC, right? She became very high profile and then started working for Trump. How much do you think she truly believed that Trump saved her life?
Well, that's an interesting question. But if she thinks about it, what he did was he made experimental drugs.
Oh, my God. Oh, boy. Oh, that's a disturbing comparison. Good Lord, Bogu, that's dark. That is dark. But honestly, if you've ever seen the photos of that family, that's kind of an apt comparison, I'm not gonna lie. They kind of look like that family a little bit.
Legal to try, and that insurance would pay for it. So it's not like he like physically saved her life, you know? It's kind of different. Like, it's like Donald Trump didn't pay his own money to save my sister's life, so it really just depends how you look at it. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I mean, and look, I guess it's just one example of everyone trying to understand, you know, who this person is who spends so much time and, you know, is with the president all the time, right? He's the commander in chief and she has such an important role. So there was a series called The Art of the Surge just a couple of years ago, Preston, 2024. And
I just want to go back. It's like, really, that's a crazy comparison that you made. But look, I mean, look at this. You can't tell me that there's no comparisons between these photos to be made. Ah.
No, it really blows my mind.
for you, here she is.
Whoops.
Family. So you understand where she's coming from in a way that no one else does.
Yeah. I mean,
what do you think drew her to him?
Not her.
Yeah.
Well, my mom raised us with the idea that American exceptionalism was the correct way of looking at things. That the United States.
No, that's what I'm saying, though. When you
world.
said Ruby Ridge, I was like, oh my God. They look exactly like the Ruby Ridge family. I've seen the vintage photos. I was like, wait a second, I can find them. We have the internet. Oh God, it's just such an apt comparison. I had to take the moment.
Like, you know, slavery was back then, that was normal. People weren't bad because they had slaves. And honestly. And it's like Trump wants to take all those.
Did you just hear what he said? These kids grew up hearing that having slaves wasn't bad. The same sort of, epistemological war that Trump is waging on America, their parents were waging at home. Like, it's disturbing. The whitewashing of American history, like the blatant whitewashing of American history that these kids grew up with. Slavery wasn't bad. Really? No wonder this woman loves Trump. He's the Messiah.
Books out of schools. He wants to rewrite history. And so, like, I think that my sister, unfortunately, didn't break out of that delusion that my mom raised us with. And Trump is like everything that my mom taught us to respect. So I think that's where her infatuation for Trump comes from, honestly.
Okay, there you go. That's the part I want. It's just crazy. That was just chilling to me. It's like, oh my God. So the woman that's right next to Trump is like a fully indoctrinated white nationalist, right? Like you said, they're basically like the Ruby Ridge family minus the standoff, right? This guy's lucky he turned out, halfway together, and not a complete lunatic. It's just crazy. Taught that slavery was okay growing up by your parents, and that woman is now the president's favorite. A woman who grew up believing this stuff. Actually, I think we should listen to a little bit more of this. I was gonna cut it off just for time's sake, but we're gonna go over the break a little bit just because this thing is so fucking ridiculous.
I don't think it's a physical attraction. Let's get real, Like, personally, I don't think so.
So when you use the word infatuation, I understand your point about the nature of it. I mean, she obviously is his assistant. They call her the human printer, right? She prints everything. She takes his social media dictation. She accompanies him on almost every trip, including when he goes to Mar-a-Lago or his golf club in New Jersey on the weekends. And she was, of course, Preston, as we're all now aware, one of the very few people who did not include the Secretary of State or Treasury that Trump took off Air Force One via that catering truck. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like that. If you're really friends and loyal to your team, why would you just go peace out and take another airplane when you think the other airplane's going to get shot down? Like,
what do you think it is about her? I mean, what do you make of how much the president relies on her? We've learned a lot, from Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan's new book, we've learned, right, about his incredible reliance on her at all hours of the day to post social media posts, just as one example.
Yeah. I think that Trump's best friends are people who are his fan club, and so she's his biggest fan. And so that's probably why he likes her, and like, she's good looking.
So there's multiple different things I want to skip. I think it's a little bit past this, but like, that's a fascinating point, is that like we've talked about, like, that Trump literally just lives on the fluffing of his closest sycophants. He's just a narcissist who lives on praise and, like, it just, what's the word? Like, reinforcement and, well, I can't think of the word I'm looking for. There's like a word for this. It's eluding me. But, like, people who are just there to mirror for the president all of his wishes. And mirror back to him, like this shining image of himself, this glorious image of greatness. Like, that's literally, I mean, like, she's like just a fan. She's a fangirl.
She's got a good personality. Like, I don't know.
I want to ask you, Preston,
I
about
mean,
something that just
she thinks
yeah.
that he saved. She thinks that he saved her life. So, like, somebody living with that kind of gratitude, that must feel pretty good.
I want to ask you about something. I don't know if you knew about this. You probably didn't. But we're just breaking it here at CNN this hour, and that is two sources, Preston, are telling CNN that your sister was involved. Okay. Back in October 2023, right? The context here is Donald Trump's motorcade was going to leave Trump Tower for a court appearance, okay? And they were all getting into the motorcade. There was sort of a screaming match about who was getting in what car, and it turned out that there wasn't room for Natalie. So she insisted, she said no, Trump had personally asked her to come to this court appearance, so she needed to be in the car. Now, according to these sources, the end result is that your sister jumped into the trunk of one of the motorcade vehicles to go to the court appearance in Lower Manhattan.
That's really funny. I didn't even know about that.
I mean, what is your reaction to that? I mean, you're laughing, but I mean, is it funny or what? I mean, you know her, so that's why.
I'm sorry. It's actually kind of sad. That's obsession. That's like an unhealthy obsession with someone. If you're going to jump into the trunk of their car, like.
So
I think he's
Maggie Haberman
probably
and Jonathan Swan.
He's probably quite. I'm sorry, this is not the part that I wanted. There's a part in here where he talks about other obsessions of his sisters in the past. I'm trying to find it. Is it? I think it might be at the very end of this. Is this where he says it? God, I'm trying to find it.
You change and that you wake up and you realize that everybody on this earth is part of a human family, and no country is better than any other country. And the history of the United States.
No, this isn't it. No. God, I think I skipped over it at one point. I'm just trying to hit the spots because it's like a kind of a long clip. But at some point during this discussion, he says that this is not the first president that she has been obsessed with. Like, her parents indoctrinated her with full-on, like, white nationalist sentiments, and she embraced them going into adulthood. She apparently, as a young girl, also had an obsession with George Bush, sent him letters to try and get his attention, but never got a response. But did the same thing with President Trump, got the response, and then latched on like none other. And that's what we've witnessed here, essentially. Is like a girl, now a woman, like who has been obsessed with some weird shit her whole life, who's finally like achieved her dream and refuses to let go. And it's just like at every turn, she is just refuses. She will sleep in a locker room to stay as close to the president as she can. And it's crazy. George Bush, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like when she was a young girl, she sent letters to George Bush. That's what he said. In the first Bush administration. Yes, she's 30. It would make her like, you know, like 10, like a tween, probably something like that. I don't know what the exact timing of the letter. But I think it was actually, I think he may have said it was more than one. I can't remember. But point is this is like a lifelong dream of hers that Trump, to some degree, like embodies more so than anyone ever has. And she's like this is gold to her. Like she has won the lottery. This is her dream. Look at her. Look how happy she is. Like nobody looks this happy normally. Like I struggle to be this happy about anything. Even like the closest, like Trump is like nobody here is, the closest person to somebody smiling is Steve or Howard. Sorry, Howard. Howard here was like doing like a weird pressed lip look. RFK looks like a leather glove. And the president looks enthralled by her. He's like, ooh, what's that? Natalie's got me another printout. I'll bet it's good. I bet it's good. I want things to always be right between us, Natalie Harp reportedly wrote to Trump. Trump aide Natalie Harp once wrote a fawning letter to the president signed with all my heart, Natalie, according to the New York Times. And now the revelation of the level of devotion to the president as a relationship between a tagline this week for a top Democrat accusing Trump of surrounding himself with sycophants. Yeah, this is a deeply disturbing level of... I just want to be right with you. What does that even mean? With all my heart, Natalie, I just want things to always be right between us. It sounds like the words of a lover. It really does. It really, really does. Oh my God. All right, done with Natalie. Okay, no, one last Natalie clip and then we'll take a break. Jesus Christ. This description is even crazier, but it actually is this is definitely descriptive of the relationship between the president and Natalie. MSNBC quick clip.
If we were covering or dealing with any other president in our country's history, that president's reliance on a 35-year-old aide described by journalists who cover the White House as a, quote, human binky, an aide who wrote letters of her devotion to the president so concerning that even the United States Secret Service was alarmed by her seeming obsession.
Human binky. The president's human binky. That is quite a description. Human binky. I've never... I mean, it's a combination of words that elicits a very, very disturbing image in the mind. But it's enthralling. Like, I can't get it out. Like, it's all-encompassing and encapsulating. Or not... No. I can't think of the right word right now. My brain just broke. But it just... I can't... I can't stop thinking about what... that would actually look like in practice. I mean, it does kind of look like that. She's certainly a source of an emotional support to the president. I'm just trying to think of like physically, like, you know, like Trump like carrying her around the White House, getting lonely and sucking on her hair, you know, like... Like, that's literally what I start thinking about. It's just like deranged shit. But human binky is a deranged combination of words that just it elicits these images. That's basically what it seems to be. Like, she's just an emotional support character in Trump's life that's always there, attached to him, ready to tell him he's perfect, help him tweet. Help, you know, must be sitting there with him all night. Like when we see these long tweet storms he's doing, I'll bet she's right there helping him. All right, tweet that one out, Natalie. Next. All right. Let's tweet out this video of Barack Obama as a monkey. You don't think it's too offensive, do you, Natalie? No. Okay, good. What's that? You think slavery was a good thing? Okay, great. Thanks, Natalie. Because that's the thing that we have to think about now. Like, as somebody who has spent, like, the last 2 years talking about Trump tweets, I'm just thinking back to some of these gems that we've had from him. Some of these most deranged fucking tweets and thinking, oh, a literal white nationalist who thinks slavery was fine, right? And that we shouldn't feel guilty about such things in America, right? Like, you know, like that girl has been sitting there helping the president tweet this shit this whole time. Like, that's who we're talking about. Like, that explains a lot of tweets when you think about it. A lot of Trump's truths. It's like, oh, right, okay. So you got this psycho that is helping the president tweet, who's probably going, yeah, that was perfect. This is what America needs. definitely tweet that video of the first lady and the president, you know, as literal monkeys in a jungle. That's not at all offensive. I mean, it makes perfect sense now. Natalie thought that was great. What are you talking about? Like, like, do you see what I'm saying here? Like, he's had no guardrails. He's had the opposite of guardrails. Like, in the first administration, there were at least some guardrails. Trump would try and do some things, and people would be like, hey, don't do that. That's illegal. That's going against the norm. That's doing this or that thing. Now you got people, like, literal, like, Klan members, or, like, Ruby Ridgers, like, Ruby Ridge types in the White House as Trump's number one and, like, maybe two. Like, Caroline is close as well, I would point out. She had a very, very fundamentalist Catholic or Christian upbringing. I don't think she was Catholic. I think it's Christian fundamentalist, but whatever it is. Actually, she may have gone to Catholic school, but I can't remember exactly. I think it's like multiple. Like one was like, I think one of them was a Catholic school, and one of them was more of like a evangelical. I'm getting confused. She's already gone. Well, not already, but she's on her way out. She's got 11 days left. But these revelations from her brother, I thought were very important bits. They give us some insight into who's been helping operate this administration. It's her, it's Stephen Miller, it's Russell Vogt, it's Caroline Leavitt. These are some of the closest people. And you know, Donald Trump, his family, who have been deeply involved in all of these things. Jared Kushner, Trump's business friends, and of course Elon Musk. Can't forget him, his biggest campaign donor.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
A literal white nationalist from South Africa. This is who has been running this administration. Just bona fide Nazis. Okay. 4.5 hours into the stream, so I think a quick galactic intermission is perfect. It's perfectly due. Wait, was that last clip low volume? I think it was. Whatever, too late, can't go back now. All right, everybody, quick break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Alright, everybody, hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube, bell icon, like button. All really helps out. But one thing we need big help on right now is, of course, the financing of the galactic deficit. We are putting the call out to the space fams. The fact is if something like 1 in 3, 1 in 4 of you viewers, those of you who follow and or subscribe to the stream, were to give at least $1 on Cash App, PayPal, let alone become a galactic patron on Patreon, we would be able to solve that galactic deficit. So, do take a moment during this break to consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. We're back. That's right. The break is over. And it is now time for you to get back to your seats. Otherwise, you might miss the rest of the stream.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, Space Fams, we are back. We are back. We've been enjoying the show so far. We're about halfway through. Although we're not halfway through the clips. The environmental clips always go faster than the political clips, the geopolitical clips. But we are making some serious progress through the list. Next story up is really, to some degree, a continuation of the previous story. That being the Natalie Harp situation.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
But it's really just a different discussion that has arisen, you might say, as a result of Natalie's presence. Her constant presence is a reminder of the constant lack thereof vis-a-vis FLOTUS. Yeah, Melania. Let's go here. I've had it from yesterday.
All right, there's some bombshell new reporting about Melania Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. And this particular report is about Melania's role in the Epstein cover-up. Pop this up. Lawyer and journalist Katie Fang warned that Melania Trump tops the subpoena list for lawmakers planning an Epstein probe. Very, very interesting, because you may remember that Melania did her impromptu press conference where she claimed all of these things. She made extraordinary claims that she didn't know him and all of these things when all of the evidence points to the contrary.
Exactly.
Additionally, in this press conference, a lot of people have opined that it is a reaction to Melania's former very close friend, Amanda Ungaro, who said that Melania was introduced to Donald Trump via Jeffrey Epstein and that Melania was a hooker. And that is what this woman claims. And that's what prompted Melania to get in front of the cameras.
Yes, indeed. And we listened to Amanda Ungaro tell her side on at least one, I think one podcast, maybe two different, I think on one occasion is one podcast and then one journalistic outlet, like an actual newspaper or something like that. I can't remember exactly who it was, like a Brazilian news. But this clip from iHip led me here to the Independent. This is from Tuesday, August 18th. Where's Melania? Oh, God.
Be best. Be best.
Where is Melania? As Trump aide Natalie Harp never seems to leave the president's side, the First Lady is rarely seen. The First Lady, who reportedly spends time in Florida and New York, has not been seen publicly in nearly a month, according to reports. So this is Tuesday. Independent is reporting nobody's seen Melania for a full month. This shit is wild. First Lady Melania Trump has been absent from public view for weeks, missing a string of high-profile events attended by her husband, according to recent reports. She did not attend Senator Lindsey Graham's funeral on July 28th. 4 days earlier, she missed the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And on July 22nd, when the president traveled to the dignified transfer of the remains of 4 deceased service members, the First Lady was nowhere to be seen. Holy shit. I even pointed out that she was missing from the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I was like, where is Melania? I didn't watch enough of Lindsey Graham's funeral to know that she was missing there. But this is crazy. Where the hell is Melania?
This is ridiculous.
Oh my god, Flotus has been missing for a month. What would have happened if, like, oh my god, like under Barack Obama, Michelle disappeared for a month? Oh my god, the conspiracy theories would have been insane. You would have had Alec Jones saying that we needed to storm the White House basement to check, do like a wellness check or something. We're going to storm the White House basement. We're going to make sure that Barack Hussein Obama does not have the First Lady tied up in the basement. Like, that would have literally been the fucking story. Where is Melania? I don't know. Nobody knows. She's disappeared. She's gone. What are we to think? This is not normal. But it's not normal to have a president, a first lady, and, half of the executive branch named in documents which that executive branch has been actively covering up. Documents which allege horrible crimes, detail the horrifying exploits of the world's most notorious sex trafficker. That's, part of the problem here on the normalcy. We've got a bunch of horrible sex criminals in the White House.
Illegal.
What's up, y'all? Welcome to the show. Hope everybody out there is having an awesome day. In just a second here, man, we have yet another colossal Epstein bombshell that nobody is talking about, but I'm banging my head against the wall because everybody should be talking about this one. This is insane, the stuff that we just learned. So I'm going to break that down for you in a second. We also have Trump continues to shoot himself in his tiny...
Okay, hold on. I'm going to skip ahead. It's always doing this. Honestly, Kyle and IHIP do this the most. They've been bugging me lately with their inability to focus on one goddamn subject, for the love of God. I like them both, but can you post a clip that's just the clip, the thing, the title, and the thumbnail? Love you. Sincerely, StreamLord. It would just be easier for me personally, although I know that's not what you're doing this for. Just pointing it out. Slightly, little bit inconvenient.
You guys know the drill, man. Everybody do me a big favor and subscribe to the channel. You can also click that bell icon so you get a notification every single time a video drops.
Not far enough.
Support the show. I've never talked to an advertiser possible by giving $1 a month or $2 a month or $5 a month. So thanks again from the bottom of my heart. Also, sign up for Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. Bro, we are working on some juicy guests, bro. I'm just going to say that. We're working on some juicy guests, and hopefully we're able to get them because it would be something special if we do. But sign up below on Substack for what we have coming up, and go sub to Corin's World and come hang out with us live on Monday nights.
Damn.
And with that being said,
damn you,
let's
Kyle.
jump right in. So, on Friday, I did a...
Kyle just reminded me I got to finish uploading all the stuff to Patreon this month. I get a limit. I'm limited... Although I have a higher limit than some people because I have a grandfathered Patreon account. Because I've been doing this shit for so long now. Oh, grandfathered.
I'm staying in the race.
It sounds so official. But still, I'm not as grandfathered as some, and I have a limited number of hours I can post to Patreon, which is really prohibitive. But I gotta keep posting them because we've had issues, and I've had to clip a bunch of stuff out of the streams to keep us on the right side of copyright shit. So I'm re-uploading on Patreon. And these are the stuff that I saved, but also not just that stuff. Like, I mean, I'm trying to re-upload everything to Patreon, but it's going to take a really long time. I'm going to try and get into some, I don't know. But I've been trying to find the time to work on some of these things to, like, improve the Patreon benefits and whatever else. We get more on top of the things on my list. I have a long list. I feel like I keep getting close, right? Like I'm on the cusp of great success. And then, I don't know, I get like my entire month's income taken away from me and my ability to continue earning for like a third of a year taken away arbitrarily without the ability to appeal, stuff like that. It's been somewhat preventative to my functioning at optimum level.
A live video for you where I broke down this new massive Epstein bombshell that came.
Thank you for the jewels. Are you all getting these jewels for free? Just wondering. Because I would point out to everybody who is actually buying jewels, YouTube is taking a much larger cut of jewels than on any other form of donation that I can tell. And I found that strange. I don't know why they've decided to do this. I do reckon that's partly why they probably just started giving these things out to get people using them. But just to anybody who's not using free jewels, not the best way to donate to any of your... Yeah, until they change it to the same as everything else. I don't know why they're playing games. It's weird.
Okay, so to refresh your memory on this, take a look. Look at this from the Leah files. She says, the government just gave a charity being sued for sex trafficking a $244 million no-bid contract to provide lawyers to migrant kids. Put it out Friday night with no announcement. They are keeping this quiet and for good reason.
Yeah. I mean, this is disgusting, but not shocking. However, the rabbit hole goes further, and on a situation that we talked about last year, there seems to be more... No, wrong spot. No, God damn it, why are you doing this? Stop this. Stop this madness. On something we were talking about last year vis-a-vis redactions. Seems to be more coming out here.
Comes to the Epstein files is Donald J. Trump, the president of the United States, one of the 10 Epstein co-conspirators? And this, among many other things, leads me to believe he might be an actual Epstein co-conspirator. But more on that in a second, because it's going to get even darker, okay? I also told you this on Friday. New FBI documents released via the Freedom of Information Act show the Department of Justice had a document flag list when it began reviewing Epstein files last year. There are 16 entries that are simply marked POTUS. So these things, basically redacted, simply marked POTUS, okay? Explicitly, hey, the reason we're holding this back.
I just want to point something out here. I think it's more... Like, I don't know if people are reading it the same way I'm reading it. But... like, there's all these PDFs here, right? You see PDFs, but it's not clear. What are these notes? I'm trying to figure out what these notes are, right? You see 4, 5, 14, 17, 19, 24, 47, 65, 98, blank, blank, 29, 31, 33, 38. What? 38 what? Are there 38 instances in each of these documents, right? I think that's what it's suggesting, right, is that in each one of these like corresponding files, POTUS is mentioned 4 times in the first one, 5 times in the second one, 14 times in the third. Do you see what I'm saying here? Are you following me? I mean, there's no header here in this center column, so I don't know. I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm just going based upon what I have in front of me. It's not like the government is trying to help me understand it better. They literally tried to keep it from us.
President of the United States is implicated. This should surprise nobody because, as you all know, he was in the Epstein files literally over 1 million times.
How do you send us food?
More in the Epstein files than
physical items. Those people don't do that. I just dropped a physical item on the ground. That was very upsetting. Thankfully, it's fine. Speaking of physical items, you can use Throne to donate tea, granola bars, stuff to help me keep my bike from being rusty. Because, of course, down on Earth, I'm in the great state of New York, and there's a lot of salt. There's a lot of salt on our roads. It's very bad for bikes. Got that sweet new e-bike. I'll be able to keep using it, but I gotta protect it. So we got all sorts of stuff, including protein powder, stuff like that. I've been trying to get back in shape, although I've been so stressed out last couple weeks. Oh god, I've like totally fallen off. Gotta get back to it. Although partly it's because I've had no food, so I've like had no energy to even consider the concept of working out. But of course, right now, just a reminder, everybody, the number one place is we need people to donate our PayPal, Cash App, and Patreon. Of course, all things are appreciated. YouTube, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs. Did you know that your free sub that you could use to donate to the stream on Twitch with your Amazon Prime membership? All you gotta do is link your accounts, and voila, free money. Every month. Every single month. All it takes. They gave you free ones to use. Yeah, like I heard they were giving out like 500 or something like that free. Which is cool. I'm into that. Like I'll take it. I'll totally take the free money that they're giving out to the audience. To all of you beautiful people. But I'm just saying, for the future. Not sure it's going to be the best way. I don't know. Maybe it's like, I think it's something of a pilot program. It'd be nice if they asked us how we feel about it. Let's watch a little bit more of this Kyle clip.
his name is mentioned in the Bible, y'all. That's a fact. Another fact is when they only released 1 or 2% of the Epstein files, he was already listed in that bitch 38,000 times. But it gets worse. So here we go. We have a little segment here on CNN, Tap Jaker's show, and they're discussing the Epstein files. They say the following.
And some of this is handwritten notes from the FBI agents interviewing victims and also potentially even perpetrators, right?
Well, the FBI handwritten notes implicate Donald Trump.
FBI handwritten notes, redacted, directly implicating Donald J. Trump. Directly implicating them. What the DOJ hasn't produced. Handwritten notes FBI took during witness interviews, files in foreign languages, and explanations of redactions. But handwritten notes directly implicating Donald Trump.
Secret why they're doing this dance at the DOJ to not release them. They are handwritten notes by 4 different meetings with a victim who alleges when she was 13 she was sexually abused by Donald Trump. That's it.
Katie Johnson. This is the Katie Johnson allegation. Ladies and gentlemen, finish watching this segment, but as soon as you're done watching this segment, do yourself a favor. Type in Secular Talk Katie Johnson.
Yeah, it is crazy though that CNN's talking about these allegations because we've heard about these months and months ago, but now that Katie Fong is doing all of this litigation in civil court. I think it's civil court. Is it civil court? Actually, no, I don't think it is civil. Maybe federal court. I can't remember. Either way, I mean, she's suing to get access to the Epstein documents. I think it must have to be federal court because it's the DOJ. She's suing the DOJ. Can you sue the DOJ in civil court? Sorry, I'm not a lawyer. But the point is Katie Fong has been bringing a lot of attention to all this. And the fact is yeah, we watched that little piece of that, I think, at the time, that interview of Katie Johnson. Now, apparently, Katie has, I think, released... Are these Katie? I can't remember who released these. Actually, maybe not. Are these just unredacted on the website? I can't remember how this happened. But some of these notes, these handwritten notes, are coming out. Let's go to this part.
The most damning parts. That's what you need to understand. They give you a little bit, and then they take out the most damaging stuff. They're still hiding. This stuff, they're still trying to hide it. Well, guess what? We have one of the documents floating around now. It was posted by the DOJ, perhaps accidentally, okay? Jim Stewartson says, wow, this is all very specific. And he's pointing to, this is one of the handwritten letters that was being held back by the FBI. More on it in a second because it's very hard to read if you just go through it like this, okay? Someone at the DOJ is definitely getting fired for forgetting to redact Donald Trump's name from this file. So again, handwritten. So what does it say? Jeffrey Epstein, my testimony places Donald Trump as a person involved in the sale of young women to sex trafficking ring of Jeffrey Epstein and the Saudis. Let me repeat that. Handwritten letter to the FBI. My testimony places Donald Trump as a person involved in the sale of young women.
This sentence was nuts. As I've suggested in the past, that maybe, just like with the allegations against Lex Wexner and Victoria's Secret being a playground for Jeffrey Epstein to go recruiting, perhaps Donald Trump had some other sort of similar arrangement with Jeffrey since they were best friends and he had a modeling agency and a teen beauty pageant. But this is, I mean, way beyond that. That is quite an allegation. Something I do feel merits an investigation. I mean, all of this stuff, as we know, merits an investigation, and it's a farce that we aren't getting them. Any of them. Like, it's like numerous investigations that need to be done, and the DOJ came out and said, actually, it's weird that you want to talk about that when we could be talking about, I don't know.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
Right? Like, that's we were told that we shouldn't be talking about the Dow and not the Epstein files, even though the DOJ refused to investigate any of the named co-conspirators in these things. Like, no, it's fine. I don't even know what you're all talking about. Everything's good, above board. And it's disgusting.
Disgusting and probably illegal.
He donated the bike cover. That's true. And I appreciated that. Appreciated that. Really. It's been helping. That's been helping keep the bike protected. Okay. Let's continue because, you know, this is, like I said, a lot of the theme of tonight is how unpopular the president is becoming, even with his own base. And in the heart of Trump country, the Trump Superstore on I-40 closed, going out of business as a result of lack of customers and sales. Yes, indeed. Large store in Tennessee is shut down due to a lack of shoppers here, as you can see, covered in Trump paraphernalia and signs. They were the biggest Trump superstore known to man. Now it's shut down. 50% off. I released a clip of this earlier because I felt this was just too funny. It hasn't done as well as I was hoping it would, but I just think it's hilarious. It speaks to this the shifting of this situation, right? We're seeing it happen slowly. It took goddamn long enough, but 2 years in, Republicans are in fact starting to revolt. These people. Let's not forget, like, he's not a normal lame duck, because no other lame duck has had, I don't know, a fervent, rabid base clamoring for a third term against the Constitution that he himself had referenced on numerous occasions, right? Like, it's different, right? Like, you would expect the MAGA superstore to continue doing well so long as the president is doing well. And it would seem that as the president does worse and worse, so goes the MAGA business, the Trump business. That's a huge, multi-billion-dollar business. It's just crumbling. Yes, indeed. But it's not just MAGA retail sales that are posting bad numbers. As it turns out, retail sales across America just posted their largest drop in more than a year on Monday. Here's ABC News 2 days ago.
New data from the Commerce Department shows Americans cut their spending in July by the biggest amount in more than a year. Retail sales fell 0.6% last month, following a slight gain in June. That
Oof.
drop in spending is raising concern among some economists about the resiliency of consumers as Americans respond to rising gas prices and lingering inflation.
Yes, indeed. Largest retail sales drop in more than a year. Basically, since before Trump took office. Almost, not quite. It's from, I think, last May. It was like, right? It was like I think it was like last May or June. It was in between Liberation Day and Re-Liberation Day. You remember that time? I know it's been like over a year. But between Liberation Day 1 and Liberation Day 2, right, there was a huge drop in retail sales because everyone was freaking out because there was just an impending sales apocalypse as a result of the tariffs, right? Like, we knew where the tariffs were going, and everybody was just like hoping the president would taco. And, I do think that that's the last time that we had this bad of a retail sales number. But it's been, this is the Trump economy. And certainly one of the main reasons why Trump is losing support.
Joining me now is Heather Long.
No, we're not going to do that. Let's go here next to NBC News from yesterday, where NBC was doing the big-time journalism stuff, taking to the streets, asking voters the hard questions.
Has defied bipartisan demands to end his campaign amid domestic abuse allegations made by his ex-wife.
Oh, wait, this is the wrong one.
He denies, but they've made their way to Ohio's 9th congressional district, which is...
Oh, wait, is this where they're doing it? I can't remember. Is this in Ohio? I could have sworn this was... Wait, hold on. Oh, maybe this is in Ohio. Okay. Well, the point is we don't need this whole thing. There's just one clip from all of this. I actually want... I think it's... Is it this? I think it's this one, if I remember correctly. Hmm.
You're still a registered Republican?
I am.
Do you vote in Republican primaries?
I do.
So you're just not happy with the way
I'm not happy with, well, the party that I know doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Hopefully it finds its way.
If you could say something to President Trump right now, what would you say?
Resign. You're destroying the country.
Oh my god. I thought this was great. You got a registered Republican here in a parking lot telling NBC that Trump should resign and that he's destroying America.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Yeah, that's the vibes right now. People are sick of the high prices. They're sick of it all. Let's talk about another crucial voting bloc leaving the president in droves. Hispanics.
Here's Donald Trump. They woke him up to give a speech. This is him at the Nassau County Police Academy.
So I just say this. So for you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline, just remember you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have a country. Really, it's the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world.
Remember, when you're paying extra for gasoline, you're doing patriotism. I'm sorry, we don't need this whole clip. We're going to Harry Emden for the numbers. Where's the Harry Emden numbers? Where are the Harry Emden numbers? That's what we're here for. Come on.
Holy Toledo.
What are we doing?
I know for some people who are not me, you have not made billions of dollars because I'm president. I have.
Should have worked harder.
You should have worked harder.
True.
Down. Actually, I take a loan to get gas, and then I don't repay the loan. Look, this has been hard. I know for some people who are not me, you have not made billions of dollars because I'm president. I have.
Should have worked harder.
You should have worked harder. But we absolutely have to pretend like I haven't lost this war. So that's what it's going to cost.
Patriotism.
In the meantime, apparently even Republicans are getting a little tired of this. And people who might have voted for Trump last time are starting to have second thoughts, and I wonder why.
One of the key questions is, this November, what will happen to some of those voting blocs that swung a little bit toward Donald Trump, toward President Trump in 2024? Will those groups who were away from him but swung toward him stay with him? With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton. One of those key groups is
Hispanic men. Hispanic men. Donald Trump put up a historically strong performance for a Republican candidate for president amongst Hispanic men. But the phrase this morning for President Trump is ay caramba, because look at these shifts. I mean, Hispanic men on Trump. In 2024, he won among Hispanic men by 10 points. Look now where his net approval rating is. Down he goes into the Gulf of
Oh my God.
Holy Toledo.
Down 51 points with Hispanic men. And from what I'm hearing out there, it's a combination of things. The economy, as well as immigration. Not everybody has the same opinions, but it's seemingly not a shock. Those two things, biggest complaints that are leading to this implosion among this particular demographic for the president. It's not just me saying it, it's Harry.
awful awful, awful, awful. Weak.
50 points down on the 60 points down on the economy. Oopsies. Stop. Why do you hate me? What did I do?
60 move away from the President of the United States on the issue that got him reelected to a second term. It really helped swing Hispanic men into the Republican column to a historic degree. And all of that movement, all that hard work that Republicans made and did for the 2024 election, it all is just basically gone at this point.
Oh, God. It's all gone. Horrible. Yeah, like I said, the president's support is imploding across demographics. Has been since he took office. I mean, he came in with, he loved to claim that he had unanimous support, and at least within the Republican Party, kinda did. I mean, it was it was crazy unprecedented numbers in the Republican Party. It was like 90% on everything. All Republicans thought the president could do no wrong. Fast forward a year and a half, and Republicans are voting non-Trump candidates in the final primaries of 2026. Like, they've completely given up on him. It's kind of incredible, in my opinion. Like, it's quite an arc. He started off with honestly, he had kind of unanimous approval in the Republican base, and I mean, the rest of the country hated his guts, but over time, he lost independents and everybody else, including the Republicans. At least, it's quite an implosion. It's not all Republicans yet. I wish. It's not even close. But you're seeing the cracks. You're seeing the fucking cracks. Look at these numbers. On choice for Congress between 2024 and 2026.
I'm staying in the race.
Whoops.
Seeing amongst Hispanic men and their views of President Trump very much diving towards the negative absolutely look like they're going to have a massive impact on the midterm elections. Hispanic men now favoring the Democrats by 20.
That's a 28-point shift right there. It's huge. Huge, Space Fams, huge. Hispanic women hated Trump's system. Yeah, there was certainly a gender divide in this election. Of course, no demographic is a monolith. We must always remember that. But the numbers are certainly shifting away from Trump, out of the president's favor. It's a bad time. He's having a bad time right now. Fact is, though, majority of Americans are not satisfied with the U.S. economy. I'm not just claiming this myself. That's according to the latest CBS News poll. Wow, Barry Weiss couldn't fix the poll.
Back here in the United States, Americans are growing increasingly gloomy about what's been a resilient economy. A new CBS News poll finds 69% of Americans are not satisfied with how the economy is working. CBS's Aaron Navarro is in Bridgewater, New Jersey, near President Trump's golf resort where he just left. Aaron, what do you know?
Good evening, Jerika. With the Iran war in its 6th month, there is still pain at the pump. The national average for a gallon of gas is about $1 higher than at this point last year. And with November's elections approaching, voters are frustrated with the American economy.
People are struggling to survive.
New CBS polling shows a majority of Americans believe how the U.S. economy works is unfair. And 73% say that the income gap between the richest Americans and the middle class is increasing.
So effectively, everyone, aside from, what is that, 25? Oh, so like 3 in 4, right? Like 3 in 4 people, basically everyone you meet on the street, accepts that the income gap between the wealthiest and the middle class is getting out of control, continues to increase. We're all aware of it. We can feel it happening. We can see it with our eyes, with our pocketbooks. And people aren't happy about that. It's shocking, but people don't like feeling like they're living in an unequal society where a small group of people are kind of just lording over them. That's kind of why we did this democracy thing in the first place, from what I understand. Supposedly. Those are some of the claims I've heard. Meanwhile, over the weekend, Trump's approval rating on gas prices also hit a historic low, not just for him, but for presidents in the 21st century. It's including Biden, Obama, and Bush.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you.
Wow, look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%.
You know, I'm just realizing I don't have an Obama sound shot. I don't have an Obama sound. That feels wrong. That feels deeply wrong. I gotta solve that. I gotta solve that. How is it that I don't have one prepared for this? I have all of these guys. I have so many sound shots, and somehow I don't have an Obama sound shot? How's that possible? Oh, it makes no sense. But what does make sense is that Trump's disapproval on gas prices are the worst in 21st century history. 80% of Americans think he's doing a bad job. Yeah, because he blatantly started a completely unnecessary war that nobody asked for. Everybody knew was going to lead to higher gas prices. I mean, you know, and he's lied to the American people repeatedly about the war that's leading to the higher gas prices. But you know what's not going to help with gas prices? It's shit like this. Seen Monday in Oklahoma. Massive fireball erupting. You can see the top of the tank if you just follow it. Right here, you can see the top of the tank. An oil tank lifted into the stratosphere. All right, not quite the stratosphere, but it was up there. Must be hundreds of feet into the air. A giant metal lid for an oil, what was it, oil tank, reservoir, whatever you call them, just exploding in the middle of a storm. Apparently, lightning struck, causing this to light 3 separate oil tanks here in Oklahoma on fire, resulting in this eruption seen from the road. I mean, this shit is wild.
Oh my God.
This is the moment an explosion sent the top of a tank carrying petroleum products up into the sky.
Jesus.
The city of
Good Lord, look at this freaking apocalyptic scene. These oil tankers just on fire. We've seen a lot of these lately, but most of them have been as a result of bombs. Not natural occurrences like a lightning strike. But that's what happened here, apparently. That is what led to this inferno. But that can't possibly help with the gas prices. I know that. You know what else isn't helping with costs? Affordability. The closure of this, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which was there to keep banks and credit card companies from defrauding customers and businesses from defrauding customers, stuff like that. Something which the president completely dismantled.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Which is now costing American consumers in the millions, if not, I think, possibly billions of dollars at this point. Here's WCVB News Channel 5 Boston from 2 days ago.
I was beside myself.
Laurie Gorlick couldn't believe it when her credit card dispute was denied this summer.
Doesn't matter whether it was $50 or $1,000, it's the principle. I mean, I'm not going to pay for something that's not mine.
It all started in May when she noticed these 4 charges on her JetBlue credit card from Viator, a tour and ticket company owned by Needham-based TripAdvisor. She learned the charges were for tickets to visit the Empire State Building and added up to a sizable amounts.
How much are we talking about?
$586.36.
You know the exact amount?
Yes, I do.
Laurie immediately called the number on her card and was connected to Barclays, the bank that issues JetBlue's card. She filed a formal dispute, was issued a new card, and a credit for the charges.
So you thought that would probably be the end of it, right?
100%.
Was it?
It was not.
But a few weeks later, Barclays told her they determined the charges are valid based on documentation provided by the merchant. Gorlick asked what that documentation was and couldn't believe what they said.
And the reason for that was because Viator had my credit card number, my address, and my email address. Well, somebody stole it from me.
That was the extent of the proof.
So they stole her identity, used it to buy like $530 worth of whatever. She goes to her bank to, dispute the charges. FDIC insured funds, gets her money back, and then the money gets clawed back by her bank. It's insane. But this is, of course, a result of the dismantling and defanging of this Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The numbers are staggering. The amounts being returned, the number of complaints being accepted, the successful disputes imploding under Donald Trump.
They had your credit card number, your address, and your email address.
Laurie obtained a police report and then should file a complaint with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. But our review of government data shows since the Trump administration took office last year, it's getting tougher for consumers to get their money back in credit card disputes, as the administration has tried to strip the Bureau of its power. In 2023 and 2024, the final 2 years of the Biden administration, about a third of credit card customers who complained to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau got their money back. But that number dropped to 27% last year and is just 25.5% so far this year. And
1 in 3 to 1 in 4 people.
% last year and is just 25.5% so far this year. And the numbers are far worse for disputes involving Barclays. Again, that's the bank behind Laurie's JetBlue card. CFPB
Wow, from 1 in 3 to 1 in 4 to from 1 in 5 to, what is that, 1 in 12? Not 1 in 13? Oh my God. That is terrible. Wow. Wow. They are intentionally dropping the ball for America. Disgusting. The numbers are clear. Anybody can see it at this point. And that's why most American voters believe that Trump has also inappropriately profited while in office, according to the latest polls. Here's Reuters from 14 hours ago.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
This could be rubbing off on the Republican Party.
A pretty clear majority of the public think that it's inappropriate that Donald Trump and his family has profited from these cryptocurrency deals in recent years. It appears that only about a quarter or a third of Republicans said that this was inappropriate. And I think that some of
Look at the number on Democrats. 92% of Democrats think it's inappropriate, while 63% of America, so 2 in 3 Americans think it's inappropriate, and more than 9 in 10 Democrats. More than 9 in 10 Democrats think so. 92 in 100 Democrats.
the loyalty factor playing out there. The other finding that is particularly surprising to me is just how widespread the view is that Donald Trump's personal business ventures are influencing his decisions in the White House. That was a higher share of the poll respondents.
Wow, even Republicans think they are.
About half.
Wow. Wow, this is the one. Yes, yes. I'm remembering this now. Yeah, this one is crazy. This one, in my opinion, this is one of these instances of these poll numbers. And we've had all sorts of weird shit happen with polls lately. We keep seeing more and more of these polls, and at some point the aggregate does make a difference. But holy cow. Wow. Now 1 in 2 Republicans think that Trump's businesses are influencing his decisions as president. I think this has got to be part of why he's starting to lose these primary elections. Like I said, this is all boding very badly. It's all boding very badly for him in the general here. Oh, wow. Because, of course, who else is he going to send out there to help these candidates? And he's also, let's not point out, Trump, I don't have this in front of me. I could probably find it. But, I read his story. I can't remember which race it was. It might have been the Wyoming race. Or no, maybe it was the Florida race. I think it may have been the Florida race. Not Ryan? Corey? Whatever his fucking name is. Corey Mills, I think. After he lost that race in Florida's 7th, he immediately pivoted to the new candidate who he declared to be MAGA. I should find this because he literally tweeted out like it's impossible to find specific tweets these days because there's so many of these things from Trump. He said so many of the same thing over and over again. It's so hard to find the right one. So you got to go pouring through his actual tweets, which is always the worst. But he literally came out and tried to claim the non-MAGA quote unquote candidate as MAGA, right? And then the fact is it always has been. I mean, the Republican Party has been Trump's party. And so he just rushes to claim victory in a different primary with a candidate that he didn't endorse. That was it's just so incredible. So it's going to be really hard, in my opinion, for any of these Republicans to shake the president. It's going to be really hard. He's going to claim, because he wants to keep the majority right now, right? So he's going to get involved in it. He's going to claim they're all MAGA. It's going to be perfect. It's going to be perfect for us. You see what I'm saying? It's all lining up right now, which is why focusing on the primary and just keeping our head down, making sure we win as many races was really the important thing. Because now we got a great list of candidates. Should be very easy to now get there because Trump is deeply, historically unpopular. Even he's losing it with his own base. He was 90% on everything with Republicans. And now you're just seeing the numbers implode left and right on all of this stuff. From his personal dealings to the economy to immigration and whatever else. All these numbers have gone from 90 to 100% to 60%, 50%, 40%, 30%. He is imploding different rates on all of these different policies Foreign policy, of course, can't forget that. Operation Epstein Fury is deeply unpopular. We're going to talk about that later. It's, like I said, most of the stream is just going to be us talking about all of the ways that Trump is now becoming deeply unpopular, even with his base. Not just with Democrats, who are now like 100% on every issue that Trump is Satan. Speaking of Satan and the economy, of course, Trump has tried to usher in a brand new age of AI data center dominance in America that he has claimed people just need to accept. I feel like this is the worst spot to put a data center. Could be wrong. I guess you could put it like on top of an apartment building.
The largest data center in Massachusetts.
It's nicknamed by a lot of residents in the neighborhood the dungeon because it seriously is just this black building that looms over us.
The Markley Data Center in Lowell. It's a mammoth digital warehouse storing everything from your text messages to your medical files.
Yeah, but mostly AI shit. All these guys are selling space to AI because AI needs unlimited data storage. So that's why we have all these new data centers popping up. This one has, been around for a little while. It is enormous. And it's smack dab in the middle of a fucking... This like quaint-looking residential neighborhood, this tiny town. Like, why put this right in the middle of everything? Like, apparently it's, like, loud as shit. It's disturbing absolutely everybody by no shock at all. And polluting the air. I mean, it's just whatever. This is from a month ago. Just a peek at this thing. It's just a lot of these new data centers that are popping up, they're all for AI. And it's all because of Donald Trump. Putting them in the middle of residential areas is one of the dumbest fucking things you can do. It just disturbs the maximum number of people. If Big Brother had a home, it would look like that. I wish I could highlight that message right now on Twitch. Yep, 100% dirty mullet. It's exactly what it is. If Big Brother had a mansion, that would be a giant black box. His sole purpose is sucking up all of the information and then surveilling in society. 100%. 100% of 100%. However, pushback against data center development has been growing. So much so that data center development seem to be getting a little desperate. Ahead of a Montgomery County township vote in Pennsylvania, apparently the data center developer started offering $10,000 to anyone willing to publicly support the data center. This one's wild. This one's wild. NBC 10 Philadelphia from 6 days ago.
Vineland, Upper Merion, Plymouth Township. At this point, we're getting used to seeing these images. We brought you live coverage of concerned residents packing rooms, either seeking more information about data centers proposed for their communities or trying to stop them altogether. So what happens if local government ultimately does reject the project? Does it just go away? Do developers try another community? Tonight, we're going in depth on a new trend we're seeing among developers. They are now offering to pay residents to support their project. I talked to the American City Business Journal's reporter who first reported on this tactic being used here in Pennsylvania.
This is so
simple, right?
This is
You have
wild.
all of these.
This is wild. They're literally trying to buy local lobbyists, like anybody. There's like $10,000 to anybody crazy enough to say yes to this. Anybody just sick and depraved and masochistic enough to support this in their own community in a public manner, we will give you $10,000. It's so depraved. Like, the dystopia is real, dude. Oh my god. But they really are floundering. They have way too much money. It's out of control.
Data centers that need to be built. You have developers and companies with a huge amount of money, and they need them to be built, and people largely don't want them nearby. So what do you do?
Would say $10,000 a person get the deal done? Let's take you a couple hours north to a town called Hazleton in Luzerne County, Pennsylvania. Late last year, a proposal for a hyperscale data center known as Project Hazelnut was rejected by.
Yes, indeed. And these guys are offering $10,000 a pop for public lobbyists. Community members willing to speak on their behalf at the community meeting that was had, where furious locals showed up to make their voices heard. One more clip on this one. CBS Philadelphia next from 5 days ago. Purple, thank you for the resub on Twitch. Appreciate you.
First, residents have fought it, and the developer has fought back. Now, a Montgomery County data center battle comes down to a vote. Good evening, everyone. I'm Yuki Washington. It's been a long and messy fight in Upper Merion over the development of 5 data centers, but it appears the residents opposing it have come out on top, at least for now. CBS Philadelphia's Joe Holden reports from King of Prussia.
It was a tense, hours-long meeting. At one point, the applicant, Brian O'Neill, confronted the Board of Supervisors, saying he'd stay here all night to answer their questions. The board appeared to be out of patience, O'Neill responding, "It's clear. All you want to do is deny my plan and go home." Loud cheers as Upper Merion supervisors reject a total of 5 applications seeking to construct data center-related developments. The total amount of proposed square feet would approach double the size of the nearby King of Prussia Mall.
Jesus
this won't
Christ.
negatively affect Upper Merion residents.
I don't know if anybody's ever been to the King of Prussia. That thing is a monstrosity. Alright? It's enormous. This is going to be twice the size. Hype train. Hype train on Twitch. Let's go. Let's go. I don't know why we deserved it.
Why?
But let's go.
Praise God.
One after the other, people asked board members to deny the plans.
Vote no against all of these hyperscale AI data center proposals. We have over 20,000 signatures.
This man was the lone voice from the public supporting the projects that have nationally come under scrutiny for noise and pressure on public water and energy systems.
I had the opportunity here to embrace not only property rights, but also technology and progress.
Board members appeared to grow impatient with the process, at times accusing applicant Brian O'Neill of not providing adequate information so board members could.
Yes, indeed. All 5, goddammit. Sorry, I gotta keep this going. Okay, I'm wearing sunglasses. Settle down. All 5 of these applications shut down by the city council while formerly furious.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Formerly furious Pennsylvanians were suddenly thrilled. Suddenly thrilled with the decision to shut it down.
This is ridiculous.
Jesus Christ. You're out of control. You're out of control and you need to take it down a notch. Oh, while we're talking about data centers, let's talk about the circular financing that's going into a lot of these projects. Sort of incestuous spending that seems to be propping up these companies being funneled back and forth between entities like OpenAI, NVIDIA, and Oracle just seem to be circulating back and forth in a way that makes a lot of people question whether or not there's really any business at all that's being done here, aside from the building of data centers. Here's Reuters from yesterday.
This is essentially one of the latest in, AI's so-called circular financing, which has made a lot of people very worried about where this industry is headed. NVIDIA is willing to spend as much as $105 billion to support this data center that OpenAI is leasing in Ohio. It's going to be one of the world's biggest data centers with a capacity of nearly 8 gigawatts, enough to power nearly 6 million US households. NVIDIA is willing to provide guarantees for lease and power payments. It says this deal is not circular because OpenAI will make the actual lease payment.
It's not circular because they'll actually give us our money back that we gave them for that other deal. Don't you see? It's not circular because they're actually giving us the money back. That's not how that works. These guys are deranged. Of course that's circular. Of course it's circular. It's money that you gave them literally like 6 months ago. You gave them that money and then they're just giving it back to you now. That's not revenue. That's not real revenue. You guys are playing financial games over here, and we're all like witness to it. It's ridiculous. It is nonsense. It's not circular because they're actually giving us the payments. Like, dude, that's just confirmation that it's circular, if anything. Oh, God. Your main purpose in life is playing Escape from Tarkov? Are you telling me you can't watch the stream and play Escape from Tarkov? You telling me you can't escape from Tarkov while keeping up with the Galactic Spacecast? That's a little weird. Jeez. Gotta say, escape-wise, is a little weak.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
One would think you could do both. Don't multitask shame me. Alright, fine, I'll leave you alone. You go escape from Tarkov. Good luck on the escape. How long is it going to take, you think? 30, 40 hours?
Well,
all right. Well, while we're talking about all these AI data center constructions, we should talk about another construction as we end the U.S. news. Finally, 5.5 hours of U.S. Today was very U.S. news heavy. Must be like 50, 60 clips. Well, it's been a very busy week. Almost all of these are from the last couple of days. There's a couple from like last week, but most of these are from like the last couple of days. It's crazy. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday have already been pretty nuts. And on to other constructions. This one of an illegal, unpermitted variety.
Illegal?
The White House.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Where earlier this afternoon, the president held a walkabout, I don't know what to call it, a guided tour, a guided tour of the latest developments architecturally at the White House. I'm, of course, talking about the beautiful helipad. Why didn't the White House have a helipad this whole time? Everybody's saying it. We keep landing on the lawn, and it's weird.
Well,
which was literally, they had potholes in it. It's ridiculous the way this place was taken care of. Nobody, including other presidents, they didn't see it. But I see it because I was very good at real estate, like maybe the best in a lot of ways. And I love construction. I love seeing things properly taken care of. As you know, we've redone the colonnade, going to the Oval Office. We put the black granite down, and now we're out here. So for 50 years, more than that, they've wanted to have a heliport, but nobody knew how to go about it.
Nobody knew how to do it. Nobody knew how to build it. No, that's not true. None of that's true. Now, maybe people have wanted a helipad at the White House, but it's never been a big thing for anybody. And no one's circumvented Congress and demolished part of the historical landmark that is the White House, the people's house, in order to build it. You know, like nobody just like stole money from America to build, you know, illegal additions and or changes to the White House. They always got permission from Congress ahead of time, you know, from the people, historical societies, and all these other folks. Nobody just like started, I don't know, say doing something deranged, like putting a backhoe and like a fucking crane and just knocking out the entire East Wing. That's what was actually happening. Nobody knew how to do it. Nobody knew how to put concrete on ground. It was a concept that eluded all presidents before me, because I am a builder, unlike anybody else.
We're building a great heliport. It's donated by Sikorsky, by the
Now I'm just being
helicopter
pedantic,
company,
am I?
because we have helicopters that can't even land here. They have brand new helicopters that were bought a long time ago, manufactured and recently arrived.
I am literally a pedant, okay? That's my job, is pedantry. So I don't take this accusation of being pedantic as some kind of insult, okay? I warmly welcome it. Yes, I am a pedant. It's literally part of the job.
And they couldn't land on the grass because the power is so great of the engines that the grass would get ripped up. They tried it, and the grass was literally scattered all over the place. And I don't mean it was burned a little bit on top. I mean it was dirt, and the grass was all over the place. So they've been trying to build a heliport, meaning a pad, for
Everybody's been. He just goes on and on about this. Like he's a fucking lunatic. Like, I mean, we're already a minute and a half into this. He just keeps going on. It's perfect. Everybody's been asking for it forever. For 50,000 years, they've been saying that they need a helipad at the White House. And they didn't have it. But now we do.
stainless steel pieces in.
There are big holes. There are big giant holes in the lawn. And now, no more lawn. Problem solved.
They take it off, they put in a stainless steel rod, and they put the rope.
And now starts the walking tour. Okay, we might. I think I'm gonna call it on this one here, but suffice to say, the president takes the entire press on a walking tour of like the White House, of like the new helipad. He's like, "Look, it's beautiful. Let me show you all of the greatness." Actually, let's watch a little bit more.
I guess nothing's indestructible, but it's pretty close.
It's almost indestructible.
Again,
yeah.
This was all black.
I'm glad I decided to stay on this for a little bit longer. Nothing's indestructible, but it basically is. A lot of people are saying it is basically an indestructible helipad.
Indestructible, but it's pretty close. It's really high quality. Again,
Really
this
high
was all black asphalt that was in terrible shape. And asphalt only lasts for a season. It doesn't last very long, especially when it gets this kind of use. And so it would have literally potholes and cracks all over it. Not appropriate for the White House.
Not appropriate. It looks wrong. Oh my god, he can barely walk. Did you see that?
Wait.
He can barely get through the door frame. Did you see how much he struggled just now? Hold on, watch it, watch.
Potholes and cracks all over it. Not appropriate for the White House.
Look at how much he struggled to get through the door.
Wait.
Must have a very poopy diaper.
Wait for the wrangler.
Okay.
Come on over here. So,
Toilet.
this is all brand new grass. The grass was in terrible shape, and we have a great man that works here for 54 years, Dale. And he said, you know, it'd be nice to be able to change the grass. You know, grass has a life like humans have a life. And this is all going to be, right now, it's put in, if you come back in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, it's in shock. But you come back in 2 or 3 weeks, this has all been redone.
I'm just looking at dirt. All I see is dirt. What is he? It's perfect. Perfect dirt. It's been all redone. It's going to be great.
It's all been topsoiled. In other words, we put topsoil, brand new earth on top.
Brand new earth.
You know, very
Bare
lot of good ingredients in that earth.
A lot of good ingredients.
Very happy. And
oh, I'm glad I decided to go back to this spot. This was the perfect spot because, like, of this entire thing, I listened to this whole thing. This has got to be the funniest part, where he talks about this grass. Like, oh my god. He talks about this grass for like multiple minutes. He fixates on this grass. He honestly, as a golf course owner, I think he just has some weird obsession with grass. It's like one of the only things he actually might know about. And it's just hilarious to see how much he cares about grass. He's the president of the United States, by the way, not a greenskeeper. Right? Like, we're at war in Iran right now, and he's standing here talking about the fucking grass for multiple minutes. And the cement, the great cement that everybody's been asking for.
this grass will look so beautiful. If you remember, it had big sunken areas in here, and it was pretty bad. It was in bad shape. But this grass is the highest quality. It was given free of charge by Scott's Miracle Grow, Scott's. And Scott's is a great company. They actually contributed to my campaign. I must be honest. You'll figure that out.
They contributed to my campaign.
And they said to me, "Sir, we'd like
I forgot
to
about
replace
that.
the grass at the White House.
I forgot about
with
that
the highest
comment.
quality."
I love how offhand he throws in the fact that the grass guy contributed to his fucking campaign, so it's an act of quid pro quo corruption. The perfect, glorious grass. It is an act of blatant corruption.
And do a real job. So Scott's, I want to thank Scott's.
Oh, thanks,
Grow.
Scott.
It's I think the biggest grass company in the world, somebody said, but it's very big and very good, and the owners are fantastic people, and I want to thank them. So this side, they just started putting it down, if you can see. This will be happening over here too. As you remember, I donated the flagpoles, one on each side.
It's so generous.
The White House didn't really have an approach.
Okay, that's it. That's it. He says a bunch of more deranged things. We could listen to all of this. He also suggests that the life of grass is similar to that of a human life, which I found fascinating. He anthropomorphizes grass, but doesn't have sympathy for immigrants, empathy for immigrants. It's just... He talks about it, like, he just goes on and on about it. Like, we literally can't sit here and listen to the whole thing, but it's just, all of it is insane. Like, every word that he's saying here is deranged. I can't think of a more deranged press conference. Oh, the grass guy was a big campaign contributor. Doing this illegal renovation at the White House I didn't ask anybody about. The grass is going to be memorial reflecting pool green. And it will be glorious. Also done by a Trump contributor. It's a theme. It's a theme. Everything is Brought to you by Trump campaign contributors here in Washington, D.C. For fuck's sake. Okay. That's it for the grass and the helipad. Just a lunatic. What a crazy guy. All right, last clip from U.S. News before we move on to the collapsing environment. The great Harry Emden.
Holy Toledo!
At CNN with the latest Trump presidential approval ratings.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
CNN's Harry Enden looking at all the numbers. How low is it?
You know, if this were a game of limbo, President Trump would be winning. Unfortunately, this is the game of presidential popularity. And
oh my God, are you a real Trump supporter? You know, initially, Miso... I can't tell what that is. You know, Miso, initially I thought you were an ironic Trump supporter. I thought you were being, like, ironical. Like, you were just trying to, you know, like you were being sarcastic. But if you're a genuine Trump supporter, like, you are literally outside of your mind. You're literally losing it. America's not doing great in any metric, and you need help. And the best help you can get is to just re-watch the stream. 6 hours of it. You got so much content already to go through. But you're in a very small group now. Very small group of people who actually like the president still. You're kind of weird. You know that? You're like a unicorn almost. You're all alone. Just you and a couple cultists left clinging to the president's boot.
he is reaching record lows yet again. He is losing. Just take a look here. Okay, Trump net approval hits a term too low. Look at this. 31 points underwater. 31 points underwater according to Ipsos, the Reuters Ipsos poll. Look where he was at the beginning of term number 2. He was at plus 6 points. So he is down, what is that, the math quickly with me, 37 points from where he was at the beginning of his second presidency. You know, President Trump was unpopular going into the midterms during his first presidency, but not anywhere as unpopular as this. He was 12 points underwater. So he is doing, versus where he was at term number 1 at this point, he is doing, what is the math here quickly? He is doing 19 points worse than he was doing in term number 1 at this point.
Yeah, let's not forget in term 1 at this point. Democrats were working on a sweet, sweet blue wave, which came about to some degree. And now we're almost triple. We're 5 points away from being literally triple on the numbers. On disapproval right now. He is so deeply unpopular. It's crazy.
Holy Toledo.
Only weirdos like Miso in my Twitch chat, who I suspect of being a bot, but maybe you're a real guy. I don't know. Or gal. Yeah, you're really weird for still liking this guy, just according to the numbers. You know, if you start to focus in on different groups of people, it gets worse and worse. Independents now. An even worse approval rating than the broad public.
Trump's net approval rating among independents, term 2, he's 47 points underwater now. 47 points underwater. He was at minus 1 point at the beginning of his presidency, basically treading water, right? So what is that? That's a 46-point drop. So you see that drop of what, 31 points from where he was at the beginning of his presidency, or 37 points from where he was at the beginning of his presidency among the overall electorate. But that's nothing compared to this 46-point drop among independents.
Yeah, this is massive. 37 points lower, almost 5 times as bad than 2018. 50 points lower than it was in 2025. I mean, this is all bad. This is all bad for Trump. Anybody still going,
Daddy can do no wrong.
Well, they probably need a little help.
You have a mental health problem.
Because the average American has decided that Trump sucks. A piece of shit. Ruin the economy, he's ruined America, our foreign policy, and basically everything. It was also not getting better as Donald Trump spends billions of dollars to cancel green energy projects across the country. The climate continues to collapse faster and faster. They should show the Biden numbers. Biden numbers have been improving under Donald Trump. Kamala Harris numbers have been improving under Donald Trump. Since then, they've been, people have actually warmed back up to people that they had rejected previously. And by the way, just so you know, we're not some libbed up podcast, okay? I'm not some like Biden stan, okay? I'm not like some, I'm not Kamala's #1 fan around here, okay? This is that insurgent wing in the Democratic Party. That's where you found yourself. This is the insurgency in the Democratic Party. Not the old guard, establishment lovers. Nay. Nay, Miso. You're in the wrong place for that. Speaking of storms, let's go to Hawaii, where Hurricane Lala brought severe devastation this week to communities across the state. Thousands, I believe, still without power, they've been working to try and restore power, but there's been a lot of problems. Infrastructure taken out, bridges, roads, people cut off from society, left to fend for themselves. Let's start here from NBC News 3 days ago.
Tonight, Lala's damage coming into focus after lashing Hawaii's Big Island overnight. The eye of the storm passing 30 miles off the island's southern coast, dumping feet of rain and hitting coastal areas with dangerously high surf. Teams rescued a woman from a tree after a flash flood swept her home away. Video shows floodwaters surging in front of this house. Hawaii National Guard saving 2 paramedics trapped inside their own truck. Taking down the sign. Before
Miso. He was working hard to fix it. Jerome Powell was just trying to ruin. Oh, it was Jerome Powell. It was Jay Powell. Oh, it's all Jay Powell's fault. Oh, no. Your understanding of economics is baby-brained. I can guarantee it. Holy fuck. Jay Powell was trying to ruin America. Oh, God.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry. I thought this was America.
You're a moron.
It, too, was washed away.
The trash can's moving.
All that water wreaking havoc island-wide.
Dude.
From a drenching that felt non-stop.
There's rushing water, there's debris, and there's boulders on the road, and it's dark.
Oh, my God.
The storm so strong, the current washed out this road, taking down trees with it. In Hilo, water churning under this bridge, and drone video capturing roads completely submerged. The highest rainfall total from this storm, more than 42 inches along the Big Island's northeast coast. Winds there reaching more than 70 miles an hour, ripping roofs off buildings. Lala downgrade.
Those are pretty high winds. I'm not sure if that hits Category 2, but 70 miles is A lot. That is a lot. And the floods were intense. Practically every region touched by the storm. It was an incredible amount of rain that fell in some places. And you can see the difference. It's pretty freaking crazy. The difference between the top image and the bottom image. These are the same place. One's before, the other one's after the storm. I mean, it's night and day. Pretty insane shit. Unfortunately, the human toll was felt across the state. As I mentioned, there were thousands without power. People cut off from society, isolated as a result of downed trees, downed bridges, washed out roads, other sorts of devastation to the infrastructure. Let's go here to Hawaii news now. From, what is this, Monday? I'll be right back. Ah, shit.
I'm here in Pahala fronting the Ka'u Hospital. This is a community of about 2,000 people that is now trapped because the water went down the Pa'au stream, burst through the rock wall onto the highway, and then you can see how the highway just collapsed because of the force of the water and debris. What's incredible is that retaining wall. That retaining wall looks like it shifted, broke in two, and then the highway collapsed. You can see the police officer and contractors there. We've been talking to residents of this area. They say it's been about 25 years since destruction like this, and they are devastated.
Hold on, what's happening here? Yeah, there we go, my camera. We just keep seeing incredible devastation across the planet. And I'm afraid that right about now is where things are about to get really weird vis-a-vis El Nino. From everything that I can tell, all the things that I've been hearing and seeing and reading about, it's all heading in the wrong. We're like I said, like I've been saying, like this is all like a process. The El Nino, this is not like a light switch. It's going to get worse. It's going to have different effects. Heat and drought, but also because of the heat in the ocean, severe storms in the Pacific that would otherwise not be very normal, right? Like in Hawaii here, 25-year storm, 25-year flooding, taking out infrastructure that hasn't seen this kind of devastation for decades. West Coast too, California, Arizona, basically, you know, all those guys. Honestly, inland from there to some degree as well, New Mexico, even Texas, potentially, we've seen this happen in past El Ninos. So I just want to make us aware of this right now because this is going to start ramping up soon, I'm afraid. We're going to have a reduced Atlantic storm season. Not going to be a lot of hurricanes, according to NOAA. And we've seen almost no activity. Well, there's a little bit going on right now in the Atlantic, but it's mid-August right now. We haven't had a single landfall of a hurricane. We had a tropical storm in Louisiana. That's it. But the West Coast is going to see outside storms that are unusual, which will to some degree be a welcome thing, but it could also have some serious consequences, because the West is basically one big burn scar right now, right? From BC down to New Mexico and everything in between, and a little bit to the east as well, is basically one big burn scar, right? Colorado, Nebraska, massive near historic fire seasons for both of them. Same thing for Washington, Oregon. Utah's had historic sized fires. Like, so you have massive burn scars where big rains will at least replenish the reservoirs to some degree, like Lake Mead and Lake Powell, which are at historic lows still, but is also going to bring potential serious, not just flooding, but mudslides. As we know, these burn scar mudslides can be seriously devastating to the communities living below them. And that's the thing I'm worried most about right now with this impending storm season. Like, Lala is making me think about it. This is like the first shot across the bow. Strange Pacific storm. That originated in the Eastern Pacific. Like, this is unusual, essentially. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to get at, but it's going to be a bunch of unusual. For the rest of the year, heading into December, it's just going to get worse as winter goes.
About a mile and a half down the road is the community of Pahala. They have been completely cut off in both directions on Highway 11 while crews figure out a way to get to residents and get an emergency operation going to get a lot of those residents out. Emergency services did report that 2 homes were swept away about 10 miles to the west of Pahala, and that's just what we know about. Emergency crews and construction crews have not been able to gain access to any of these locations, so any of the folks that are on the opposite side of these debris flows, well, there's no way in and no way out.
Yep. Utter devastation seen here in Hawaii. However, some people are claiming that more could have been done to prevent devastation, claiming no one is taking responsibility in the government. Here's Hawaii News Now from yesterday.
All across Oahu, residents and businesses are still cleaning up debris and water damage. As Daryl Huff discovered, many are frustrated that the mess could have been prevented.
The neighbors at the end of Waiava Road were cleaning up again today, the 4th time this year. Saturday into Sunday, the bike path in front of their homes had turned into a river.
And went right down the bike path, and once again, for the 4th time, he came right to my house, right over the door. And again, the water in the house is this high.
Everything was clear, and then all of a sudden, boom, it came down like really fast. So the whole river, it's just piled like this all the way up the river.
This morning, the bikeway bridge was jammed with debris from upstream and from the neighboring ABC junkyard. The state was calling in an excavator, but because the stream passes many properties on its way here, it may not be clear long.
And nobody taking responsibility.
The neighbors say they've never had a year like this and say the stream doesn't clear out the way it used to. The big reason the neighbors believe the flooding has come more often here is because the junkyard has built up the berms that it uses to protect the rubbish, and that berm is preventing the water from escaping to the ocean and actually pushing it into their neighborhood.
Yeah. It does seem like some things could have been done to prevent the devastation people saw. Unfortunately, Hawaii doesn't have the best of the best leadership, in my opinion. Could be better. Got a lot of corporate Dems here that are not my faves. Not all are made equal, but suffice to say, a bunch of them kind of suck. But I do feel like more could have been done, should have been done. It needs to be done because preventative measures at this point are prudent considering the current climate conditions of the Pacific. So that things like this don't happen in the future.
Damage from lava barricaded residents in upcountry Maui for days. Now, crews have been working to clear it all out, but as A'ali Dukla reports, those who are stuck say they took too long to start.
Residents here along Owili Road in Ha'iku say this large tree behind me came crashing down during strong winds Saturday evening, taking down with it those lines and a pole, blocking multiple driveways and trapping several residents.
This is the first time we've had our driveway blocked where we can't contact emergency services.
It's also the first time residents who have been living there for decades have seen a tree of this size topple over, though other smaller ones have in the past.
It's common. There's eucalyptus trees all over the place and trees are always falling.
But this time around, the weight of the tree also dragged down this utility pole and its wires, barricading 3 properties.
Can you imagine we couldn't even leave the property?
There was also no way in with a vehicle, which had some worried for their safety.
My husband's 81 and he has some illnesses that we end up calling the ambulance and
Yeah. So the slow response to this massive down tree here honestly put this entire neighborhood in danger. But as a massively... part of the problem, to some degree, is once again the destroyed infrastructure. Because like some of the struggle is because the infrastructure wasn't built to withstand the storm of this level, got taken out, and so getting vehicles to the places to fix these things was something of a difficult task. And unfortunately, you know, fixing these things is always more annoying than just building smarter ahead of time. But it always costs money to do that, and so people cut corners or don't plan for the future, which is one of the big problems, is that we didn't plan for a future where, you know, ocean levels are rising at a pace unseen in recorded human history, all right, where things like this happen on such a regular basis that you're constantly picking up the pieces behind you, you know, and we just need to find a way to start building for a future where this is a genuine fucking ever-present threat until we can accept the changes we need to make to solve climate change. I'd point out we just need to do that because as this continues to get worse, the less that our choices will have an effect. You know, if we build, right? Like, if we build like a massive array of solar panels and a wind farm, like enough to power the entire country, but we do it after the entire, you know, Arctic region has melted. Obviously, if that were the case, it would probably be very difficult to actually build such a thing because the world would be on fire. But do you see what I'm saying here? Like, there is a time limit on this thing, right? The faster we act, the better. Because if we don't, our actions may be completely and utterly useless. But they're not technically yet, I would point out to everybody. We haven't quite gotten there. We're just in the interim phase right now, where our choices are most important. Alright, back to the mainland. From Hawaii to the West Coast. Let's talk about that El Nino forecast, CBS 8 San Diego.
A very strong El Nino is in the forecast, and today city leaders are urging San Diegans to take steps now to prepare for possible extreme weather conditions later this year.
Newsday's Kelly Hessedal joining us live from Balboa Park with the latest on all of this. Kelly?
That's right, and city leaders are really urging people to get ready now, as we could get a lot more rain this year compared to previous years. So here's Mayor Todd Gloria.
Forecasters are warning that this fall and winter may bring stronger storms for San Diego than we're used to, driven by El Nino weather conditions in the Pacific Ocean.
There you go, not just me saying it, state governments now issuing warnings for the impending El Nino weather. Which, as I said, will get progressively worse into the winter. It's going to get weird. It's going to get very weird. Meanwhile, of course, there's still fires devastating much of the West. People going back to ashes in places like Nevada and Eastern California near the Nevada border, where the bug fire is still burning, although I think reaching over, I think it's over 50% containment now. But this is KTVN News 2 Nevada from 2 days ago, to the story of one person who lost their home in the blazes.
We know of at least 9 homes in the area that the bug fire burned.
And most of those are near Red Rock Road. Jaden Urban walks us through one woman who's trying to rebuild her life after losing most of her property.
Many homes were lost due to the recent bug fire, and several of those were here off of Deer Lodge Road. One woman went on vacation to the Bay Area and returned home to a nightmare.
I was obviously shocked, and I think not just the house, but my entire property burned. All the trees, all the wildlife. I mean, that's like really a lot of the hardest part.
On Wednesday night was when the bug fire reached Amy Warner's 33-acre property. When she returned home Thursday, there was barely any time to sift through the damage.
Yeah. It's pretty horrifying. People are returning to in some of these places where we've seen these fires. Absolutely everything gone. Places like BC and Washington and Oregon and Nevada and Utah and basically everywhere. Speaking of Utah, let's talk about what all the heat and drought is doing to the local agricultural sector. Here's KSL News Utah on that story. Super El Nino now? Yes, I know. We know. We've talked about the El Nino a bunch of times now. Super El Nino is just 2 extra syllables, so I don't say it every time, but yeah. Or Monster El Nino, Zombie El Nino. Super duper califragilistic El Nino. All true. You can't play Tarkov when you're engaging with my stream in cozy chat. Well, is that my fault? That's chat's fault. Don't blame me. Don't blame me for chat. That's not fair.
One Utah County farmer is getting hit hard from multiple angles, losing several of their staple crops. News specialist Mike Anderson shows us how they're working to recover and why they say all farmers this year need our support. Mike?
Yeah, the apples here pretty much wiped out. It's the cold and then the heat
and the drought. It's like that for a lot of crops out here.
Holy Toledo.
When your customers are the ones who pick the fruits and vegetables, you want to be able to put your best foot forward.
What was your name? Cody. Cody. I'm Chris.
But this year, Chris Riley
It's definitely been worse this year than years past.
says it's been tough from a lot of angles.
See that leaf, how it's kind of singed around the edge? That's from the frost.
150 acres of orchards, multiple fruit crops wiped out by an early bloom and then freeze.
Normally, these would just be loaded with apples, and you can see there's, I mean, if you go through.
Fucking hell. We're gonna have a terrible fall. I told you all this. We're gonna have no stone fruit, no apples. They all died. They all died. It's across the fucking country. We have talked about multiple instances of this exact thing happening to multiple different crops. Like peaches and stone fruits in Pennsylvania. Other orchards, I think in Iowa, completely devastated. Having to completely change crops mid-season. And these guys in Utah, from one side of the country to the other, we had the same thing happen. It's crazy. When I saw this, I was like, no way. Really? All the way to Utah? Because there was like this weird time in the spring where things got really warm and then went right back to being freezing cold, and then really warm and then freezing cold. And those extremes led to plants budding in multiple places where it was warm enough, and then crops dying because it got cold, too cold for the buds to live. The buds are very, very sensitive. And these wild swings in weather led to mass crop deaths across the country. We are fucked. We are so fucked right now. We have no pie for fall. Thanksgiving is canceled. Ruined. It wasn't Francesca Hong. It was the climate that canceled Thanksgiving. Just hard. Meanwhile, as we talked about, I think Monday or something like that, Lake Powell, the nation's second largest reservoir, not to be outdone by Lake Mead, also hit historic lows. Did we do a show Monday? I can't remember now.
All right, Jake, thank you. Lake Powell has dropped to new record low water levels. This comes less than 2 weeks after Lake Mead also reached a record low. Now, both of these lakes supply the majority of the Colorado River states. One researcher says that the last time both of them were this low was in 1957, before it was even called Lake Powell. They say even if we would get an exceptional runoff year, we'd still be in a water crisis.
Jesus Christ. All right, I got one more clip on this situation. Jesus Christ. This is such a bad situation. At least like 50 million people depend on these two reservoirs, Powell and Mead. I got one more clip from you. 12 News from yesterday. I think 12 News is Arizona, who greatly depends on these two reservoirs.
Now to our ongoing series, Running Dry, as Arizona's water future is facing a new challenge.
That is
the country's
awful.
two largest reservoirs have fallen to historic lows.
We're really hitting bottom, Space Fams. We've been watching the climate collapse on this stream for the last 3 years. It's just getting worse and worse. 12 News Arizona's Running Dry series. It's a series now. Because they've been slowly running out of water for months and months. Just watching their source of drinking water and electricity just sort of just run dry. Maybe solar power, guys? Idea? Like everybody in Arizona?
A new challenge. The country's two largest reservoirs have fallen to historic lows.
That could lead rather to deeper water cuts and create new problems for Arizona's power supply. 12 News journalist Maria Stobbs is here with us in studio to explain.
Mark Ribe, Arizona is already preparing for less Colorado River water, but with Lake Powell and Lake Mead at historic lows, experts say the bigger question is how much water will we have and how will we make up the difference?
Yeah, and from what I understand, I think Arizona, from like some old contract dating back decades, if not maybe more, like over 100 years, maybe. I can't remember exactly the timeline of it, but because of like this old grandfathered contract between the states that hold the reservoirs and California and like the other states, like Arizona got the worst deal, I think, out of all of them, if I'm not mistaken. And so they're like in the worst situation out of everyone. Because like much of the Southwest, from Southern California to Utah to Arizona and parts of New Mexico, all depend on this water, but also for power. If it gets too low, they can no longer get power from some of these reservoirs because they're built to be at least a bare minimum. Right? If the reservoirs go below a particular level, it will no longer turn the turbines that generate the electricity. And so they're playing a fine dance over here in the Southwest between power and water. The two resources that are sort of at odds right now, which is why I keep saying maybe you should stop relying only on hydroelectric. Well, it's not only, but really invest in solar at this point, guys. You're in the most sunny region in the United States. Might want to think about diversifying. Just an idea. Just a crazy concept. It's existed for decades. But like I mentioned, some places in the West are going to start seeing some outsized rainfall as a result of the El Nino as we head into the fall, and places like Colorado saw quite a rainstorm over the weekend. Here's Denver 7.
Cascading over a 30-foot retaining wall, flooding backyards and basements in Jefferson County. So this video was sent to our newsroom from neighbors in the Dutch Creek Farms community near Kipling and Coal Mine during yesterday's rainstorm. So you can see the water even flowing through the bricks in some places. Denver 7's Claire Lavazorio visited this neighborhood and spoke with one neighbor who is worried the next storm will send the wall crumbling down.
Watching from his home ring camera.
Yeah, that wall's not doing a good job.
Backyard while I'm trying to drive home. Brian Jesse knew he was racing against time and rising water. This 30-foot retaining wall right behind his home, built for a new housing development just above, funneled.
Yeah, why have regulations? Building regulations are stupid. Oh my god. New development. Don't worry. The retaining wall doesn't have to actually retain water. It just has to look like it retains water.
This is ridiculous!
Water spilling out the side of the retaining wall. That, by the way, that's not how retaining walls are supposed to work. Water should not be coming out of the side of the wall. When it's doing that, you know you've built it wrong. Write that down for later. Before you cause literal catastrophe. Jesus Christ. If that wall comes down on those homes, you're going to have horrifying devastation in those fucking, oh my god, in those neighborhoods. Oh god. The retaining wall will be in people's living rooms. And the fact is more rain is coming for that region, apparently, in Colorado this week. So they're bracing themselves for that wall to hold up. Meanwhile, the Trump administration is continuing to wage a war on the environment, attempting to move ahead on an order to end
Your favorite national
the
parks may
long-standing rule in national parks. Let's talk about this one really quickly here with, who's this again? KRQE, New Mexico, 21 hours ago.
Your favorite national parks may soon look a little different as the Trump administration ends an environmental rule blocking the building of roadways within them. U.S. Forest Service officials cite concerns over forest health, saying reduced logging activity throughout national parks leads to a buildup of dry fuel for wildfires. The roadless rule that blocked logging, road building, and other developments on national forest land has been in place since.
Yeah, so the Trump administration is seeking to end the roadless rule, claiming that it's got something to do with wildfire prevention efforts, even though they have defunded and dismantled things like the National Weather Service, National Forest Service, and things like that. I'm fairly certain this is just a guise to get big business into these national parks to just ravage them of their natural resources. It's got nothing to do with preventing devastation. If they cared about preventing devastation from wildfires, the Trump administration wouldn't have literally clawed back pre-approved, congressionally approved aid to the states of Oregon and Washington for voting blue in 2024 to do wildfire mitigation efforts. They literally did that. He's such a petty piece of shit that he clawed back funds already technically appropriated and budgeted for by the states, causing a budget shortfall. Look it up. He did that. He's a literal arsonist, and he wants to claim that he's trying to put the fires out. Bullshit. Meanwhile, in Tejas, a disturbing avian situation took place in a local electronics store. KQ11 Houston.
Only wild encounter for officers this week, Brie.
Police in Farmers Branch got a call about this customer who just wouldn't leave. Yeah, that's a duck.
We have a duck, D-U-C-K.
D-U-C-K duck.
I like that she had to spell it out. The store called police when the foul suspect.
I love the decision to spell it out. D-U-C-K duck. And I can understand the impetus, like the sort of, you know, it's like no one's going to understand what I'm saying. Duck? No one's going to know. D-U-C-K duck. You know, like a bird. Like I can imagine, like that. Just like, how do I explain what the hell's going on? There's a live bird, a duck, a D-U-C-K duck. It's in the store. It's flapping around. It's causing an environmental disaster in here.
What I did there, Marcelino.
I liked it.
Just wouldn't leave. The suspect tried to waddle away from the law, but he couldn't get away fast enough.
Actually, I think it was a pharmacy, not an electronics store. But ducks waging a war on retail. Maybe that's the reason why the United States posted the lowest retail sales numbers in over a year this month. It's the ducks. Makes perfect sense. What else do we got here? Yeah, it's been a very fucked up week already. It's only Wednesday. Got some crazy shit going on. All right, well, moving on. Let's talk about wildlife. Not ducks, though. Not ducks taking over stores. That's all the duck-related content I have for you tonight. But other wildlife are really struggling, or really weird shit is happening. A multitude of weird stuff, mostly bad, happening with wildlife. In fact, all bad. Take it back, all bad. From Missouri. all the way to Africa. Start here in St. Charles County, where they saw mass deaths of an invasive species, which probably, honestly, a lot of people are, I would guess, familiar with, because these fish took over the internet at one point, going
Warnings
viral.
about the water came first.
Said, hey, be careful when...
Oh, I forgot about this clip. How did I look over this clip? Forget. You know what? Before we go there, before we go to Missouri, let's do Indiana. I forgot about this. There's the flooding. The flooding happened over the weekend in Indiana, which was fucking insane. And infrastructure took a real hit here too, like in Hawaii, stranding residents.
Warnings about the water came first.
Said, hey, be careful when you leave. The neighborhood is flooding a bit.
Then within minutes, a stunning washout.
This is incredible. This is incredible.
Look as chunks of concrete crumble away.
It's crazy. Nothing ever has been like this.
Floodwaters collapsing an entire street.
Yeah. Historic flooding in Indiana led to historic damage to Indiana infrastructure and historic headaches probably for Indiana residents. I don't have actual evidence for the last claim, but one could guess. All right, now to Missouri. Talk about the wildlife here. Sorry for almost forgetting you, Indiana. Now to this strange situation. The sudden die-off of invasive carp in Missouri and Mississippi waters. Yeah, not in Mississippi, the Mississippi River, which goes through St. Louis or somewhere around there. Here's Fox 2 St. Louis. Talk about this strange story that I'm partly conflicted on.
Well, there is a stench in the air in St. Charles County. Fox News' Patrick Clark tells us it's about a fish kill and why it happened.
It was supposed to be a day unlike any other, coming down to this stretch of the river here to go fishing. But when they got here, it was a shocking sight. Dead fish are showing up along shorelines along this stretch of water at Riverside Landing Park in St. Charles County.
This is as bad as I've seen it, but I noted it.
Oh my God, the water looks toxic. Oh, it's disgusting. It's just filled with dead fish. Oh,
a week ago, and then today, this morning, when I was out here with the dog, it really looked bad. And yeah, I wanted to know if it was safe.
James Bushdicker told his son his fishing trip might be delayed while the dead fish float by.
Yup, extreme heat has led to extremely low oxygen levels in the Mississippi. And in areas like this, those low oxygen levels leading to mass die-offs of invasive, what do they call it? Asian carp, I think, is what these species are. Which is why I'm partly conflicted about this story. It's a horrifying situation, right? Before, the river was habitable for the things living in it, and it no longer is because of climate change, right? Like, because of how fucking hot it is. No more oxygen left in the water, basically uninhabitable by any organisms. That's bad, right? But the invasive fish, also bad. Fact is, we just need a different solution for the invasive fish. I'm not really that conflicted on this. Like, this is a terrible trend. And it's not just here in Missouri. No, let's go here to 6 ABC Philadelphia, to the Jersey Shore, where the appearance of dozens of dead sharks was quite alarming to people while trying to enjoy the beach.
All right, now the details at 5:30. The Jersey Shore has become the backdrop for a disturbing mystery.
Why is it so quiet?
Baby sharks,
Hold on.
also known as
Hold
dogfish
on.
sharks.
Hold. Shut. Hold. Please hold. Is this full volume? Oh my god, hold on. All right, I gotta put Drive up on the channel for the desktop audio because that's all fucked up. Yeah, a little bit of gain. Let's see if that helps.
All right, now the details of 5:30. The Jersey Shore has become the backdrop for a disturbing mystery concerning deceased baby sharks, also known as dogfish sharks. Many of them have washed ashore and were first discovered by beachgoers. Well, tonight, marine experts are investigating this unusual occurrence. New Jersey correspondent Trish Hartman live in Sea Isle with the very latest for us tonight. Trish.
Hi, Rick. Yeah, these dogfish sharks are very common at the Jersey Shore. They are fished commercially and they're used commonly in Europe. So if you've eaten fish and chips, you've likely eaten dogfish. But what is unusual here, according to our expert, is the amount of dogfish that are turning up dead in one spot.
Yeah.
For many folks taking a dip in the ocean, the wildlife that's usually on their radar is the stinging kind.
Today there's a lot of jellyfish out there. I'm going to tell you that right now.
But for
Yeah, there is that. We'll get to that in a second, ma'am. She's getting ahead of me. This random person on the beach is getting ahead of me on the news, and she is right. There is another situation. But yeah, we are seeing a bunch of strange situations. Like, we've seen the problems. Mass coral die off, which is leading to reduced prey populations in the oceans. And I think we're starting to see like some very worrying signs in the predator species in the oceans, which should give us some real concerns as, you know, the supposed apex predator on the planet. You know, not because of our bodies, but because of our brains. But, like, you know, like the fact that, like, you know, we saw a giant 600-pound bluefin tuna the other week having a freaking aneurysm on a beach in Spain. And now dozens of sharks are just turning up on New Jersey beaches. I think we should maybe wake up. You know, I've been to the Jersey Shore. It's not normally covered in shark bodies.
In Hundley, an early morning walk at the Jersey Shore led to a gruesome discovery.
All of a sudden you start seeing concentration of just small sand sharks. And I thought, well, this is odd. One after another.
Michelle Greenling says she saw about 30 of the dead sharks during her walk this morning in Seattle City over a...
One person saw 30 while walking along the beach. That is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
Oh, shit. Sorry. That level is ridiculous. I forgot to turn down the volume on the filter. I'm going to go back to regular filter volume on the game. There we go. So sorry, everybody's ears. The volume was super low on the clip, and I always forget to switch it on the soundboard to when I do things like that. It's very bad. I feel bad. It's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I'll try and be better. By the way, everybody, if you haven't already hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and like button, bell icon too. If you like what we do around here, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you, and without your support, we would cease to exist. Every dollar counts. YouTube, super chats, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal donos. Most important in this moment while we're still trying to finance the galactic deficit. And of course, Patreon memberships. Always the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. Fortunately, we're not done with the weird happenings in the ocean, where things are getting weirder and weirder, as the East Coast doesn't just have dead sharks turning up on shore. Got swarms of jellyfish now threatening beachgoers and anything in the water, as heat is apparently one of the things that jellyfish love. A horrible downside of all of this global warming.
For some beachgoers, these dog days of summer include sun, sand, and a sudden sting.
Ah, son of a jellyfish, I'm out of here.
Giant swarms of jellyfish spotted in the water at beaches in Maryland and Delaware. Hundreds appearing to float on the surface in Ocean City.
That is terrifying.
About an hour north in Rehoboth Beach, too. Lifeguards say this season...
Oh,
It's especially
God.
bad.
It was
Oh, it looks
almost a
painful.
100% guarantee that you would get stung if you got in the water.
Oh, my God. There's so many jellies. There's way too many jellies. Where is the freaking video?
An hour north in Rehoboth Beach, too. Lifeguards say
There's the jellies. That's way too many jellies. This is terrifying. That is terrifying. I mean, that's just one spot. There must be thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of them. It's like the scene in Nemo, right? It's like the scene in Finding Nemo. It's just all jellyfish everywhere. Just keep swimming.
We've seen people with stings that last for the whole day as opposed to 30 minutes.
And while these ocean invaders have been the subject of satire,
You're gonna have to pee on it.
What?
it brought Jenna Dobrinsky's summer swim to a complete stop.
I was paddling out a little bit, and then I tried to stand up, and then all of a sudden I feel like an electric shock on like my chest area, and I look down and it's like this giant white jellyfish.
This is what her stings look like now, about a week after being in the waters of Ocean City, Maryland.
I've been going to Ocean City for as long as I can remember. I don't remember a year where the jellyfish have been this bad.
Like, look at that!
Jeez.
So, why so many jellies? Marine experts say warming waters and climate change could be to blame.
Yep, apparently for breeding, jellyfish prefer warm waters. And so, in these regions, fuck tons of jellyfish are turning up, swarming beachgoers and making beach time fun nearly impossible. As I've said multiple times in the past, if we're not going to treat the planet with the respect that it deserves, the thing that literally brings us all life, we don't deserve to have anything nice anymore. I'm not saying that I don't want us to have fun, but it is a matter of principle. It just doesn't seem like we really deserve it, because we keep treating the earth like shit and expecting it to not sort of, you know, turn around and treat us in the same way. Other sorts of consequential sorts of happenings, right? Like making beach fun impossible. And whatever else. You know? Like, we really have screwed up our stewardship of the planet. And it's these things that I hope wake us up. And yeah, the jelly shock is, you know, a wake-up shock, but it's probably better than, I don't know, having your house being underwater. Meanwhile, in Europe, fires have continued to rage. In the United Kingdom, other places in Western Europe, Spain, Belgium. Let's go here to BBC News from Monday for more midweek report horrors. My mouth is dry. I need hydration.
Now, here in the UK, rain may be on the way, but the country's most senior fire chief has warned we're not through this yet, as he revealed crews are still dealing with major wildfires in South Wales, Hampshire, Cambridgeshire, as well as the West Midlands. The EU's Climate Monitoring Service has confirmed that Western Europe experienced its hottest June to July period on record, resulting in wildfires, arid fields, shrunken glaciers and low river levels. Further high temperatures are not being ruled out. Well, joining me now is Martin Lyons, a farmer in Cambridgeshire and CEO of the Nature Friendly Farming Network, and Jim Dale, senior meteorologist at British Weather Services and author of Whether or Not and Surviving Extreme Weather. Thank you both very much for joining us on BBC News. Martin, I'm going to begin with you. As any farmer will know, anyone who's been observing the news and the weather of late, how could you avoid it? It is an exceptionally tough time to be a farmer. Tell us about your farm. What type of farm is it and how you've been coping?
Yeah, so we farm in Cambridgeshire. We grow mainly combinable crops, so wheat, barley, beans, and oilseed rape. And we've had a record early harvest, but it's been a very disappointing harvest due to the lack of rainfall and extreme heat. And it's
Yeah, we've been talking about the disappointing harvest in the United Kingdom now for a number of days, maybe more than a week. But this is a result of the heat, and they were forced to harvest early because they didn't have the water to keep the crops fed. And so the plant was eating the crops, right? Because after a certain point of drought, the stalk and leaves of the plant start to reverse the process of feeding fruits on the vine or whatever, right? Corn or grain, whatever, right? Like it just starts to suck the energy out in the one place where it's been storing energy. In the fruits, and it ruins the fruits. So they were forced to harvest early, but as a result, they got a lot less. Meanwhile, they're still dealing with wildfires across multiple parts of the United Kingdom. Mostly in Wales, I think.
In the next 5 or 6, 7 days, and maybe even beyond that, we might even get to the end of the month without seeing anything that's, going to amount to an egg cupful. So really, the drought as it stands continues.
And I know it's difficult to predict with confidence further ahead, Jim, but do you have any sort of relief in sight for farmers, gardeners, anyone else, all of us who want to see some rain, frankly, about when that might come?
Well, we're on the edge of autumn. Normally, we would see more rainfall during the course of the autumn. The catch-22 here, Anita, is very clear, and that is once the back of the drought breaks, and we do see what I would call meaningful rainfall, a lot of that is going to come in terms of being very heavy. Flash flooding. We got very hard ground. The runoff is going to be straight, wherever it wants to go. The lower.
Yeah, I mean, this is very troubling time right now, I gotta say. And the numbers came in for June and July. Apparently, it was the hottest on record for Western Europe. Hottest July for all of the Earth's oceans. Hottest July for all of America's the continental U.S. Just a disaster all around on the planet this week. I got a couple more clips. As I mentioned, it's not just Europe. It's not just the United Kingdom dealing with the droughts and fires. Belgium is having historic wildfires in the country, rapidly spreading, as well as places like Greece and Spain. Here's France 24 on some of this from Monday.
From an idyllic beach, observers see the smoke from the disastrous fire on the Greek island of Salamina. Authorities have confirmed multiple deaths. And while a blaze's rating was downgraded from maximum emergency in Spain's northwest Galicia region, in the northeast Aragon region, authorities said the largest deployment of emergency personnel in the area's history was sent to battle a wildfire that is threatening 2 historic monasteries, and that has already evacuated more than 1,000 people. The huge wildfire in Belgium was pushed back slightly on Sunday after air support arrived to the scene. The inferno, which started Friday and burned 80 hectares of land, spread fast, and by Sunday had ravaged 3,000 hectares.
So actually, we have one of the biggest fires what we had the last years in open space, or even in the last century in Belgium, I could say.
Worst fires in at least the last century, says this guy. For Belgium. Now to more on the ground in Belgium, I got a clip from the New York Post of people fighting these fires. What a horrifying scene, really. Just smoke everywhere you look. The ground is literally on fire. I'm not kidding. The ground is literally on fire. It's peat moss. It burns like an ember slowly. Like at the end of a cigarette or something. But it's the ground. That's the scary part. Yep. Meanwhile, down in Kenya, horrifying trend in the elephant population there. Another France 24 English clip. This one's from yesterday.
Kicking up a cloud of dust, the elephant slowly exhausts itself in a final attempt to stand up. Its breathing becomes heavy, and minutes later, the 11-year-old male stops moving completely. Genghis Khan was the 20th elephant to die in Kenya since June. All exhibited similar symptoms, including partial paralysis, but the cause of death remains unknown, leaving scientists and conservationists baffled.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Seriously, space fams. Oh god, we're just seeing mass die-offs, and like the thing that I am seeing, the trend that I'm seeing is we're going from some, you know, we've talked about die-offs of bugs, die-offs of coral, die-offs of smaller organisms in the oceans and of other species, and now we have the largest of of the organisms in the oceans and on land dying. That should be a sign to us, the most consequential species on this planet. Elephants, giant, bluefin tuna, sharks. These are not good signs. Meanwhile, people are doing everything they can to keep one animal species alive in an unlikely place. To the bee farms of Gaza. AP archive from this weekend.
It is very hot, I tell you.
Hold on, I'm gonna skip ahead.
Without destroying it, it destroyed Gaza completely. And the bee sector is one of the sectors that were destroyed. Among the sectors that were ruined for us is the bees. Before the war, there were more than 30,000 hives. We had more than 450 major beekeepers. We had 450 or more small beekeepers. More than 1,000 families lived off this sector. The bee sector was of
1,000 families in Gaza. As we know, Gazan families, Palestinian families can be enormous. All depended on the beekeeping industry, which has been completely decimated by Israeli strikes. And not necessarily a result of the collapsing climate, but now they are fighting against all odds here, with almost, nothing left in the strip. I struggle to understand how they're keeping plants alive, but it would seem there's at least enough for these bees. But you can see there's not a lot of honey in these, and because of that, they're forced to sell it in the honeycomb, not actually tapping it like a normal hive. It's unfortunate because it's destructive, and then the bees have to go find more wax. But
we found a swarm of bees coming out from the rubble. We tried to search and get it out. We found a living beehive. This beehive is the only one out of 300 boxes. It's the one that survived. You think what pleases him most about these?
Stay alive, bees. Send in, what was it again? B Team 6. We need B Team 6. in immediately. Go, go, go. Get in position. Protect the bees. One single hive out of entire bee farm there in Palestine. Those are one of two existing bee farms left in the territory. It's just a miracle that there's even bees at all in this strip. There's almost no plants. We look around at all the images, it's just cement dust from one side to the other. How you keep plants alive in that condition, I do not know. All the other environmental conditions, it feels like a literal miracle. Meanwhile, further east, as we go around the planet to the environmental stories here, we got the results of more storms in the Pacific Ocean. Thailand hit by severe rains leading to flash floods. Tourists and locals dragged away in the torrenting waters. It is somewhat distressing, so be warned. Here's the New York Post from yesterday. As you can see here, these people here were apparently tourists who were trying to take selfies in the middle of the river, and then these floods came up on them that they were not apparently prepared for, sweeping them away suddenly. You can see here people just struggling against this water, trying to get away from it. But it wasn't just in the middle of a waterfall. Or near a waterfall. The water went straight through the streets in Thailand. I got more clips. One more clip. This is the AP from 10 hours ago. Yeah, not much different, as you can see here in the streets of Thailand. Like, that first video feels like, oh, these guys are just being irresponsible. And then you switch to this clip, and you're like, oh, wait, no. This is, like, apocalyptic level flooding. This is a literal, like, you see what I'm saying? Like, I mean, this is somebody's freaking front yard. Yep, water covering huge portions of this region of Thailand. It's a big tourist destination. Taking people by a little bit of surprise, it would seem. Leading to great chaos and confusion in the streets. And in the streams. Too soon? Probably too soon. Because I'm pretty sure there's missing people there. I'm just trying to keep it... I'm just trying to keep it from going too far down the doomer-pilled road we're heading down. But, yeah, it's just... I think it's not good. It's bad. It's already been a bad week. Bad year. Bad. But we got other things to talk about, like geopolitics. Everything that's not US-based, hopefully. Although I'm sure that's going to go bad almost immediately. But first, let's go to space. Multiple instances of space news here, including a big ol' spacewalk for NASA and ESA astronauts. Streamed yesterday by the AP.
It is closed lock, black on black. Green reel is unlocked, and the anchor hook is on my MWS. I've also got
Copy, visor down, EV2. Okay, copy. Hatch is open and stowed.
Confirm, EV1.
Okay, we are now moving into post-depress. On your DCMs, switch power to BAT, stagger your switch throws, and expect a warning tone.
EV1 is going to go first.
Confirm.
BAT.
Okay, EV2 going now.
BAT.
Cover is installed.
Hold on, I can't remember where they actually can see me. There we are, actual astronauts. There they are. Took them like 20 minutes to get out of the. Took them like 20 minutes to get out of the airlock. Anyways, North American European unity seen here. Bilateral efforts to do a number of repairs to the ISS, a vital piece of low Earth orbit infrastructure in space. But that is not the only thing happening. One of those astronauts was a historic first for space. A French woman. First of her kind. Was part of this crew.
As the space station's exterior hatch opens, Sophie Adenor steps out into the void, right behind her American crewmate. After a warm greeting from Houston, the French astronaut pushes off into space.
Welcome to space. Thank you. Copy all. Adaptation. I will do minimal adaptation and feel very good now and ready to go.
Now outside, Adenor moves with extreme caution along the station's hull. Her colleague, secured to a robotic arm, heads toward the malfunctioning communications antenna they are tasked to replace.
There you go, people. Beautiful historical moment. Both productive and, what's the word? Whatever. It was great. Great moment. Working on that space station. Gotta keep it functional. It's a lot that needs to be done. Literally anything. Tiny little pieces of space debris can cause serious problems to the ISS. The functioning of a space station is constantly under threat. These sorts of spacewalks, periodical maintenances have to get done. Meanwhile, China is making leaps and bounds in space exploration. Launching. That's not a word. Launching and landing. I combined the words. It's a new concept. Everybody's calling it launching, where you launch and then land a rocket. Same rocket. It's a new concept. Everybody's talking about it.
Where's your feet? Yeah, that's it. Okay, I've got it. You got it?
to China.
China. I have to have my China.
For the landing, the great historical landing. Everybody saying it.
长征10号乙运载火箭实现全球首次海上网系回收之后，中国航天取得的。 起飞！起飞
！7点35分，朱雀3号运载火箭点火起飞。约137秒后，火箭1、2级分离，1子级按照预定飞行程序进入返回段，最终依靠着陆支腿稳定落地。
着陆支腿展开，最后100米。
China，
站住了，站住了！朱雀3号遥。
Damn, that's a fancy ass rocket ship. China making leaps and bounds in the aeronautical industries. Now a competitor to the likes of SpaceX and Blue Origin. And honestly, the thing looks better. I think it looks, I like the chrome on the outside. It's like an eagle, or it's like some sort of an eagle on this side. It's very fetching. That's the kind of rocket. That's the kind of rocket that I would I'd go for, I think. Not the oligarchy rocket of Elon.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Or of Jeffy Bezos. Yes, indeed. All right, people. Let's get back down to earth. To the geopolitics of the week. Big news with U.S.-Canada relations. First story, immediately ruining the plan. Look, I can't help it. The United States is always doing stuff to everyone else. I'm not the one. I'm not in government. I'm in a spaceship. I am in... I'm in a space station, not in government, so I'm not doing these things. But, probably wouldn't want to take credit for most of it. But the U.S.-Canada relations getting an actual
President
boost.
Donald Trump has paused
A brief
50% tariffs
boost.
on Canada for...
Here's Al Jazeera. God damn, why am I coughing so much?
days. That's after last-minute breakthrough in trade talks. In a post on his social media platform, he says he's pausing the tariffs on Canada that were scheduled to come into effect in the coming hour. He's given 3 days for a deal to be finalized. Well, let's cross now live to Matthew Torres, who's standing by for us in Washington, D.C. Matthew, what does this last-minute deal mean in practice, and what's the latest we're hearing from officials about all this?
Well, according to Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, both countries are inching closer to a trade deal. In a new statement he released, Carney said that substantial progress has been made, although there is important work still to be done.
So true.
Trade representative involved in these negotiations has also said that Canada's deal will include comprehensive market access for all American goods, digital alignment, and economic security commitments. President Donald Trump has delayed the 50% tariffs on Canadian goods for 3 days, giving both the U.S. and Canada that time to finalize details of this deal. We have yet to find out what concessions are being considered. We still don't know if the Canadian tariffs on U.S. cars, dairy, and liquor will be lifted. And
yeah, a whole 72 hours given by the president in these U.S.-Canada negotiations. However, most people lacking any real optimism on this deal, considering all
like
of the
95% of the
considering all of the the past history of the last year and a half, 2 years, or even going back all the way to the first Trump administration. I mean, he literally tore up, or just trying to tear up, the USMCA, a deal that he called the very best trade deal ever in history, or something like that, like 6 years ago or something. It was the very best deal ever. The very best deal. Everybody's saying it. And then he comes back and he's like, terrible deal. We got the worst of that deal. You are the one who came up with it. It's a little frustrating being an American with thoughts, like brain thoughts and all that. It's been tough lately, I gotta say. It's getting worse and worse, I feel like, by day by day. By a terrible day. All right, moving south of the border now, from Canada down to Venezuela. Our people are living through constant blackouts, even though Nicolas Maduro is gone, and all of these supposed pro-capitalist policies have been put into place. It's almost like, the continued U.S. sanctions on the country and everything else are continuing to cause a great deal of suffering in the region. Although many protesters are blaming the government, I do feel it's certainly, you can't not blame the United States for at least part of it.
Llegó la luz. Esa es la otra parte que vivimos los venezolanos.
Power came back. That's the other side Venezuelans live. We get excited when power comes back, because we can get a little bit of our freshness and do our things. Hope a change for Venezuela. Yes, anyways. People are pissed off in Venezuela. They've been starting to protest when these power cuts happen in the streets. Not shocking.
De que realmente eso va a ser mejoría para el ciudadano, porque si el ciudadano sigue viendo que solamente se trata de un
if this is an economic improvement, well, we are not seeing that either. Yeah. Shock of shocks. Ousting the leader of Venezuela, it wasn't the problem. By the way, I just want to say thank you to 2 different people now. First, it was going to be 1 person. Now 2. First, to Sudden Apollo, who I think is mostly on Twitch. Sweet, sweet $10 donation on Cash App. Much appreciated. Big time. Then another donation over on PayPal. Gay space communism soon. Glitchmaster.
Every single person on this planet is gay.
Yeah, I don't know if I can declare gay space communism soon, but you can always dream. But thank you, both of you. Really appreciate it. Keeping the Galactic News Network alive. We're making some serious progress on that financing, the deficit. Wait, what was it again just now? Wait. Right. So it's this. Yeah. Wow, we're almost halfway through. It almost feels like we can do it now. Jesus Christ, you're all so beautiful. You're all so goddamn beautiful. What am I going to do with you? What am I going to do with you people? Huh? Huh? What is a guy like me going to do with all of you people? Exactly. All your ridiculous generosity and such. You're too much. All right, let's go to the United Kingdom. Couple of stories here. Couple mixed bag stories regarding race in the British Isles, from Scotland to London. Wait, no, sorry, Ireland. Sorry, Ireland. From Ireland to London. Channel 4 News to get us started off with the Irish Rose Beauty Pageant, where one contestant is receiving a great deal of racist abuse amidst her great success.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Oh, she's not Irish. She's not from here. What's her heritage? You need to have Irish blood.
Jesus
Over
Christ.
5 days, 32.
You have to have Irish blood is the most Nazi, is like one of the most Nazi phrases I feel like you could say. Or not the most, but it's up there. She has to have Irish blood. Oh, does she now, Patty? Jesus. You sound like a frickin' Nazi, lad. Oh, gross. By the way, most symmetrical face on the planet. She's gorgeous. Look at her. Oh my god.
Corners of Ireland and the Irish diaspora are competing to be crowned the International Rose of Tralee.
Obviously, I'm not going to lie, the first week was a bit rough. You know, there was a lot of negative feedback and backlash.
The selection of Suad Moga as the Dublin Rose has raised a lot of questions about whether she is or isn't Irish.
Ridiculous.
The selection comes at a time where tensions around immigration in Ireland have risen.
A lot of nasty comments I don't think are PG enough for me to say, and a lot of like people just kind of taking my images and putting them into AI and just like posting silly stuff.
Her win caused outrage first on social media platforms where far-right accounts are constantly amplified.
It's disgusting. People should be ashamed of themselves.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Emma's right. These people should be ashamed of themselves for having that thought. She's a perfectly beautiful woman. And yeah, Chad is making a good point too. It is the 21st century. These are outdated competitions in the first place. Maybe we don't need to add in just deep bigotry to the whole fucking situation. Now to another story that I avoided covering, because I honestly had the, like... Look, this isn't me doing an I told you so. But fact is, this next story is something that's been developing over days. Like over a week, I think. I've been seeing these stories. I could have talked about this. I chose not to because I did feel it was lending itself to the wrong thing. I also didn't know very much about this guy as a non-British person, but a man by the name of Jason Arday? Wait, fuck. Sorry, hold on, let me make sure I get that name right. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Jason Arday, who was a British academic, was accused of plagiarism. He had received, I think, a scholarship as a student, and then became, I think, the first black professor at Oxford or something like that. I can't remember exactly what honestly, like I said, I didn't know enough about this guy's story to be able to really dig into it, which was one of the reasons why I stayed away from the situation. But I did feel I could kind of tell this was only going in bad directions. And unfortunately, as a result of the massive media attention that ensued his firing in relation to the plagiarism accusations, he took his own life. And so because of that, is a trigger warning, both folks, is a difficult story to get into. But apparently, at least one, if not more than one, leftist, vaguely leftist, liberal media commentator got on this guy in the wake of this sacking and all these other things. And one of those people was Aaron Bastani over at Novara Media, who had this to say yesterday regarding this situation and his involvement in it.
I want to talk about my own role in the weeks preceding the death of Jason Arday, and to apologise. I'm not going to speak about whether the journalism covering the story was merited, or if there was a public interest in the media following the story. That was covered to some extent on last night's show, and you can find discussions about it elsewhere. There are a few things I want to say, though. First, it's beyond doubt that much of the deluge of coverage aimed at Jason Arday wasn't just racialised, but racist. That applies to the likes of Nathan Kofnas, who led with the story when the Times Higher Education supplement did not, as well as many voices on social media. But it also applies to titles like The Times and The Telegraph, who categorised Arday as a DEI poster boy. As my colleague Ash Sarkar wrote yesterday, white people, when they do wrong, are allowed to be individuals. Arday was made a stand-in for critical race theory, DEI, and black participation in higher education. Like many others, I suspect that if Jason Arday were a white person, he'd still be alive.
Exactly.
And then there's the fact that much of the media, despite warnings Arday was at his psychological limit, carried on chasing the story regardless. They continued to hound him even when Cambridge announced a new investigation and after Arday resigned from his post on August 5th. Reasonably then, Arday must have thought to himself that nothing, literally nothing, would stop the media from pursuing him. It was ferocious, never-ending.
Yeah, and since I subscribe to left and right-wing media, just because I'm like everything, like, you know, I subscribe to Fox News and I subscribe to CNN and, you know, all these other people, and New York Post and whomever else, like, I see the headlines. I knew that this was, I didn't know his state of mind, but from what I could tell, and I was at least watching the story, I just chose not to cover it. Like, it just, this all felt wrong. Like, the DEI poster boy was, it was all over, like, the New York Post headlines and Sky News. These guys were, like, gleeful. These guys were fucking gleeful over his firing, and they were trying to, like literally burn him at the stake in the media. It was disturbing, dude. And I was like, this wouldn't be happening if he was a white guy. There's no way. And it's absolutely right. Fact is, during this, Aaron apologizes for his complicity in this. He apparently tweeted some stuff that got a huge number of sort of engagements and things like that. And me personally, I don't know if apology is necessary, but like I also feel bad, but for not covering it and not getting deeper into it and like finding a way to like. Not that he would have ever seen it. I don't expect it. But like, this guy was begging for people to just leave him alone, and just nobody would do it. Ended in fucking tragedy. And as somebody who's, you know, had, you know, at least one family member with mental health problems that has taken their own lives, it always makes me sad when I see these sorts of stories, when somebody feels like they can't keep going, you know? Like I say around here.
Never give up. Never surrender. Oh, shut up.
Never give up, never surrender. Don't go quiet into that good night. But they tormented a neurodivergent... fucking neurodivergent guy for what I believe to be racist reasons. And it's despicable. I'm not accusing Aaron of that. I just think that people like Aaron may have sort of fed into it unintentionally, perhaps, but still. It's just disturbing that this, like, any of us could have had any kind of hand in that. Really upsets me. Because I kind of, like, I see Novara as being kind of a simpatico to some degree, right? Like a leftist online media space, right? Like on YouTube, I definitely see them as doing a similar thing to me. Like, I think I would have had very similar reaction that Ash Sarkar had to having, like, Amy Goodman on, right? Like, we saw Amy Goodman make an appearance the other day. I would have probably been just as much of a fangirl as Ash. And so, hearing that Novara had anything to do with this, when I saw this clip, I was like, oh, for fuck's sake, really, Aaron? You did? Oh, God. How were you? How? Why? I could see it from 1,000 yards away. This was dynamite in the very worst possible way. Touching it was always ill-advised. Anyway, moving on from the United Kingdom down to Africa now. To a quick update on the Ebola situation. Wait, this is the old clip. Where's the new clip? Fuck. What have I done? What have I done with the clip?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Screw it. We'll watch the old clip. It's only gotten worse since then. Here's PBS NewsHour from the weekend. Congo Ebola outbreak on track to become the deadliest in history.
The Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo continues to worsen, with the number of confirmed cases climbing to over 4,500. Over 2,100 people have already been killed by the virus, a death toll that was reached almost 3 times faster than the outbreak over a decade ago. As Ebola speeds through the Democratic Republic of Congo, even those who are still healthy are struggling.
We used to carry 2 passengers on a motorcycle, but with the Ebola outbreak, the authorities are only allowing us to carry 1 passenger per motorcycle, which is having a huge impact on our finances.
Yeah, it's having a huge impact on the economy of Central Africa. Because borders are getting shut down in Uganda, Rwanda, Kenya, to avoid further spread of this disease. But there is a ton of cross-border economic activity, I would point out. And travel, and that's not happening. And then you're having restrictions as a result, an attempt to slow the spread. Unfortunately, it's not slowing the spread enough, and the numbers are continuing to grow as we watch this slow-motion crisis start to ramp up, it seems, because the numbers are getting a little bit out of control, right? There's now over 2,000 people dead, 4,000 cases. I heard bigger numbers recently, but I have the wrong clip in front of me, so I can't quote anything. I can't remember for sure where it's actually at now.
Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus continues to sound the alarm.
It's already the second biggest Ebola epidemic on record.
Oh my God. Yeah, great question. Fantastic question, Smooth Bandito. Where is your Doge surplus check?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Where's that Doge surplus check from cutting USAID? That's literally the reason why this Ebola outbreak is reaching historic proportions now. Where is that Doge the stimulus, whatever you call it? I think they did call it a surplus check, didn't they? I haven't seen any. Anyway, everything's fucked. Everything's fucked. I don't know what to tell you, Space fans. Things are not improving on the planet. There's not a single region that I can point to where things are better. Like, I can't think of a single place where it's like, oh, that's where everything's good. No. Where next? Maybe things will be good in Ukraine and Russia. Nope. Wait. Nope. I take it back. No, it was not going to be good.
Ukraine
because over the last couple of days, start the week off, Ukraine launched a new wave of attacks on Russia, and one of its largest to date, claiming to launch hundreds of drones towards Russia. Here's CNN from Monday. Get us started.
Ukraine attacking Russia in one of Kyiv's largest aerial attacks of the war. Local authorities say at least 6 people were killed in the attacks. Russia says it shot down more than 800 Ukrainian drones overnight, nearly 200 of those in the Moscow region. Ukraine is increasingly firing at targets deep within Russia, including warehouses Kyiv claims are supplying the Russian military. Russia firing back at Kyiv overnight with a mix of drones and missiles. Ukraine's Air Force says it did not shoot down any of the ballistic missiles, again highlighting Ukraine's short supply of missile interceptors.
Yup, utter chaos scene in Russia and Ukraine once again. As always, when Ukraine launches attack in Russian territory, Russia returns and launches an attack in Ukrainian territory. And every time that Russia launches an attack in Ukrainian territory, Ukraine launches another attack in Russian territory. And that is the cycle. That is the cycle that we are currently experiencing. At least, well, from afar. Ukrainians and Russians are experiencing it firsthand in this incredibly senseless war that's been going on for, depending on when you want to start, whether the invasion of Crimea or the Eastern Front, somewhere between, I don't know, 12 and almost 4 years now? We're like 4 months away from 4 years, I think. It's gotten really out of hand, and I was told over 2 years ago now that if President Trump was president, which he's now been for 2 years, the war wouldn't have even happened, and then it would end day one if he became president. And yet we haven't had a single peace talk for over a year. Here's DW News for the last clip on this particular situation.
I'm Phil Gale. Welcome to The Day. We begin with one of the largest attacks on Russia since the start.
Did I say France 24?
More than 6.
I just sat there for a second, like, doubting myself. Did I say France 24 or DW? This is German media, DW News. Sorry if I got it wrong.
100 drones reportedly targeted the Moscow area overnight in a sustained aerial assault. It comes just days after another blitz on the Russian capital and the surrounding region. Moscow officials say most drones were intercepted on approach. Ukraine's increasingly launched swarms of drones at warehouses belonging to the online retailer Wildberries in an attempt to damage Russia's war economy. Meanwhile, Moscow is threatening consequences for the United Kingdom after the reported use of British drones for long-range strikes against.
Oh, World War III. We've never been more closer to just calling it what it is. Has multiple different countries threatening the United Kingdom in the last month. Russia and Ukraine. Not Ukraine, sorry. Russia and Iran, I think now. And within a month's time, are both threatening the United Kingdom, while the United States and Israel wage multiple military. It's just, good God. We're just like doing all the wrong stuff right now. It's all bad. I didn't look, but I said it with a French accent. That makes sense. That's probably why. I was looking at a France 24 clip. I was thinking French, but we were going German. Look, we cover myriad of topics from across the planet. Media from countries across the globe. Little slack. How about that? All right, Al Jazeera next in Syria. Where things are just getting weirder and weirder. Multiple stories to talk about here. I guess we'll start with this one, which happened right before the next one. Like almost directly before. But Syria is now, I gotta say, as anybody who's been watching this show long enough, since at least the toppling of Bashar al-Assad, which we covered here at the time, I've had varying degrees of optimism for the future of Syria. Started with great optimism when they were claiming multicultural democracy, down to where we're at now, where I think I'm at almost zero optimism. It's near zero. It's approaching, but not equal to zero. Could be represented by a logarithmic curve, I believe. Let's go here. Al Jazeera English from Tuesday, where it's official. Syria's government is now doing Bashar al-Assad type shit, where people are dying in custody from police beatings. Something not seen since Bashar al-Assad left.
The grief of a mother whose son died after being abused in detention is something many Syrians hoped they would never see again. Or the shock of a wife, now wondering how to raise 2 children on her own. Mohammed Gumera walked into Al-Hafa police station in Latakia after being summoned to answer questions over a financial dispute. He came out in a coma and is now in this shroud. His family say Mohammed died of a brain hemorrhage and other internal bleeding as a result of being beaten in detention at this police station.
Well, there you have it. Like I said, there's been all sorts of signs that Syria was on the wrong track. And now we're having visions of Assad, appearing in the present. Something that I think a lot of us were hoping were just something that we could wave goodbye to. Now happening again. I remember it wasn't that long ago. We saw images of people gleefully being released from prisons where these sorts of beatings were occurring. We're talking about trying to, unearth these old graves and things like that. Now to talking about new graves. It's a bad curve, right? It's just, decomposition of hope over time. Where I am now at near zero. Meanwhile, Israel taking the moment to continue to do ridiculous things in the territory. Like bombing an air base. Here's France 24 from 11 hours ago. Where Israel is blaming Turkey for what is definitely their bombing of the Syrian air base near the Turkish border. France 24.
The airstrikes damaged hangars and other installations at the Abu al-Duhur airbase. Though no one was injured, nearby residents were frightened.
At around 1 or 1:30 in the morning, we heard the sound of planes and then we felt the strikes. My children were sleeping, they got scared and all the neighbors were woken up.
It comes months after the new Syrian government, led by President Ahmed al-Sharaa, a former rebel commander, agreed to establish an intelligence sharing mechanism with Israel following several rounds of US-brokered direct talks. US envoy to Syria Tom Barrack confirms the attack and strongly criticized Israel.
Wow, even Tom Barak criticizing Israel for this strike while they try and blame Turkey. It's hard to blame Turkey when even the United States is like, bro, that's not cool, dude. Oh, damn. All right, here's France 24 English once again to Turkey, who is slamming Israel for their untenable claims.
Well, let's speak
Vis-a-vis those Syrian strikes. France 24 again, also from 11 hours ago. Almost instantaneous, the Turkish response.
Well, let's speak to Jasper Mortimer. He's our Turkey correspondent who's based in Ankara. Jasper, first of all, is there any truth then to these claims by Israel that Turkey was about to deploy troops to the north of Syria to this airbase?
Well, Turkey issued a statement which condemned the Israeli attack as a gross breach of Syrian sovereignty as well as international law. But its statement did not address the issue of whether Turkey had a military presence at that base.
Am I wrong, or does this guy give, like, Turkish Dwight Schrute vibes? I don't know if it's the haircut or the or the stare, but it's just something about this guy that gives me big Dwight Schrute vibes. Anyway, Turkey immediately rejecting the claims of Israel, along with the U.S. ambassador, Tom Barak. Now, to Israel.
President Trump's Middle East envoy, Jared Kushner, is...
Yes. Where his son-in-law, non-diplomat, non-security clearance having son-in-law, Jared Kushner, Slenderman, as we call him, met with Benjamin Netanyahu on the lack of progress on the Gaza peace proposal that was announced like a year ago. Here's BBC from Monday.
President Trump's Middle East envoy, Jared Kushner, is in talks this hour with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, following his rare meeting on Sunday with Hamas leaders in Cairo. It was the first time that Jared Kushner sat down with Hamas officials since October last year, when they met to finalise the ceasefire and the hostage release deal. The Board of Peace envoy and former British Prime Minister Tony Blair was supposedly in that meeting, along with the head of Egyptian intelligence, Hassan Rashad. Now, under the proposed 15-point plan supported by President Trump, Hamas has agreed to disarm in exchange for a full Israeli military withdrawal from the Gaza Strip. But that agreement was rejected last week by the Israeli Prime Minister. There are hardline elements within his government who don't want a peace deal.
Oh yeah, it's just the hardline elements. Look at this guy. His lips are disappearing into his mouth. He has no more lips left. Look at this lipless man as he tries to grit his way through these fucking ridiculous premises that he's trying to propagandize us with. Oh, what nonsense. Oh, in fact, this whole thing is... Benjamin Netanyahu wants this whole thing to just drag on. It's not the hardline element. It's Benjamin Netanyahu himself, as well as the hardline elements, as well as the non-hardline. It's most of the government. It's the vast majority of the Israeli government that rejects all of this shit that we need for peace. Am I wrong though? His lips disappeared, or literally disappearing into his face. Okay, I think I'm just calling it like it is. Okay, I think it's just an accurate description. Go back 20 seconds. You'll see what I mean. All right. All right. AP archive up next. Staying in Israel. While Jared is in the territory, allegedly trying to convince Benjamin Netanyahu into agreeing to the already agreed upon peace proposal. Hate crimes happening on the streets against Christians. Can't forget that Muslims and Christians also live in Israel. Harassment, other things happening against the local religious leaders.
2 younger women, I assume they were 16, were passing, and one of them spat clearly behind the sister to express her antagonism to the sister. My telephone was ready. She's caught spitting. I ran after her. I asked her, why did you spit? Of course, she said the obvious answer. I just had something in my throat. She had...
I just had something in my throat. The old throat clearing. Yes. Shock of shocks. The hateful bigots in Israel are lacking sincerity.
And there are questions surrounding Israel's sincerity.
Yup. Christian nuns being spit at in the streets. Something which I believe later in this clip, Israeli minister says he doesn't want to represent Israel. Or claims it doesn't represent. I think he actually goes so far as to say it doesn't represent Israel. It absolutely represents Israel. It's a hateful nation built on theocracy. And these sorts of things are common occurrences. You can find so much footage of these kinds of things, like attacks on non-Jewish people going around, whether they be Israelis or tourists or whatever else. It happens all the time. That's what you get when you create an ethno-nationalist state. Hate. It's built on hate. Nothing about ethno-nationalism is unhateful. It's the most hateful concept you can come up with, basically. Meanwhile, people in Gaza doing everything they can to salvage from the rubble building materials. Repurposed rebar becoming a new industry.
انه نهد السقوف عشان نطلع الحديد. الحديد هذا انه بيساعد الناس في خيمة.
You can see people by hand, not with power tools, with like, I don't even know what that is. It's like an axe or something. Trying to slowly chop rebar like it's a tree? That shit is made of iron. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
But they are chopping these rebars that are still stuck in cement. They don't have the gas or the power tools or the electricity for the power tools or the functioning what do you call them? I can't think of it now. Like heavy equipment, loaders or whatever else. So they're just literally, I mean, it is crazy just to think about it. Just like chopping down forest of rebar. It's such a weird fucking concept, dude. It is so dystopian. People just like you know what I mean? Like this feels, it's like District 9, right? Like this is some God. They're repurposing it, like, to rebuild. It's insane. It's incredibly innovative. I'll give them that much. I suppose I would also be innovating if I was living in a tent. It just seems so deeply wrong when we have the technology to be able to solve these things. And the only reason that's happening is because of a lack of resources, because Israel refuses to allow them into the goddamn Gaza Strip. This is the only reason why those people are doing that. If not, aid would be flowing into the Strip, the necessary aid to turn on the power tools and to turn on the necessary heavy equipment, and that would not be a thing. That would just not be a thing. Any words from the Pope, JD? No, not that I'm aware of. I don't believe he made a statement about Christians in Israel. Meanwhile, we can't forget that we're still waging a war. Operation Epstein Fury.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
And is a war we've been now waging for nearly 6 full months, that we were told was going to take a few short weeks. In and out is what I was told. America was told. The troops were told. And now some of those troops have been on ship for 3/4 of a year, at war for half a year. Dissent growing, morale plummeting. Meanwhile, the president and the secretary of war are showing little sympathy for the troops. Here's the Majority Report with Sam Cedar. Get us started.
The Trump stuff with the catapult is its own thing. I don't know about what is the best technology to launch aircraft carriers off of, or planes off of aircraft carriers. But it is a little bit unnerving that he is overruling, I guess, the military. I doubt he's doing it for money. Maybe his sons have bought like a stake in a steam company or something to that effect. I have no idea. But the real story, of course, is the reports.
I know we watched this clip the other day. It is the midweek report after all. There's a few of these that are still in here that I think are relevant. But I still think that's a fucking hilarious situation. That the Sam's like immediate like front of mind concept of corruption like has something to do with steam, like it's some sort of gilded age, like it's like 1890 or something. Steam, some sort of steam company. Yes. He also wears a monocle and shortles a lot.
That sailors are trying to literally jump off the boat, the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier. They have been deployed for over 260 days. And I am told by our resident military expert, Intel, that that is, well, first of all, it's a record, but it's also just incredibly inhumane.
In my expert opinion, I would say that is a very long deployment.
Holy Toledo.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it's 3/4 of a year. Just think about being stuck on a ship that was not at all built for comfort and was built for war, right? For most of a year away from your friends and family back home in the United States, and instead surrounded by water and the possibility of, I don't know, things like being bombarded by Iranian attacks, drones, missiles, what have you. Probably very despondent you would be, I think.
Blumenthal, speaking on CNN about the USS Lincoln.
Those hardships, not increase them. And what we see right now is, in fact, a lack of sufficient supplies, basic necessities like toothpaste, soap, clean water, and even food. That is a betrayal of trust by the top.
A betrayal of trust from the top down.
Awful. Weak.
Yes, indeed. Speaking of the top, I think this next guy on deck with the clip, he might be the top, or as close to the top as you get without being the literal president of the United States. I'm, of course, talking about Pete Hegseth.
He is, I mean, come on. That's like the fascist uniform to look like you're at a yacht club. And he has his stupid ass to every time he goes out, pocket square with the American flag on it. Enough.
He looks like Thurston Howell heading out Gilligan's Island. But all right, go back. But understand, you know, the idea of completely misrepresent. What does that mean? Like misrepresent seems like a very sort of hedgy word there.
I drew attention to another thing you said, which is that they have everything we can provide them, which is not to say everything they need.
Right. Exactly. Look, it's expensive. Go ahead.
Every ship, every crew, every captain has everything we can provide them at every single moment. Some deployments are longer than others, and I have more respect and gratitude for those sailors than anybody. What they do in those high seas and those austere conditions with less port calls, it's incredible. I mean, Americans don't understand what it's like to do that. So as someone who's not been on a ship like that, but been on long deployments, I feel it.
Oh my God. Ryan is so right. Look at it. Look at the outfit. He's literally Thurston Howell from Gilligan's Island. We found the exact outfit. Oh, it's so funny. Oh my God. It couldn't have been more dead on. Holy shit. That's wild. That is exactly the character he's doing. The other night when we were talking about this, I mean, but holy shit. It really is dead on. I had to Google that. I was like, who the hell is Thurston Howell? I couldn't remember. Gilligan's Island's pretty old show.
I want them home as soon as everybody else do. I want folks rotated as quickly as possible. I want the best for them. My commanders know that. Our service secretaries know that. The president expects that. And so to that crew and to all those crews, we're going to do everything we can for you. And we are so grateful for their dedication of that crew and others. They've held the line for the country, and they've done a fantastic job.
Good thing they can eat.
Is that
his
what a
respect
warrior
and
looks
his
like?
Admiration.
Is that what a warrior looks like? Striped shirt, collar, pin on the suit, and USS Gridley hat. Is this the warrior mentality? Because Emma's right. It does feel more like the country club. You know, feels like the Labrador, not the Labrador Peninsula, what's it called? God damn it, I can't think of it. I can't think of the name right now. Why can't I think of it? Oh my God, it's right there. It's like right there. I can't think of it. It was like very Nantucket-y kind of vibe. You know, it doesn't look very warrior-y. Feels like he's gonna have nice crab lunch or something in that suit. Not go to war. Yeah, unfortunately, the military is pretty upset. They're kind of in open revolt. Here's Kyle Kalinske from Monday for more on the conditions.
What's up, y'all? Welcome to the show. Hope everybody out there is having a great day. Prepare yourself for today, because it's about to get biblical in this bitch. In just a second, the U.S. military is now in open revolt over Trump's illegal war against Iran. This thing is coming apart at the seams, bro. This is getting out of control. So we'll talk about that. We also have Trump freaks out as Iran is now calling for the death penalty for both him and Netanyahu. So the war updates are just wild. Then also later on, Joe Rogan panics on air as his friend explains to him Trump's corruption like he's a child, and he pretends to not know what he's talking about when he definitely does. So we'll dive into that as well. And then also, we have Tim Pool rage quits a Jubilee debate in an epic crash out that you have to see to believe.
God damn it, Kyle. Why must you always do this to me? You know I hate it. I know you don't listen. You'll never listen. Like, why can't we just do one topic at a time? It just feels right.
Including tonight. So come hang out with us at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. All right, y'all. Let's go ahead and jump right in. So, how is the war effort going, you ask? Well, let's take a look at this piece from CNN. U.S. Navy destroyer spent 4 days without power last month in the South China Sea. This is emblematic of what the entire war effort is like right now. This thing is coming apart rapidly, okay? When I say we are now fucked when it comes to something even as simple as basic supply lines, I mean it. So Iran, who we drastically underestimated, they took out our radar systems, they hit all of our bases across the Middle East. So now we don't even have proper supply lines. We're coming from like 2,000 miles away for basic supplies. And obviously you can't keep a war effort going like that. And it puts us in a significantly weakened strategic position. As I've often told you guys, there's an old saying, they're playing chess, we're playing checkers. But it's actually worse than that. They're playing chess, we're not even playing checkers. We're playing with our feces in the corner of the room.
That's not a... That doesn't sound great. If I had to, it sounds like a bad situation.
Toilet.
Sounds like a toilety situation, if you ask me. But there's more.
Sridhar interviewed more than a dozen family members who say they're extremely concerned with the morale and the safety and the conditions on the ship. They cited things like moldy showers and food shortages, sailors running out of toothpaste, deodorant and soap too, as well as water contamination and mail disruptions. It left care packages undelivered. A lot of people warned that their sailors' mental health was at risk.
You know, fresh food is a problem, especially considering the conditions right now. There's a logistical problem with getting fresh food out there just based on where they are, right?
All he's really told me is there's a time where he was only eating half a cup of rice and 2 tortillas.
They want our support. And part of that support means we have to have the tools to do our job. That means the fuel. That means the food, right? That means the food. That means the toothpaste and the deodorant. That means all of it, right?
I don't think it's the ship is the issue. I think it's our president. It's our government.
It's the leadership. It's President Trump. It's Pete Hegseth. They don't care about the troops. That's what's happening right now. They have no human empathy.
Even have like basic supply lines running, and people are now starving on our ships, and they're out there for like 4 times as long as they were supposed to be out there. Okay, so here is another family member talks to Tap Jaker over on CNN, and listen to what they said.
He didn't think the USS Lincoln's deployment has been, quote, long enough.
So Trump said he didn't think the deployment was long enough, even though they're like 3 or 4 times over what their limit was supposed to be.
Oh my God. I don't think the man thinks before he talks, and I was really hoping that at some point there would be a redemption. Try to redeem yourself at least a little bit with everything that you do and everything that you say, and try to redeem yourself. Have some sympathy, some empathy, take some accountability for what's going on with your military, your ships, and your war.
Damn. That's another USS Lincoln service member, family member calling in. An angry wife on CNN. People are pissed. This administration is losing the faith of America. The troops, the troop families.
Here's Jared Kushner.
And basically everybody else.
Every hour, it seems like we're getting a different, almost contradictory report out of Iran. And the contradiction is usually between reality and Donald Trump. which is Trump claiming that we control the Strait of Hormuz. And of course, we control it, but only in the sense that there's no ships coming in and out of the Strait of Hormuz. And since we want ships to go in and out of it, I wouldn't quite call it control. The other thing that has developed over the past couple of weeks is the Houthis are now attacking ships in the Red Sea. And this was a...
Wait, hold on. We don't need this whole majority report clip either. Let's skip way ahead here when they start talking about the troops. What does that... Yeah. Yes, this is about where that starts.
From taxpayers and turning it into a large ammunition pile. So we're kind of running out of ammo, and yet we spend all of this money on contracts for these defense contractors, and this is because they're more interested in making shareholders rich than they are actually providing the material.
Speaking of running out of things,
what happened to the Epstein files? By the way, we talked about the Epstein files earlier today. You're right about it suspiciously dying down, but we talked about it. So if you just go back and watch the beginning of the stream, you'll see. Somewhere in there's Epstein files talk. I think it was a stream of variety today.
Some images. This is number 5. Here's some images from the... that we see service members have scribbled in dust on aircraft, showing, I'd give you a sense of how morale is.
Sent to Trita Parsi, friend of the show.
Here it is.
This is not. This is not good morale. This image does not represent good morale. Gotta say. You know, there's like, you know, stories about like World War II pilots, you know, drawing patriotic, somewhat deranged, but, you know, artistic imagery on the sides of planes. This is just bored dissent. This is just, yeah, oh my God. This whole thing is BB sucks.
Flock cameras.
Yeah, BB's cucks. I love
it says
Israel.
cucks. Oh my God, it says cucks. I read it as sucks.
Be a good
I read that
goy.
as sucks.
Do what Israel tells you to. I love Israel. I am a good goy. Peace deal number 64 incoming. All this for the Holy Land. Operation Epstein Fury.
Yeah, it seems like
we've been calling it Operation Epstein Fury, and so are the troops. When I saw that one in particular, I was blown away. I was like, holy shit. They're calling it Operation Epstein Fury too. Oh no. Oh no, it's traveled the planet. It's traveled the globe.
Morale is a little bit low. I mean, when
It's
people
a little,
are basically writing insults
Just a little bit.
Your own government on your bombs.
Well, the plane.
But here is...
Just to be clear, that is a plane wing, I'm pretty sure. I think that's the, what do you call it? It's like the reticulating part of the wing goes up and down to deal with altitude.
Well, morale is a little bit low. I mean, insults to your own government on your bombs. But here is Donald Trump reacting to a reporter on the
Don't you mean a bitch?
And USS Lincoln, and the problem that she had is she's a woman.
Yeah.
Why hasn't Kim Jong-un responded to your request?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Put it on the screen.
Has he?
Yeah, he has.
Did you speak? Where are you in conversation?
And very positive. Well, just so you understand with South Korea, look, South Korea has been protected by us for many, many years. And
oh, wait, I forgot this, which is South Korea. We were going to talk about that again. But we're not done with the troops. So we're going to go to the next clip For more on the conditions of the troops and of... Actually, no, maybe I should put this one in a different spot. Well, I'm doing this chronologically. Yeah, let's go to this clip, to NBC News, to see how people feel about Trump's handling of the war in Iran in a key Pennsylvania swing district.
You know, there's some Republican pro-Trump disappointment in the president. I think you got a clip here that we can listen to.
I agree with going in if there was a plan of how to get out. This has drug on too long. He doesn't have a plan. He does not have a plan. He can sit there and tell us he has a plan. He can tell us I don't know how many times I've heard we're going to bomb the heck out of him. That's not what we want to do as America. We don't want to destroy civilians and other people. So what was the plan? And he, him and his, all his staff that made these decisions did not know that they would use the strait as leverage against the rest of the world. So here we are again, can't afford the medical, and now we can't afford gasoline. And he wants to say it's temporarily. How long is that?
Oh boy, Trump is losing support in all the places as part of the theme of this entire fucking stream. And it just crops up in practically every place. With the war, with the economy, with immigration, with whatever. I mean, like, just so many things. People are just sick and tired of this man lying to their faces and claiming that, everything's going to be fine soon. When soon? People are running out of patience on that. All that expensive patriotic gas is starting to cause people some serious problems. But some people, some deranged individuals, let's call them Fox News reporters, are actually blaming the troops for all of this stuff we've been hearing about lately. It's somewhat fascinating. Let's go here to the Majority Report. See what Johnny Jones, or whatever his fucking name is, has to say.
I am so old that I remember when the right would claim that, like, Democrats dishonor the troops.
Oh,
and
God.
All of these hippies spit on the people coming back from Vietnam. And Democrats don't care about the troops. And we've got to make our fighting guys and gals, they got to get the best of the best. That's why we're spending, $70,000 and giving them rigs to wear in Iraq and whatnot. Well, so much for that. Here is Fox host Joey Jones.
What?
I love the fact that these dudes probably have like radio names now. Like, my name was Joseph.
Johnny Joey Jones.
TV complaining about. How weak are you on TV complaining about tuna and noodles? I'm sorry.
Damn.
You volunteered to serve your country.
Damn, dude. This guy sitting pretty in the Fox News studio is calling out the troops.
You can come back, get out of the military, and do like all of these Democrat veterans and complain about it and make commercials and be a sellout if you want to and come up with a new way of doing things. The last Democrat president that I remember that was deploying troops, Barack Obama, had the Army going to Iraq on patrol bases for 15 months at a time, eating MREs. I'm sorry, but you're a sitting duck on a patrol base in Iraq and Afghanistan a heck of a lot more than you are on a fortified Navy ship sitting in the water. You might have got bored, and I'm sorry. We did have more fun getting in firefights.
Oh, you're more of a sitting duck because you're on a boat. Those boats move way slower than missiles and drones, I would point out. Like, way slower. So, I mean, you're still a sitting duck. In fact, you're more like a sitting duck than a base on land. You follow me on this logic for a second. But since ducks spend a hell of a lot of time in ponds and lakes and other sort of estuaries, streams, rivers, I think that the analogy here actually is more suited to the ships, because they are also in water, sitting like a duck in the water. But Johnny's no scholar, so I'm just gonna move past that sort of botched metaphor.
I'll say that. But to sit there and say that it was terrible because you had a corn dog and a hot dog, I would have traded a block of C4 to the Taliban for a hot dog by about July 2010. I just do not understand the mentality. If this is a representation of who our military is now, and I'm not saying it is, but there's at least enough for some of these trash rags to print about it. If this is who we are, we're just wrong.
It's duckophobic. It's duckophobic. I'm sorry. Look, he's the one saying it. I'm just, I'm just criticizing him for his ill use of the phrase, okay? I'm not trying to be a duckophobe.
It makes me fume. If he sat there and said, we didn't have any clean water to drink, we couldn't take a shower. I mean, well, I didn't get to take a shower for about 6 months, but still.
Gross,
something that has
dude.
something to do with hygiene or, like getting sick. There was a scurvy outbreak and, the guys that were missing legs were only given wooden pegs instead of metal ones. Then maybe I might have some sympathy. But to that little kid and whoever raised him, Lord help you if you ever go into a hot war.
Lord help you if you ever go into a hot war. They're in a hot war. I don't know what this guy's definition of hot war is. If it's like a sexy, like a physically attractive war or something, but they're definitely in a hot war right now. Like, I don't know how you could be in more of a hot war. Like, like they're literally being fired upon by Iranian sources, right? Like missiles and drones and shit, and boat drones and all these other sorts of things. They're under threat constantly. I mean, unless they land in Iran, which is the most deranged and stupid thing they could possibly do, it couldn't get any hotter. He's like, oh, you guys are a bunch of losers. You got no valor. You got no valor. Stop complaining about hot dogs. I would have killed my sister for a hot dog. I would have defunded the Taliban for a single grain of rice. Like, I don't think that's a message that the troops can really get behind. I'm pretty sure they get Fox News, although I hear there's intermittent Wi-Fi amidst the other problems, like lack of mail service and food and all these other things. But I'm pretty sure there's, once in a while they can get access to the internet. I can't wait to hear what the troops have to say about that take. The ones on the ship.
I think it was Afghanistan. And so he gets sent out there in
just the Secretary of the Navy put out his response. That's my response. End of story.
So Joey Jones lost, I think, both his legs in, I think it was Afghanistan. And so he gets sent out there to essentially, and I would imagine that you've got to look back and attempt to move on. In some instances, you got to try and justify, why you were there, why you lost your legs. And if it gives you the opportunity to mock other military personnel who are essentially being completely ignored. I mean, like the idea that we're, understand, these people have been deployed now for almost 290 days on a ship that has been
not provided with proper rations because they don't want to let people know that the bases that we had were destroyed by the Iranians.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, this guy, he may have been injured in combat, but he's back home. He's safe right now. He's sitting pretty in Fox News getting paid millions of dollars to mock the troops who are getting paid fucking like minimum wage to sit on those boats right now with their lives at risk. And I think it's really, really bad taste for him to do such a thing. You thought they were in the South China Sea? Why would you think that? Why would you think such a thing? God damn, it's getting late. All right, we gotta end this thing soon. Good God, 8.5 hours in. Oh, yeah. Well, there is some people in the South China Sea, which we're about to talk about right now. Another naval ship stuck. A ship intended to go relieve the soldiers, sailors, excuse me, in the Middle East right now. It's apparently stranded, stuck, without power for 4 whole days. Out here in China.
China!
Well, the South China Sea, which is not all China's. But, suffice to say, we had a completely immobilized and effectively defenseless, to some degree, Navy ship, which was intended to go relieve the people who were like, it's a bad start. It's a bad start to solving the problems. Yeah, here's ABC from yesterday.
There are new concerns about conditions aboard another U.S. Navy warship. John Carl and what he's learned now.
Tonight, growing questions about whether the U.S. Navy is now stretched too thin after new reports of grim living conditions aboard a second massive ship. Some 300 sailors on the destroyer, the USS Benfold, deployed in the South China Sea, went 4 days with limited drinking water and no working toilets or air conditioning after the ship suffered a complete loss of power. After 4 days adrift, the Benfold was towed to the Philippines.
We have the most irresponsible people running the U.S. government right now. It is insane. Like, even the militarists must be losing their minds over just how badly we are doing with all of these things. I mean, it is crazy. A defenseless ship left, I mean, they had guns, I guess, still. But completely immobilized Navy ship stuck adrift for 4 fucking days, then towed to the Philippines that was supposed to go and save all of the soldiers on the USS Abraham Lincoln that have been stuck now for 9 months. And we can't even relieve them. We can't even relieve them properly. That's not a good sign. But Navy's not just going to give up. They still have a few other ships, even though we've deployed most of the Navy to the region already. Here is Reuters from 13 hours ago. Down to the Malacca Strait in Southeast Asia, where the USS George Washington, another naval ship, attempted to make its way to help the troops in the Strait of Hormuz. They are really, really, really scraping the bottom of the barrel right now. I can just feel it happening. Like on munitions, on a functional Navy. Like, we've been seeing bases getting blown up. Who knows how many airplanes have been lost at this point? because they've completely stopped giving us any real clarity on what's happening over there vis-a-vis losses. But it doesn't feel good, right? Like one ship couldn't even make it to relieve the ship that needs help. And here comes another ship. Will this one make it? I don't know. Right now it's, I mean, at least at the point that this was taken, it was sailing in the Malacca Strait, which is between Indonesia and Thailand, I think. Heading in the direction of the Middle East. But none of this seems very good, gotta say. Alright, let's skip ahead to Asia here, wrap up the stream. Great job, everybody, for making it through everything. Just a couple of quick stories left. One in South Korea, one in China. We're going to do them in reverse order for maximum valuetainment, hopefully. Let's talk about what Trump decided to do earlier on Monday. Where he basically announced to the world that the United States would be rescinding its support, or at least some amount of its support of South Korea's military. Claiming here in an Oval Office briefing with a couple of children. I think it was the kid who's, I don't think we've even talked about this story, but there was like some kid who's like a lifeguard, like saved another kid from drowning, and Trump had them both in to the White House. I don't know why, to like ruin the youth, I guess, and the future of America, but had a bunch of deranged things to say in front of these kids, including all of this stuff. Here's PBS NewsHour from Monday.
Kim Jong-un responded to your request to have a conversation.
How do you know he hasn't responded?
Has he?
Yeah, he has.
Did you speak to him? Did you speak to him before you made the announcement yesterday?
I'm very positive. Well, just so you understand with South Korea, look, South Korea has been protected by us for many, many years. And during my first term, they agreed to pay close to $3 billion a year for protection, because we don't, they essentially weren't paying. And I asked them to do that at my request. I said, not right. They weren't happy about it, but they agreed. I asked for $10 billion, and they were very unhappy. But we agreed for a short term that it would be $3 billion, and next year it would go up, and the next year it would go up, so they start paying for their protection. When the election was rigged and I ended up watching for 4 years and then coming back, I watched Biden rescind that $3 billion.
It's crazy how he just throws these afactual statements into the middle of his sentences. Like, as you know, of course, when the election was rigged and Joe Biden stole it, then all the bad stuff happened.
And then coming back, I watched Biden rescind that $3 billion here for whatever reason. When I called recently, President of South Korea, who I like, I think he's very nice actually, but I called him, I said, would you like to give us a little hand? We don't need help with Iran, but if you'd like, give us a hand with Iran. He said, no thanks. And I said, wait a minute, we have 39,000 soldiers over there guarding you from Kim Jong-un, your next door neighbor, and you're not going to help us on a very easy military operation in Iran? That's strange. No, we'd rather not get involved. I say, well, why are we involved in helping you? So, and I want to help them, but when you ask somebody, would you like to give us a hand, and they say, no thanks, and then we're guarding them from a country and paying.
I mean, this is this is like textbook. It's like example numero uno in the mob boss behavior of Donald Trump, where he's literally describing a protection racket that he tried to get going with South Korea, our longtime ally. He's like, I was trying to get them to pay protection, okay? It's like, we've been protecting them for a long time. We've been protecting this neighborhood. It's a really nice neighborhood. You wouldn't want it to go to shit, okay? You got some real mean guys that live right next door. And if we don't have us to protect you, really bad stuff could happen, you know? Anything could happen. You never know. You never know. He sounds like a literal fucking mob boss. He's like demanding payment for protection. Oh, he's such a lunatic. I think a lot of people were caught off guard by this, but although it really just sort of follows in the footsteps of everything Trump has done in term 2. Clip from BBC News from yesterday on this situation.
Now, South Korea is one of America's top allies in Southeast Asia. But now President Trump says he's substantially scaling back joint military exercises with South Korea. Why? Well, because of what he calls his very good relationship with the North Korean leader, Kim Jong-un. In a social media post, Mr. Trump said that he was not happy with what he described as the costly annual drills and had instructed the U.S. Secretary of Defense to reduce them.
Based on my very good relationship with Kim Jong-un of North Korea, I am happy with the fact that the United States has long ago agreed to participate in joint military exercises with South Korea. These exercises are not only costly, with much of these costs paid for by the United States of America, as usual, but send a signal that is totally inappropriate and hostile to a country that, as long as Donald Trump has been president, has been unthreatening and respectful. Therefore, and based on the fact that it is too late to cancel, I have instructed Secretary of War Pete Hegseth to substantially reduce the joint military exercises. While somewhat unrelated, parentheses, I recently asked the president of South Korea if they would like to join us in the denuclearization of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and they said no thanks. Thank you for your attention to this matter. He's a lunatic, dude. Inappropriate and hostile. It's a real sicko.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Trump really has upended so much shit at this point. There's not much left that's on the right side. You know? He basically went through the entire China shop and broke every vase, upturned every pot. There's nothing left. I guess China?
China! I have to have my China.
Still got China. And one man's trying to make an outreach to China and Chinese Americans back in the United States, in the great city of New York. Here's the Independent from yesterday. Who could it be?
Zohran Mamdani.
纽约市 Sorry, one more time. Okay, I will not show New York City high schoolers. Let me do that one more time. 免费送吃 Okay. This is Regents junior year all over again. I have a 70 in the state Regents exam.
Wow. Okay.
También. Hasta el lunes 10 y 7. No, lunes 10 y 7. One more time. Yeah, 10 y 7. Gets progressively harder. Okay. 多张百老汇演出门票. No. It's
almost there. Are we with our kids and our exes and our wives?
Okay, let's do them. Ching. Theater Development Fund. Lottery. Lottery. I'm just gonna say lottery. Broadway show. দেখার জন্য 17 অগস্ট মধ্যে.
There you go. That was a video released of Zohran Mamdani. I forgot there were multiple languages in there. But point is outreach to Chinese Americans here went viral. Zohran Mamdani questions about whether or not it was somehow AI generated forced him to release this blooper reel of all of the different outtakes while trying to master the I think it was Mandarin pronunciation in there. They're all low volume, were they? That's weird. It was a normal volume. Might have been the videos themselves. I wasn't looking at the levels. We're so deep into this. I kind of stopped. I was stopped looking at them. You know, I'm dealing with a lot of stuff over here all at once when I stream. Sometimes I overlook things, and I'm sorry. If in fact the volume was low. Okay. Well, Space Fams, that's it. That is it on the midweek report. It's been quite a week so far. We still have got more days to go. But worry not, there will be more galactic streams in the near future. Damn, it's late. / early. Well, we got through the stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Aw, can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mini, Afroponics, Snarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geo Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Mono, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean, Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, XBX, Manda, Lori Lungemeat, Carl Gaslight Digressy, Paige Larson, Frizla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect, Zell, Winnie, and Robin, Young, Chris, Agios, Emily S, Hecate, Trevor, Sweet Chewy Forever, Rogerb, Tracy Eva, and Mr. Nice Guy. That's right. All these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoy. You can too for just a few Earth dollars a month on Patreon.